And good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever time you're at. Hope you are all well. I am Cryptomeria. I'm an artist out of British Columbia, beautiful Victoria, and started to get the cherry blossoms out. It's always lovely the time of year. There we go. Yay. So I'm going to pull up my blog. And go through some articles, keep going through some articles. Yeah, this one is Brendan Kavanagh. And I think I've been bringing up his, I think everyone's probably familiar with what happened. And so the Pianogate has now has 9.8 million views, despite receiving a second legal notice from YouTube that it is going to be removed due to multiple privacy complaints from the CCP. Have another take a look at it and share. The key aspect to remember about this live stream is that it directly links a senior female CCP agent who strenuously denies any involvement with CCP covert activities and is currently suing MI5 for defamation for issuing a public security notice alert about her to a propaganda event which the senior female CCP agent had organized for Chinese state tea. This senior female spy and her little pink underlings, Nasty Newton, all had planned to film a CCP propaganda at the St. Pancras public piano for Chinese state TV. However, the CPP propagandists were exposed when they inadvertently appeared in my live stream, and their last, as you say, is history. So, yeah. And how did Winnie the Pooh become like... I like it. Yeah, he's starting having the Winnie the Pooh, so they won't film him because they can't have Winnie the Pooh on state TV. Oh.
Let's see what we have here today. The meeting of the minds goes back to the ancient Greeks, when philosophers like Aristotle and Socrates used to gather in what they called agoras, a space where philosophy and business and politics were discussed among some of Athens' best and brightest. Nice. These meetings generated a cauldron of ideas on how to organize society and achieve happiness. But today, when the so-called brightest minds get together, it's nothing but a debaucherous insane asylum. This week, thousands of the world's most elite executives and politicians jetted off to Davos, Switzerland for the World Economic Forum. Besides January 6th, it's their favorite day of the year. At the party, sociopaths indulge in the highest quality caviar, endless champagne, and psychedelic mushrooms. And where there's drugs, there's sex. Definitely. It's the busiest week of the year for Swiss escorts. $700 an hour or $2,500 a night. Rates were much lower when Trump was president. Thank you, Bidenomics. You can almost smell the magic of the place when you're there, is how one well-connected regular describes the week. But of course, the magic isn't for everyone. It's an invite-only event. So you have to be somebody just to get through the door. And if you're in, guests are slapped with wristbands and divided by class. White with shiny blue means you're a VIP. Plain white, married to a VIP. Green, you're a VIP's escort. Not that type of escort. They don't get wristbands. At Davos, everyone feels special. But before they get to business, they have to break the DEI ice.
My spirit name is Ozawa Makwa, which means brown bear in Ojibwe. My father is Algonquin Métis and Irish. My mother is African Jamaican and Indigenous Jamaican. So I get to bring these intersections and these lenses to my work.
And coming as a white man of advanced age from a continental European background.
Inclusion is about see me and hear me and make space for me.
And so we should all be doing this because you can make a profit. Inclusion is profitable.
Oh, so once they get through the spirit names and the white shaming, Davos gets to the heart of the issue. So, of course, they bring in the guy who invented the internet.
The fossil fuel polluters use a portion of their wealth from digging up dead things from the earth and burning them in ways that destroy the future of humanity. They use some of their wealth to confuse people. I get a little exercised about this because I've watched it for a long time, and it's driven by pure greed. Pure greed. If we deploy electric vehicles, solar, wind, batteries, green hydrogen, and the rest, and we get to true net zero, temperatures on the earth will stop going up almost immediately.
No,
Gore's worth $200 million, and his greed is infinite.
that's actually not going to happen. That's not how it's going to work.
Because he's making money to save the world. The men who make money building the world, they're greedy. They should go bankrupt and be arrested for climate crimes. How'd Gore get to Davos, by the way? He didn't bicycle. And remember last year he said we'd die from rain bombs? Still waiting on the rain bombs. Nothing yet. And once the mascot's finished, it's time to plan the
Oh,
future.
crap.
Not their futures, your future.
That order seems to not be the order anymore. We are on the way to a new order, so we are between orders.
A new world order.
Happened yesterday.
So what will that look like? But the point is you have nothing to be worried about. Well, unless you like to eat.
In most of Asia, rice is still grown with traditional methods, which requires flooding the fields. And when you flood the fields, you basically kill the weeds with water, which sounds good, except it takes huge amounts of water. They basically decompose underwater, and when they do that, they release methane. And so actually rice production is one of the largest producers of methane, which is, many times more toxic in terms of greenhouse gas emissions.
That's crazy.
Rice is like the top crop in the world. What are they going to replace it with? Lab rice. Yum. Now, so what are the farmers and the fishermen going to do? Well, they don't need jobs because they'll be arrested.
We have a kind of cultural, very ingrained habit of not taking damage to nature as seriously as we take damage to people and property. You know, if you're campaigning for human rights, at least you know mass murder, torture, all of these things are serious crimes. But there's no equivalent in the environmental space. With Ecocide, what we see is actually what people are trying to do, what businesses are trying to do is make money, is farm, is fish, is do all of these things that are producing energy and so on. What's missing is the awareness and the conscience around the side effects, around the collateral damage.
Imagine you're taking your son fishing this weekend, got your lines in the water. Next thing you know, you're in handcuffs for Ecocide. Those fish have constitutional rights.
It's funny because it's true.
And if that doesn't work, we're still not at net zero. You get slapped with a carbon footprint tax.
I would say digital and sustainable need to go hand in hand. And what do I mean? Yeah, there are initiatives like we are driving as industries, Catena X, where we are trying to measure the footprint throughout the value chain. And what would that give us? Yeah, I would have a bottle like this, and I could tell you from the iron ore to the logistics to the glass, what is the carbon footprint of this bottle? And then I could price it. And I could tell you now you are doing good because you now pay 20 cents more, but you are very conscious that you have a green product. Yeah.
No, James Bond villain. No.
No, I'm out.
I have a hunch their products like jets, escorts, and shrooms will be exempt from the carbon footprint tax. So forget about cheap gas, rice, and protein. You're not entitled to that. You're also not entitled to an opinion.
Disinformation is a security threat. And maybe not many noticed, but it was part of the Russian military doctrine that they will start information war. And we are in it now. And disinformation is a very powerful tool. We are focusing on improving of the system where the people will get the facts right. We don't speak about opinions. We are not correcting anyone's opinions or language. Yeah, this is about the facts.
Oh, the old CIA Jedi mind trick. Label everything that gets in your way, like Trump or the truth, as Russia disinformation, which is a national security threat, and so therefore must be destroyed by the all-encompassing power of the national security state.
Yeah.
Question the election or the effectiveness of electric cars? Now you're a national security threat. And you're on the list like the parents who raise their voices at school board meetings. So, you know what just would make everything much easier? If we just stop resisting and submit to mind control.
Bringing the kinds of sensors that people have become accustomed to, such as rings and in watches, into everyday devices, but it breaches the final frontier of privacy. That is what people are thinking and feeling. Initially, what they will be capable of doing is very high-level brain state reading. Things like, are you tired? Are you paying attention? Is your mind wandering? Are you happy or sad? They maybe enable...
I think this is probably a bad idea. Just saying, I'm not too thrilled about this.
Interaction like up, down, left, right.
So slap some sensors on your forehead and let Davos read your thoughts.
Great.
And if we're angry at Davos, up, down, left, right, now we're mellow. Don't you see? These are well-intentioned people.
Yeah.
The people that brought us the first pandemic are now hard at work preparing for the second.
There are things that are unknown that may happen. And anything happening is a matter of when, not if. And that was when we gave the name Disease X. So Disease X is a placeholder for unknown disease. You may even call COVID as the first Disease X. And it may happen again.
The guy who covered up the Chinese lab leak is getting his ducks in a row for the next Chinese lab leak.
Yeah.
We're in good hands.
Yeah.
How do I know? Because John Kerry said so.
I want to make one thing clear. If you mess with Brandon, you mess with me. Yeah. Because we boys. Yeah. We friends. Yeah. We boyfriends.
No, we're not. No, we're not. You can't say that we do.
We're boys and we are friends.
Yeah, that's better.
So we boyfriends.
No, we're
Nobody better mess with my boyfriend.
No, just friends.
Yeah.
And Safe Space Cafe is live with the House of Commons. I'd almost go over there, but I kind of want to go through my blog.
To all the people sending me stuff, I cannot thank you enough. Please keep it coming. Let's talk about some dumb shoes. We're starting off with Balenciaga because, of course, $3,790 for this Adidas crossover.
Those are like, I don't understand.
Sticking with Balenciaga, in case you ever wanted to look like a 14th century knight, and you have $4,000 lying around, because that's the sale price.
Wow.
These shoes from Harrods I actually thought were really cute, but as the person who sent this to me pointed out, it just looks like the security tags are still in them. That is a major oversight. And then Rick Owens, who is near and dear to my heart now, not in a good way, brings you these hairy Birkenstocks for an insane amount of money. And then back to Yeezy and Adidas. This just looks like some SpongeBob SquarePants to me. For the finale, though, I'm going with these jean boot things.
You can hear a kitty. This one I've creeped me out, but then it is the CBC, Communist Broadcasting Corporation. Like, they gotta keep those kids indoctrinated early. I find this creepy. This is why I wanted to fund them. I do not like this idea of my tax dollars going to this. And if we defunded the CBC, pretty much every Canadian could receive $2 or $3 million. No problem. And we still have some for the military. I think that's great, And this one,
the CBC has a bizarre propaganda
really
channel
creepy,
targeting children. I'm not talking about kids' TV shows that are just for fun, like maybe Sesame Street.
This is weird.
I'm talking about a really weird news channel written by adults, sometimes spoken by child actors, but written by adults, always on propaganda issues, always targeting children when their parents aren't there to protect them. It's creepy.
Yeah.
It's weird. It was started under Justin Trudeau for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Here's an example of some of the stories. Here's one on kids suing the government about climate change, which is a really good fit for them because, of course, those are just child actors too.
Yeah.
Handled by adult manipulators, handled by lawyers. The children are not going to baby court or something. The CBC runs with the story with a straight face as if the kids were actually the deciders here, rather than window dressing covering up the NGOs behind it. Child actors, it's gross. Or this story about transitioning away from fossil fuels, just pure propaganda. Are you sensing a theme here at all? Here's another one I made the mistake of watching. They thought they would bundle up every anti-Donald Trump insult and conspiracy theory and make a little video about it in the name of kids news.
Yeah.
So gross.
Yeah, that's
I'm not just talking
great.
about
Like, you want your kids
biases,
to
of
see
course.
that,
Of
don't
course, we know the CBC is a hard left wing. I'm talking about adults writing news targeting kids and getting child actors to say the words. It's so creepy. It feels like something like a predator would do or something to hide from the parents how they're talking to your kids.
Yeah,
of course, they're full on with Trudeau's anti-child agenda, including promoting transgenderism, being absolutely obsessed with legalized marijuana. Like I say, they're predators. Like, stop talking to kids about marijuana and transgenderism when their parents aren't there. It's gross. I really don't pay much attention to
because
CBC
that looks more like
not sure if actual
an
kids
ad
do
for
either.
plot rather
Most
than
of their videos, I scanned their YouTube page, have, I don't know,
And
about
also,
1,000
like,
views each.
what is this age
I can't
group?
imagine any normal teenager would naturally trust a government outlet, let alone think of the CBC as a source for news. It's
I gotta
so
look this up
condescending,
now.
it's so boring, it's so woke, but who knows? They're obviously doing it for a reason. Maybe the whole reason is simply designed to impress Justin Trudeau and keep the tax dollars flowing to the CBC. Like all government media, they really don't care about their actual audience, except that one Justin Trudeau who controls their money. So maybe no one's watching it.
Starting at age
But
2.
look what the CBC Kids News wrote about now. This is the story that
So
caught my
I don't
eye.
think 2-year-olds should be
Shutdown of
watching
convoy
January
protest
6th
was
or Articles of
unreasonable,
Plot or
Judge rules.
like it's.
And it's written by Angelica Cooper. As you can see, she's got the danger hair, which is usually a political warning signal, don't you think? Here she is in her Twitter feed, which is now locked after I tweeted about her. She says, producing fun at CBC, co-chair out CBC. I want to know about your favorite thing. She, her. Not to be mean, but I actually don't think she does produce fun. I sometimes look stern too, I guess, but I get the feeling
She
that
doesn't
Angelica
look
Cooper,
like-
the co-chair of Out CBC, hasn't had a day of fun in her whole life. But she's in charge of running
I bet
propaganda
she's great
for
at
your children.
softball.
Here's what she wrote just a couple days ago. Here's what you need to know, Fancy Star. A federal judge has ruled that the use of the Emergency Act to stop demonstrators from gathering during the 2022 convoy protest in Ottawa was unreasonable. The Emergencies Act is a law that gives the federal government extra powers in emergency circumstances. The new ruling goes against a previous ruling that said the use of the act was justified given the circumstances. Hang on.
Sorry, I'm
That's
just
not
looking
true.
at my Twitter feed.
I mean, sure, there was a judge about a year ago who did an inquiry. Judge Rouleau was his name. He was handpicked by Trudeau to have an inquiry, the terms of which were written by Trudeau. But it wasn't a trial. It wasn't a court case. That judge, he was a judge, but he didn't issue a court ruling as a judge. He wrote a report, his opinion. It wasn't a trial. It wasn't a judgment. It wasn't a verdict. I'll keep going. On January 23rd, federal court Justice Richard Mosley ruled that Trudeau's decision to use the act was unreasonable. He said that it violated one of the rights in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which allows groups of people to gather and protest. This goes against a previous ruling from February 17th, 2023, where a judge decided that Trudeau's use of the Emergencies Act was justified.
This is really important.
It's not true.
It's not true.
That's a lie.
There is an
Federal court hearing was the
inquiry, but
first
an
time the
inquiry
indication of the
is
Emergencies
not
Act
a
was
legal
tested
court case.
in court by a judge. What Judge Rouleau did a year ago was not a court case.
No.
It wasn't a court
It
ruling
was a
at all.
hearing.
Last week's ruling didn't go against a previous ruling.
No, because
It
there was
the
no
first
ruling.
and only time a real court has had a real
You see
hearing
how
about the
you
Emergencies
see how
Act.
easy they can
Why is
bend
Angelica
the
Cooper
narrative,
lying?
and they're doing this to kids.
Well, not to be blunt, I think that's her job.
You know,
I'll keep going. The law gives the Canadian government extra powers when existing laws, which guide institutions like the police, aren't enough. This can include the ability to break up protest encampments and even freeze bank accounts.
they're so proud of it.
No, I'm sorry, that's just wrong. It's wrong in so many ways. That
Yeah.
I think it actually took a lot of talent to get it that wrong. The Emergencies Act doesn't permit peaceful protests to be broken up. It only allows that if the protest is about to become violent, like a riot, and regular laws do that too.
And the truckers,
That's what the law says.
there were no guns
That's
in
what the
Ottawa,
court
and everyone
confirmed.
was peaceful
The
until
Emergencies Act
they
does
laid
not
jackboots to the ground.
allow bank
You know,
accounts of peaceful protesters and
I
their families to
thought
be
that was
frozen. It
like
does
one
not
of the
allow
cops
that.
from out
It does
here
not allow
because
peaceful
they went out
protests to be
there.
broken up. That's what the court just
But
said.
they didn't have
That's
any
what the whole
badge
ruling was
numbers
about.
on or
Did Angelica
anything,
Cooper
or
even read
you know.
the judgment, because it specifically said the opposite of what she just wrote.
I should actually draw that up again, because I think I got to day 5 of the protest. Day 14. Oh my God. Yeah, it does. It seems like yesterday, but it's 3 years ago now. 2 years ago. What year is it?
Would really be a shame if this clip went viral. All of the corporate media talking heads lying about Hunter Biden's laptop. The Post claimed that the emails were found
on a laptop computer that was brought to a repair shop in Delaware in the spring of 2019.
The FBI is now investigating whether those alleged Hunter Biden emails are actually connected to a larger foreign intelligence operation.
They may be related to a foreign intelligence operation.
Foreign intelligence operation.
Foreign intelligence.
Foreign intelligence.
Foreign intelligence operation.
For all we know, these emails are made up.
Part of a Russian disinformation effort.
All the hallmarks, rather.
All the hallmarks
You
of a
cannot
Russian.
make up his laptop. If you've seen it, it's gross.
50 former national intelligence
It's
folks
gross. The man
who said that what he's accusing me of is a Russian plan.
The vast majority of the intelligence people have come out and said there's no basis at all.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
When the Canadian government issued a mandate that those regularly crossing the border with the United States must be vaccinated against COVID-19, it sparked huge protests from truck drivers. Lorries blockaded parts of the capital, Ottawa,
I like how they call
as
them
well
lorries.
as some of the border crossings. And in response, the federal premier, Justin Trudeau, invoked the Emergencies
I always
Act,
get going in
which
here.
is legislation designed for major national emergencies to quash the demonstrations and to freeze the bank accounts of protesters. Last week, a judge at Canada's federal court found that government action was unlawful. Josh Derhas works at the Canadian Constitution Foundation, which took the legal action against Justin Trudeau.
This happened back in January 2022, and Canadian truckers had been through a lot during COVID-19, and they just learned that the government of Canada intended to go ahead with a vaccine mandate,
I really
which would require
like
them to be
this one.
vaccinated.
I think
to
I
cross
think
the
this one
Canada-US
turned out
border.
good.
And this meant
And
for
I'm
the
gonna
15% of
go back
truckers
and,
who were not
and develop
vaccinated at
that
the
one
time
more
that
because
they would
it'll
either need
fit
to,
so well with
give up their right to choose
my
whether to be
animation.
vaccinated or potentially lose their livelihood. So they started this convoy protest where big rig trucks from across the country started heading toward Ottawa. And the plan was to converge on Ottawa for a protest outside of Parliament. And they gained a lot of support along the way. You know, Canadians turned out to the sides of streets and to bridges and overpasses with their maple leafs to cheer on the truckers. And when they got to Ottawa, their plan, well, they
Sorry,
didn't really
just
seem
have
to
to
have
send
a
a
plan, but they
text.
said they were not leaving until these mandates were gone. And so they arrived in late January, and they parked their big trucks downtown in Ottawa. It's a really small city, and so this was pretty disruptive to the people who live downtown. They honked their horns. They basically had a big street party with, you know, bouncy castles and hot tubs, and it was pretty disruptive to the people of Ottawa. But the more serious issue was there were some border blockades in other parts of the country that were sort of spawned by this protest, and those were being dealt with under normal sort of criminal code powers, policing powers, but the situation in Ottawa was continuing. And so Justin Trudeau decided that the solution, rather than waiting for the police to kick in and do their job and remove the protesters, that he was going to create some new laws that were only available to him through this Emergency Act, which is an extraordinary act meant for, you know, wars and pandemics, a sort of act of last resort.
Not this.
Justin Trudeau used this act to do two things primarily. One was he essentially made it illegal to attend or assist a trucker protest.
Yeah.
And the second
He
thing
cut
that
off-
they did was
they stopped-
freezing of bank accounts. So the law basically said
Yeah.
that anyone who's a designated person, and a designated person was someone who's
Like Freeland's
assisting with or
getting
participating in
Freeland's
these,
rich. That
protests,
bitch is loaded.
could have their bank accounts
I was
frozen.
watching an article
And
on
what
how
ended
many
up happening
houses
was
she
the Royal
has.
Canadian Mounted Police basically just made
Oh,
a
one in
list of
Kiev.
people, gave it to the
Surprise,
banks, and they had
surprise.
their
Couple
checking
in
accounts, their credit
London.
cards, their
Where was it?
cryptocurrencies, all their
There was
assets
there was a
frozen
few more. Like
without any due process, without a warrant.
it's
just
okay to
suddenly
own
you're sort of locked out
property
of all of
overseas,
your
but
accounts.
it is a conflict of
We
interest.
launched this action
If
just
she's-
over a week
this is
after
why, like,
invocation, and that's
hey,
because
she has
we
a
didn't
house
know,
there,
you
just
know, how
move there.
long this was going to be in place.
Bye-bye.
And we thought these were some of the
Bon
most
voyage.
serious violations of people's
This
rights, the
was.
right to freedom of expression and the right to be secure against unreasonable searches and seizures that we had ever seen. This was a really extraordinary measure, and we wanted to fight back right away. So we got into gear really, really quickly. The government put forward several arguments, and they actually wrote this down in their declaration. And one of the arguments they made was that there was a threat to the security of Canada, and that simply was not true. The judge who looked at this said, threats to the security of Canada is defined in the legislation means serious harm against persons or property with an ideological, political, or religious aim, and that simply wasn't what was happening here. This was a nonviolent protest. It wasn't as if these people had guns. There was no, arrests for any violence. This was extremely peaceful, except for maybe horn honking
the
and
Hamas
a bit of
protests are way worse right
blockading
now.
of the streets. But they also said that this was justified because of the economic harm. And they said, the economy is recovering from COVID, and this is preventing some trade from getting across the Canada-U.S. border, which was no longer true by the time these measures came into place. And they also cited things like social cohesion and our relationship with the United States. And those types of things are not justification that's available to them for invoking this extraordinary legislation. This particular government, the Trudeau government, they had actually run an entire election in 2021 on whether we should have extremely harsh vaccine mandates and lockdown measures. And so their whole brand is sort of tied up in the idea of, getting back at the minority who chose not to get vaccinated and sort of scapegoating them for all of the problems that occurred during the COVID-19 crisis. So they sort of felt that they had to respond to this group that was very opposed to them. And if it had been another protest, like an Indigenous protest or a Black Lives Matter protest, I really doubt that they would have used such extreme measures. And, we had smaller but quite serious Indigenous protests where, for example, rail lines were blocked, and that meant a lot of trade couldn't happen for a long period of time right before COVID. And we saw very little response, very little reaction from the federal government. So it really did seem that this was, this response was because of who was protesting against them.
Because you know what? Trudeau's getting rich off of, he got rich off vaccines. The connections are there. We just need a proper.
Here we have a Singulus Tudulus, more commonly
proper
known
investigation
as
on all of these
From the
people.
bags under his eyes, we can deduce that he is suffering from a hangover most severe. He stalks into the kitchen to find his prey, anything that is microwavable. That is nothing. The male wonders if he can derive adequate sustenance from the coffee creamer that he borrowed from the gas station. But no, disgusted and disturbed, he continues his hunt in the nearby junk drawers. What's this? A revelation, perhaps? Why, yes, he remembers his secret stash of shore lunch soup. Here we can observe a rare phenomenon, a male reading direction. As his meal grows nearer, the male breaks into a celebratory dance, most cringe. Uncertain what this can mean, the male reaches for his most precious tool, the pizza cutter. Impractical yet effective. It cannot fail, for he is broke, and his direct deposit does not hit until tomorrow. Glorious success. The male has procured the calories required for his busy day of video games and self-abuse.
The lack of urgency in judicial appointments is a chronic, serious issue that is undermining the functioning of our judicial system.
Oh, well, he's just going to,
Like and subscribe. Today we will listen to Larry Brock talking about emotion because there's not enough judges.
He is
and
really
why
good
are
in
the
the House
Liberals
of
and
Commons.
NDP delaying this? And they're going to have a vote at the end. And guess what? Who is going to vote to just leave it the way it is and just have less judges and let the criminals keep going? Let's have a listen.
So much so that the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Canada had to cry out and make public his real deep concerns at the pace that the federal government is appointing justices.
Now, David Lametti is a justice, and he has quit because of the Emergency Act that came out. So he is one of them, and he was talking on CBC. Let's continue with this interview.
David Lametti, in a CBC News report, said essentially, not my problem. I wanted to appoint. I was hamstrucked by the PMO's office. Now, the process is very clear. Under the current judicial appointment process, the Justice Minister is responsible for recommending a candidate for approval, following a due diligence process overseen in part by the Prime Minister's office.
And don't you think this is exactly in line with what Trudeau wants?
Yeah.
Just to have criminals go around and have that continue. And he can just blame it on that there's no judges. Like, this is almost perfect
this is
of
ridiculous.
what Liberals and Trudeau does specifically.
Yeah.
Let's go on.
The Senate
He wrecks the system, and then he
produced a study called Delaying Justice is Denying Justice.
Yeah.
August 2016.
he doesn't
One of the
care.
recommendations
Trudeau doesn't care.
is to appoint more judges.
He doesn't
on a
want more
timely
judges.
manner.
He wants more liberal judges.
Here we are, 8 years later, still arguing that the appointment process is not efficient,
Yep.
that it often takes 8 months to a year, if not longer, to appoint justices on the bench, and the impacts are profound.
And every time there's a debate, and Trudeau didn't show up to one too when it was a federal election, these are the topics they go through: affordability, climate, COVID recovery, leadership and accountability, and reconciliation.
Trudeau not
Don't
showing
you
up
think
to
that
something?
actually
Oh,
putting
I'm so
judges
shocked.
into, getting in the job is
He
important?
showed up to a 50
Even the
grand
affordability,
dinner at
climate,
the taxpayers'
COVID recovery,
expense.
leadership and accountability.
50 grand for a dinner.
Really, at the end of the day, nothing.
And it wasn't
nothing's been
even
done.
a big,
reconciliation, I can't
state
talk to that.
event.
I don't know.
It was just
I don't know what is enough.
him and his
on
cronies.
reconciliation, but the first four don't seem like any of that really mattered, and it's even worse now. Interference should be on that list. Let's go with Rock. Keep going, Brock.
When you don't have judges to fill the courtrooms, you have serious cases, sometimes homicides, serious domestic violence, serious gun offenses, where the judge is ultimately hearing a violation of the right to be tried within a reasonable time, will often conclude that the Crown has not discharged its onus, that there is a charter violation, and that violation results in a withdrawal or dismissal of the charges. We have an opportunity as parliamentarians, particularly in this committee, which should be charged with the responsibility to ensure the timely, efficient delivery of judicial services, both in the criminal and civil field. To turn down this very serious, important, relevant study, in my view, is shameful.
Given that the former Minister of Justice, David Lametti, blamed for the slowdown of judicial appointments solely on the Prime Minister's office, and last May, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Richard Wagner, wrote the Prime Minister expressing, quote, great concern about the shortage of judges in the country, that the committee immediately launch a 4-meeting study in order to assess the impact of the insufficient
That's what
number of judges
happened
Canada
during
has,
the
and calls
Canucks
the following
riot.
witnesses.
This is just in
A
line
lot of
with, what they
the
want.
charges
There's no
were
judges,
dropped
the
because
criminals
it's like
go
2
back
years
out,
later,
and they
and
don't
it's
need
like,
to report it. and they
okay,
can say
well,
the crime is down.
it's over
Like, that's how easy it is. This just looks like it comes from the WEF. That this is
because
how
it
you
took
take
the
down a
court
country.
so
This is what you
long,
do.
they had to
Trudeau
throw out.
follows. Let's look at the vote now. It's coming up.
Call a vote on the main motion. Mr. Clerk, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. On Mr. Mo's motion, Mr. Maloney.
No.
Madame Brière.
No.
Mr. Mendicino.
No.
Mr. Housefather.
No.
Madame Dillon.
No.
Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Brock.
Yes.
Mr. Caputo.
Yes.
Mr. Van Popta.
Yes.
Mr. Fortin.
Oui.
Can't make this shit up, folks.
No.
Like, it's really this dumb.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk and colleagues. Our motion is defeated.
And that's probably like, you get this with also the whole catch and release of, the Liberal government. And this is why crime goes up. Oh, I thought that was cool. It's long though, but I like saving some of them so I can go back later and, or like I didn't have time for it today, but okay. This one's a little
is really cool, but also strange. And you're wondering if
I'm
anyone
gonna
else-
pull this back. I don't know if I'm gonna play the whole thing, but I like doing
Folks,
introductions.
We're starting today's episode with Joe Biden's very, very, very important lesson. I know we had it in Tuesday's video, but it's that important. It's that important. You guys need to see this. This is the most important lesson you will see this entire year. Check this out.
We'll teach Donald Trump a valuable lesson. Don't mess with the men in America unless you want to get the benefit. Don't mess with the men in America unless you want to get the benefit. Mess with the men in America unless you want to get the benefit.
Yeah.
We can find a translator that speaks gibberish. It's that important, right?
I think
Come on,
it-
man! Happy Thursday. Welcome
I
to
almost think
Education.
it's like someone in a
Welcome
mask. It
to
doesn't even
another
seem
Try Not
like
to Laugh
him.
episode. If you are new to this
I know he's
channel
old,
and doing
but-
this series here, the game is very simple. You try not to laugh. And if you do, there is no punishments. We save the punishments for Sundays, where if you laugh, you lose, you do a punishment. So use today as a very important warm-up. Don't be laughing at poor old Joe Biden. Guy's going to be walking around with a walker soon. That's not laugh worthy. That's not funny. We can't even understand him. He holds the most powerful seat in the world, and nobody can understand him. That's not funny, guys. No laughing. Before we get into today's video, if you have been reading my book, or if you have finished it already, please consider heading over to wherever you purchased it, Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and leave a
I wanna
review.
check that
Especially if
out.
you liked it and you want other people to read it. Every single review is very, very, very important. Let me know what
Very
you think.
cool.
Send me a message with what you think. Hopefully it was a positive experience for you. Hopefully you liked the book. If you're ready for today's video, head down and like this video. And if you are new here, please make sure you are subscribed and have the bell clicked for notifications when new videos are uploaded. Now on to today's game. Try not to laugh. Go. Tell me you have a wife without telling me you have a wife. Oh my. Yeah. And this is because I usually drive. You go to the passenger door, it's like, what? How did this all get here? You don't even ride here every day.
That man did not look
All right,
happy.
Dave, we can go to bed. All right, good night. All right, good night, Toby.
What the hell? Good night, Toby. Toby, just chillaxing. If you've ever had cabinets like that, and you have cats, your cats love that spot.
Oh, yeah.
They do. Our
And
cat
also,
used to freaking live up
the
there
murder
and have those
murder kitty likes to jump.
just have
Mine would
small
jump.
talk?
She would
Oh,
she would
come
go up and then
on.
like launch
Come on,
on
really?
me.
This is where you want to be, huh? Where is it? Where is this? This is Colorado? Utah? Having small talk. Get it? This is stupid.
Who wants it? Who wants it? Who wants it? Who wants it? Hey,
I have some. I'll have some. Let's go back from the football match, mate. We lost
Once again, the
3-0.
British accent.
Oh, shit. I'm going to take out this anger. I'll have some.
That's hilarious.
Grade A troll right there. I love it. What a stupid sign. That's like those, no guns allowed sign. It's like, oh, well, yep. Shoot. What are they going to do now? There's a sign. What? I was here to break the law, here to steal, but now there's a sign, so I can't. Oh, jeez. The feminism leaving my body when it's time to scrape off the car.
I think men are better than women.
She's kidding.
No, I'm not. They provide for us, and we must obey them because they are our master.
Boys, this is part of being the guy. This is what you have to do. So don't complain about it. Don't, ladies. This is. Some of you might disagree with me, but this is what we do in our house. Snow's out. Oh, gotta go clean up the cars. It's one of my duties. Okay. Oh, this clip. I'm sorry. This poor girl.
She's so uncomfortable.
What did I just watch?
Don't try and sniff her. Don't try and sniff her. I know you like
This
sniffing
poor
kids,
girl, and
but
you know what? It's
yeah,
like-
and she's just like, hell no.
This is kind of like that cafe scene. You guys ever seen that? I know most of you have, where the guy's just sitting there. Megan, can we put a?
I'm not your daughter.
Talk about. He's just sitting there.
That's dark. That's dark.
Not quite that level, but I feel like she doesn't want to be around him. Joe, back up, buddy. Back up, buddy. Point of view: reading cooking directions from the trash after tossing the package. Yeah. You know what's funny about this?
We've all done
There's
it.
a couple things funny about this. This is true. I've done this 1,000 times. You know, having a hamburger helper, probably cooked it 1,000 times.
But you want to check the box.
Literally, almost 1,000 times in my life, probably. And for some reason, I never remember how to cook it, so I gotta. It's such a simple thing.
I almost want some. I know it sounds like it's hamburger helper, but there's something nostalgic about it, like comfort food. Like,
It's not good for either, by the way. Don't.
Oh, it's
don't
not
eat
good
that.
for you.
Another thing
but
here, dude, he put his phone in the garbage to make this video. I appreciate it. That's some top-notch content right there.
Yeah.
Minnesotans complaining about the lack of snow this year.
Hey, you wanted this, right? You wanted the real deal. That's what this is. Wake up. You're in the middle of it. You want to run? Go ahead. No one's stopping you. Stop complaining.
Stop complaining. It's I hate this winter so much. I do. What are the super El Nino they call it? Got a late start.
I don't
It was
mind.
raining all December, and now it's warming up
great.
again. Yeah, hate it.
Oh my God. No, I have not minded the Super El Nino this year. We're going to pay for it in fire season, which we used to call summer. Now it's called arson season. Yeah. That's just Canada, you know, and it's, yeah. I almost want to do that one again just because it was, but, you know, I don't care. It's been nice on the coast. And last year, I was working at a laundry. And so I was in, well, there was a tent. So I wasn't completely exposed to the element. But yeah, I'd go in there. It's like 0 degrees. It's like good times. I kind of miss it. I like that part, even though it's real gross. It just, the days went so fast.
You're getting glares, airball. Everyone's like, "What the hell is wrong with you?" They're 10. I'm her mom. Relax.
Here's the special tool my husband made. We'll show you the rest of it after she gets down. Let's go.
Here we go.
Let's roll.
All right. You have a chance of spinning out here. That's kind of dangerous because you got on the front side. A little tension on that. There you go. She's going right.
All
All right. Now, how do you get it back up? That's going to take a while to. Oh my! Oh yeah!
Dad of the year.
Look at that. Genius. Yes.
Holy crap. That is
Innovation,
one
Dad.
hell
That's
of a
what it's on-
drill.
Oh, it's pulling her too?
It's pulling her.
That's a powerful drill, man.
I know. I just.
Yeah, put her in 2. You might have to put her in 1. Yeah, dude. Is that old Milwaukee? It's about all the power you're gonna need there.
Dang, that is hilarious.
Wall ain't too bad.
Father of the year.
Yes, always be innovating, improving the lives of the ones we love. This is genius. I love it. Coldest on the planet. Dude, yes! Hell yeah! What's that new? Guys will see this and say, hell yeah. Look at that. He made it, and he freaking kick-flipped over the 8 ball. That's what I'm talking about, brother. Yes. Yes, we need more of this.
I
That's
love
what
pool.
I'm talking about.
I'm not good at
Had
it,
to
but
let
I
it
love
go.
pool and darts. I think it's in my DNA.
Hey,
And
Can't
hockey.
park there. Appreciate you.
Is that a Brett Favre jersey? Hell yeah, brother. That was like the best year ever. 09. Heartbreaking. That we should have won it that year, man. But what are you doing? That's embarrassing, man.
Yeah.
Never really got that trend, you know. Yeah, there's the shoe.
It's actually a sign that a drug dealer lives in the area.
I never look at my desktop
If you
background,
see-
like the
if you
actual
see
background. There's
shoes
always
on a
page
power
pulled up.
line,
And today
they're-
I decided that I was just
They're like a street sign, so
which
it's
is a lot because I'm really bad at technology. And what I'm seeing right now is just overwhelming. I mean, oh no. This,
What did you do?
That is a problem. That's a genuine problem.
How many-
I have only
She has so
screenshot
many
these several times.
screens
Look, I know, look at- there's
opened
a
up.
squirrel on here.
She's like actually getting the internet
I've
from
only seen the
1985 at
overlapping,
this
like,
point.
once or twice, and then then you go into clear out mode. Just
Wow.
select all and delete.
It could be a
Start
vortex,
fresh.
you know.
This is a purple remote.
I know we've had this,
It's
but
remote
this
purple.
is shocking.
Look, right looks black.
Look at this.
Nope. That's a purple remote.
I still am mind bottled, honestly, because
Wow.
there's not a hint of purple in that until you put it up to the light.
What's not to get, guys? It's ESPN on ABC. And it's Monday Night Football on Saturday night.
Cowboys fans, how you doing? You know, I feel for you. I thought
Go
it was your year.
Seahawks.
You know, CeeDee Lamb, Dak was looking pretty good all year. Pollard, But yeah, heartbreaking. We got our Super Bowl matchup now. Who do you guys want to win?
What is your hidden talent that you think is really cool but also strange? And you're wondering if anyone else.
I can do a really accurate weed whacker impersonation.
I hope if that's not a soundbite, that is incredible, and I mean that in the sincerest.
You can
form.
tell he really
One more time.
practiced.
Accurate weed whacker impersonation.
That's spot on, dude. Spot on. R.I.P. Uh-oh. In the washer? What is it? Don't be a Charizard. Don't be a Charizard. It's going to be a Charizard.
Oh no.
Oh, dude, that is ruined. You can see it. Oh, there's the moisture in there.
Oh dear.
Oh!
Oh. They're supposed to be worth like a grand.
Pain. Pain. Oh, that haunts me. I come home from the bus. Eve traded away our holographic Charizard. That's a freaking true story too.
That's a freaking true story, too.
People whose last names are what their ancestors were.
Oh, yeah, my last name's Smith because my ancestors were probably blacksmiths. Oh, yeah, my last name's Fletcher because I think my ancestors made arrows. Yeah.
You gotta wonder where'd that come from. He's not the only cousins. There's basketball players. There's Please, Vikings, sign Kirk, please. Otherwise, it's gonna be a year of despair. They're not trying to give me my military discount.
Sir, did you even serve?
Yes, I did serve.
And what-
Kinder Duty, Black Ops 2.
What brand?
Look at this. Yeah, I was prestige level 3. Okay, it counts.
Okay.
It counts. Give me that discount. It counts.
I've seen guys
Need
do
your
this.
card, buddy.
I've seen guys try and do this to get onto buses, and they're so close, but there are certain things like it's mismatched, and no one really in their fatigues would have that if they were, I'm just getting off the base. No, it's like, and also like sometimes there'll be like weird things with, it's like, oh my God, it's like $25, just pay it.
Anybody out
It takes
there?
it away from
help
real
me out here, I'm
veterans.
being
And
honest. I've been trying for
I like the price
almost
tag.
9 years now to get a card, 0 disability rating, that just shows that I was in the military. And I've been online, I've been on the website like 4 times, and I've given up. I've submitted the stuff, I've given up. How do I get a card? Can someone, like a veteran, help me out here? I'm actually pissed. Like, how hard is this? Why don't you just give me one when I get out of the military?
Mhm.
It's dumb. Yeah, it's a disaster, train wreck. Never leaving the house without my plow Crocs again.
Whoa!
Oh, jeez. No.
We'll put these bad boys in 4-wheel drive.
The amount of innovation when it comes to the Croc culture
It is.
has no end. Innovation, genius.
That's actually
in the
pretty
Croc world.
ingenious.
It's unfathomable, really, in most imaginations. This made my day. Thank you,
Even though
Chunky
they're
Girl.
ugly as sin.
Funny as don't park too close.
Kind of funny. Kind of funny. Not a bad. It is important to put that out there so people know. Otherwise you're not going to get your car. If it is what it is. I mean,
105 degrees is better than 32 degrees.
no, dude.
No.
Yeah, I said it.
32 degrees. It depends on where you're at. If you're sitting on
Yeah.
the beach somewhere,
100.
yeah,
Yeah.
105's not bad.
But
32
if you're
is not that
working
bad.
in a dry
32 is
cleaner
pretty
shop,
good
oh, it
temperature.
sucks. It sucks.
You can do a lot of stuff
105
still at
is
32
pretty
degrees.
damn bad.
This snow right here,
Like,
this is when people start saying, "Oh, this is my last winter in Michigan. This is my last winter up north. I ain't doing this no more."
yeah.
Every year, man.
Yeah,
Every year.
yeah.
This is, same with Minnesota.
Oh, this is like,
it's
it should be Canada's
why?
motto.
Every year, every year that passes,
Yeah,
every
like-
new winter, it gets worse.
Yeah.
It's like, and I'm always telling my wife, we're not living here. We got 5 years. Next year, we're getting a place. Kids will homeschool the kids. Teaching Donald Trump a valuable lesson.
We'll teach Donald Trump a valuable lesson. Don't mess with the women in America unless you want to get the benefit.
Don't bounce together the basic in a matter. God, why is he always yelling too? That's the other thing. He's always yelling still. Things that don't make sense.
He's
What
probably
is a
deaf.
service fee? If I'm paying for the product, okay, like I've seen restaurants serve these. I am driving to your restaurant. I'm sitting down in your restaurant. I am ordering food. I am paying for the food. I am tipping the waiter. I'm paying the tax. What is a service fee?
Great question.
The service fee is the tip. The server is the one doing the service. Everything else should be rolled into everything else
Right.
that I'm
Yeah.
paying.
Yep.
What is going on?
The wild fees.
Oh,
man.
yeah. Now you
Oh,
get
using
like
credit card,
a
we gotta charge you
plastic
4%.
tax, an
Like, what?
alcohol
The credit card fee
tax,
is like
GST,
1.2%,
PST.
4%.
Plus, then
Oh,
you're still expected to
we're
tip.
charging a service fee. Oh, we already gratuity is already
Like if you
melded
say
in.
a
It's
beer's
already baked into the
$5,
price. So whoa, you didn't tell me that. I
you're
already had it.
looking
I
at
added
paying
another 20%.
$7 in
What, like,
taxes.
Stop doing that. Bake it into your
And
food
then,
prices. I don't
and then you have to
understand
tip on
If
top of
you're
that.
not
So
wearing a
that
mask in public
$5
right now,
beer is almost
what
a
would it take
$10
for
beer
you to
now.
wear one again?
$11 billion. I would need $11 billion in cash delivered to my front porch for me to wear a mask again.
Yeah. Well, I kind of feel
That's a lot
like
of money.
even
I think that was my
I did
favorite
wear
part about
one
those
at the
times,
hospital,
you walk
but
into
there
a
were the
store
little
and everyone
kid
else is
ones,
wearing
and it had
and you see that
dinosaurs
one
on
other
it.
guy, and
So
you're just
I
like,
was like, yeah, if I
happened a couple
I can
times,
deal
just
with
like,
that one.
Stay strong, brother.
It is.
Well, you're
it is
one
the
of those guys.
hospital,
Yeah,
even though
I-
it's like
I wore it sometimes, but not all the time.
I'm sorry, a
Oh,
broken
I
hand
walks
and
past live reporter and mistakes
what's
it for a
going
dog.
on with
What's
me
for
isn't
waking up?
contagious.
They're very grateful
Like,
that things weren't any
I'm more
worse.
worried. Like
As
I'm
far
worried
as,
about getting something
the damage
there.
goes
But
this morning, what you're seeing is actually a dog coming into our live shot. I think it's
hot
a dog.
puppy.
I'm not
I know
sure.
I've played this clip before.
But,
I know
anyway,
I've played this clip
there's
before,
some
but
sort of
she's
picture
just
below me. And really
she's
all
just
that
so
they do not
casual,
see
like
what's supposed
because
to
she
be
in
a
her
road
head
right
it's
below
a
my
dog.
feet, and it's
If
just
she
basically
realized that
covered in
was
mud.
a
Other than that,
cougar,
there's not much damage
Where
to
is
report.
this?
There's some great news out of Utah County, but
Utah.
of course a lot of effort that was put into
That
to
was-
make sure none of these.
All right, let's end it there. I got scared. You
But
weren't, like,
she's
scared
so
at all?
calm.
I mean, she didn't sound like it. That could have been really bad.
Well, I
That
think
could
she
have been
just
horrible.
thought
That
it was
like,
a dog.
Was that live?
You know, and
That was
meanwhile,
live.
there's lots of kitties
Oh,
in my
man, that could have been
neighborhood.
bad.
You know, like
Woo-hoo, thankfully,
if they will
walk right
smell
by.
fear,
Blindfold football
and
routes.
also,
Oh, geez.
you know, the best thing to do with a cougar, like that was a freak
Oh!
thing.
Oh, why did you do that? Dude, that was not cool. Oh, is this like, did you lose?
This
fantasy
is why
football? Is this
women
what the
live
commercial
longer
was?
than men.
You absolutely wrecked his face. Owie. Why he isn't texting you right now? Oh, I love his.
Do you want to know why he's not texting you right now?
I built a new John Deere 9700 Lego.
That's cool. That is
great.
sweet.
Go forward, combine spins, and then it's got a little boom arm.
Hell yeah, brother.
That is cool.
It's pretty cool. It is. I mean, you know, if that's your hobby, that's kind of cool. A little nerdy, yes, but well, it's cool, dude.
That is
Whatever.
actually pretty damn cool.
Nope. Honoring the $1 million machines out there. They're spendy. 700 million.
Look at the screen.
That's mine.
That's mine.
And
And then,
One more time. That actually is kind of funny.
look at the screen.
That's mine.
And then,
Yeah, do you see the guy bail as soon as he goes?
It's fine. I need this level of confidence.
Write this down. You get to heaven and you don't find me there. You have gone to hell.
You sure about that, man?
I recently bought a Tesla, and you told me to come to this charging station. And there's no bathrooms, no coffee, and no junk food. And I have to stick around for half an hour. I miss gas stations.
Half hour, dude. And you're in good weather. It looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Try doing that in negative temperatures. You'll be there for 3, 4. Maybe it won't even work.
Yeah.
$89 parking ticket, paid in
This one was
7,500
awesome.
pennies and 56 quarters.
Oh, this one.
Hi.
Okay, so we had this before, so
Yeah.
Unless you have it counted by the bank and they have it out, we don't have a counter here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I counted it already though.
But we don't have a
Instead
counter.
of-
We don't have a counter. They want to set this.
Okay. Well, here's what I'll do. Do you have a? I can use this pen. Here. Can I see the ticket for a second? Right. So, okay. So if there's any problems, you're more than welcome to call me. But as of right now, the payment's been made. Have a nice day.
Okay.
Whatever.
I have
I
mixed
would-
emotions on this one. You know, part of me is like, you know what? Hell yeah. You know what? Screw it. Especially if it was an
It's a
unjustified
part.
ticket.
Yeah.
Even if it was a justified ticket,
But fine.
that's legal tender. You can pay with legal tender. I have no problem with that. I will say there's a degree of pettiness there. A lot of these guys.
But it is a ticket.
You know,
It is a
there's the
ticket.
Bad apple in every bunch, right?
There is a
But
ticket.
Most people are just they're trying to do and be honest. So, you know, the teller at the DMV, maybe that's not the person to take it out on. That's all I'm saying. 2003, male, female. 2023. Bizarre. Strange times. Yeah, 2024 even worse.
There's absolutely no bigger deception in this world than when you think you have a kosher dill, but it's a bread and butter.
Oh, yeah. Oh, one of the first times I was at my wife's apartment, she had like no food, and I grabbed the jar of pickles and I grab a pickle, chomp into it, bread and butter. I almost puked. Almost puked. Problems with the Wi-Fi.
Hey, I live next door. I've got problems with the Wi-Fi.
Okay, so why are you here to me?
Well, it's your Wi-Fi, isn't it?
I've got a problem with my Wi-Fi.
Well, I've got problems with your Wi-Fi. You've put a password on it.
What do you mean?
What the? Is this real?
How long have I been here now? I've been here 2 years. I've happily used the Wi-Fi. And now I see that you've put a password on it, and I can't use it. I think you're being unreasonable.
It's gotta be fake.
Sorry, what?
Oh no, I've had apartments like this.
What?
I just didn't call him up. It was like, oh,
You have Wi-Fi, right?
busted.
I've been.
I have Wi-Fi, yeah.
Yeah, right. Well, I've been happily using your Wi-Fi now for a couple of years, and all of a sudden you
I've
put a
done that to
password on it,
neighbors.
and I've
No
got no access.
shame.
I tell you what, you let me have your password.
It's
that's
expensive.
the end of the problem.
Screw you, dude.
Yeah, but hold a minute. You've been using my
I'd almost
Wi-Fi.
Well, I don't know how much of
I need
your
to get
Wi-Fi is.
but
I mean, it's a signal, isn't it? Right? Well, the signal doesn't remain just within your four walls. So what comes out here is public. It's on public property, right? It's public.
Until there's a
So
password.
I can use the
Okay,
signal.
but okay, but now you can't because I put a password on it.
Right, there we go.
Yeah, that's it. That's
Yeah,
exactly
yeah,
right.
that's it.
So, look, there's two things we can do. One is, and I think the easiest thing is, let me have your password. Or, of course, you can
This
always
has to
remove
be
your password. I
staged.
mean,
Or you get your own internet. It's as simple as that.
and that would solve the problem for both of us. There's got to be
My
a
Wi-Fi
bit
was
of
being slow because someone else was using it, and coincidentally, it was you who's using it.
Well, it was probably me.
Yeah, we've established that.
Oh man.
Oh. Does anyone have neighbors like this? This sounds
is
like
almost
an absolute nightmare. And again, you can tell how this person's the things they believe just by the entitlement. This is public. No, dude, there's a password on it. Get your own. Scumbag.
Yeah.
How'd you do in today's video? Did you laugh at all? If you did, you lose. And again, there's no punishment.
lost.
You just gotta watch again on Sunday and test yourself once more. Let me know how you did down in the comments. While you're down there, maybe drop a line of what you thought about the book. If you've read the book already, let everyone else know in the comments if it's worth their time reading it or not. And head over to Amazon, Barnes & Noble, wherever you purchase the book, and please leave a review. That's it for today's video. Until next time, I'm Tyler Zed, and this is Education.
For the women of America, unless you want to get a benefit.
Idiots.
Yeah, it might be the apocalypse. What's this one?
Billion euro every year in the There's a lot of misinformation about migration at the moment. So here are a number of myths that I'm going to debunk. The first is that migrants contribute nothing. About 500,000 foreign nationals are working in Ireland and they generate €3 billion every year in the taxes that they pay. Taxes that help us pay for our schools, our hospitals, our
This
Gardaí,
is
and
not.
so much more.
This
The
is
second
not
is
true.
that we don't need migrants. But what if I were to tell you that about 20% of our
We need
workers
legal
are migrants?
immigration.
If they were to leave in the morning, some of our rural schools would lose teachers, our health service would suffer, and I have no doubt the construction of the many new homes we're seeing would slow down. They're contributing. Quite frankly, we need them. The third is that they take our jobs.
With
Ireland's at full
legal
employment.
immigration.
Over 2.6
Look at what's
million
happening
people
in the
are at
States.
work
In Ireland,
with
they're
about
not too
4%
happy about
unemployment. So it's a very
migrants.
small section that is not at work. In other
Like
words,
someone
everyone
trying
who
to
wants a job has a
sugarcoat
job.
it.
What we actually see are workforce shortages in certain sectors. So, for example, hospitality and the construction sector. If the migrants who work in these businesses quit in the morning, the employers would find it really hard to replace them. The fourth is that when you come to Ireland to seek
maybe
asylum,
if they paid
that it's
people
free for all. We
proper
don't know who's
wages,
coming in. Firstly, we
there
have
wouldn't be the
very
need for
clear
so many
rules.
migrants.
We have a firm,
you know?
fair approach to people who are applying, who are coming here. The reality is that every person seeking asylum in Ireland is fingerprinted and photographed. Their fingerprints are then checked on an EU database, to see if they've crossed a border illegally. Their passport is checked against an EU database too. The Gardaí
Meanwhile,
also carry out
in the
checks before a
States,
person is given
meanwhile, in the
refugee
States,
status.
there's
The
like
fifth is
open
that Ireland is
terrorists
full.
coming across the
The idea
border.
that Ireland is full is
Like,
absolute
we're fucked.
nonsense. More people bring life to our towns, our
Like, at
villages.
least in
They
Ireland,
enable our
they're
businesses to thrive,
on an
to
island.
expand.
You know,
We have
it's a
benefited
little
from
harder
inward
to...
migration. And when it comes to international protection, it will always be the case that sheltering people who are fleeing war and persecution is the right thing to do. So these are the facts. Migration.
Sorry, just text.
Yeah, okay, so they pay taxes. The NGO industry costs us $7 billion a year. That's more than double the $3 billion in taxes you're talking about, Helen. 20% of our workforce being foreigners is not something to brag about.
No.
You're importing cheap foreign labour. That's what you're doing, and you admitted it there, Helen. It's not at full employment. That's nonsense.
Yeah.
The social welfare has been dealing the stats for years to make these finicky little 20-hour community employment scheme things look like actual jobs. Full employment is a fucking myth in Ireland. The reality of the situation in Ireland is manufacturing is disappearing. Yeah, the old South Park one mightn't take our jobs, but it's true. Like, all you have to do is go into a service station, a shop, or anything like that. And 20 years ago, the cash assistant behind the till might have been an Irish lad or an Irish young fella, college going age, maybe doing a part-time job. Now it's a fucking foreigner. The funniest one, Helen says that we do know who's coming into the country. We don't know who's coming into the country. Over 60% of the asylum seekers that came into Ireland last year did not claim asylum at the port of entry.
No, they don't.
They done so at the IPAS building in town, which means they just got into Ireland somehow and then claimed asylum.
Yeah.
Of those who did claim asylum at the airport, more than 70% used false or no documents. So this notion that we know is coming into the country is absolute lie from the Justice Minister. Absolute lie.
Like, she is, like, basically bragging about...
And it's supposed to be a background check for asylum seekers that have previously moved within Europe. Ireland ranks the bottom of that table. We have 72 hours to send in the fingerprints, and we rank the bottom. Over 30% of the fingerprints sent by the Irish government don't reach Eurodac in time. On top of that, GRIP recently revealed that there's no databases, criminal databases, connecting any countries outside the European Union. So this nonsense of them being vetted and then we can check who they are.
That's it. Like, what she was saying is not
they
accurate.
wanted us to know who they were. This is a lie. George is on the safe list. There's 4,000 Georgians claiming asylum. There's 4,000 Nigerians claiming asylum. We have people from the United States of America claiming asylum in Ireland at the moment, lads. 33 Americans claiming asylum in Ireland. That's one. Helen says Ireland's not full. We know Ireland's full. Everyone knows Ireland is full. Try get a...
Are they accepting Canadians?
A&E. Try get anything in this country. We know Ireland is full. There's a housing crisis, accommodation crisis. Students have been kicked out of their own accommodation to make way for foreigners. I'm not even going to try to debunk this one, Helen. Because we all know Ireland is full. And the fact that you're saying it, the fact that you're trying to tell people that Ireland isn't full is a win for me. So, good day, Helen. Just last...
Yeah, it's all over the world. We have never probably had this amount of mass migration since, I'd almost say, the Ice Age. Maybe like, because even when you actually look at the population of the world at, say, the 1700s and the 1800s, when we started first coming into America, this is insane what's happening at the southern border. I'm going to freaking keep pulling it up because I stand with Texas. Like, fuck, man, I'll help you crowdsource that razor wire. Because what is going on is an invasion. You see the moms with the kids, and they look South American, but then you see, I'm from Nigeria, I'm from China, I'm from, and they are actually, like, I pulled up one today, and the guy, like, looks and he's like, you know who I am? You'll know who I am soon. And they did manage to catch him. He had served 14 years in jail for arms trafficking, and at least they caught that one. They caught him. But how many others? And these are all, like, the majority of them are, like, military age men. So, and I know, oh, well, I want a better life and opportunity. You know, you guys have jobs, it's better. Why aren't people staying and and I can understand genuine, you know, like someone from Afghanistan. I can see them claiming asylum too, but you have to do it legally, you know? And what's happening at the border is it's just a free for all. Like the whole world is rushing there. And I think the States has every right to defend their border. Every country has the right to defend their border. You know, yeah. And once again, more on Hunter, because he
complied with the subpoena.
I don't even know if I want to pull that one
time's
up.
expired.
Yeah, no, I'm going to pull some of this.
Do any other members wish to be heard? Chair recognizes Ms. Mays from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Comer. First of all, my first question is who bribed Hunter Biden to be here today? That's my first question.
Whoa.
Second question, you are the epitome of white privilege, coming into the Oversight Committee, spitting in our face, ignoring a congressional subpoena to be deposed.
Now I know why I pulled it up. Just because some points I agree with her on, but when you come into having this approach, it actually it doesn't matter. Like it's a sideshow. And she just seems like
you have no
woke
balls
and nasty.
to come up here and
Mr. Chairman, point of inquiry.
Mr. Chairman,
If the gentlelady wants to hear from Hunter Biden, we can hear from him right now, Mr. Chairman. Let's take a vote and hear from Hunter Biden. What are you afraid of?
Hold on.
Wow.
Order. Are women allowed to speak in here or no? Are women allowed to speak in here or no? You keep interrupting me.
I'll interrupt the chairman. I don't know that he's a lady.
I think that Hunter Biden should be arrested right here, right now, and go straight to jail. Our nation is founded on the rule of law.
Come on.
And the premise that the law applies equally to everyone, no matter what your last
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of
it
order.
doesn't matter who you are.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Diggs over here.
Donald Trump Jr.
Diggs over here. State your point, Mr. Bailey. My point of order is this. Are we going to continue on with this blatant interruption? This is absurd and inappropriate. I intend to give my statement. I don't intend to have anybody interrupt it. I'm not going to interrupt your statements. I think you should have decorum and courtesy and don't act like a bunch of nimrods.
You just interrupted a woman.
And that's 5. I got permission.
We agree. Everyone has
Mr.
5
Chairman.
minutes.
Yeah.
Can we agree? Point of order again. The assertion that I interrupted was absolutely false. That's typical of the gentleman.
Aren't you glad? Like these are the people in charge of your government. Like it's like listening to, grade 5 class. Like
I got permission to speak
ridiculous.
from the chairman. I spoke. I was interrupted yet again by the gentleman who doesn't choose to go through the chair and follow proper order. I encourage us. I think if we're going to have any respect
and from
at all,
Canada Wide
we need to
News
have
is
proper
coming up.
decorum. Well
I don't know if I'll play it today. It just depends
The rules
how.
are everyone's going to be recognized for 5 minutes. Anyone that wants to be recognized will be recognized for 5 minutes. Ms. Mace has 4 minutes and 13 seconds left. Chair recognizes Ms. Mace.
It does not matter who you are, where you come from, or who your father is, or your last name. Yes, I'm looking at you, Hunter Biden, as I'm speaking to you. You are not above the law at all. The facts in this case are crystal clear. This committee used and issued a lawful
but he
subpoena
probably
to
is
Hunter
high.
Biden, a critical witness in this committee's investigation into Biden family corruption. Hunter Biden and his lawyers did not claim privilege of any kind because clearly he has none. They didn't contest the legitimacy of our reasons for issuing this subpoena. No reasons, because they clearly are legitimate. And yet he refused to comply. Trump's family members, Don Trump Jr., he did not defy a congressional subpoena. He showed up multiple times for multiple depositions for several hours In doing so, Hunter Biden broke the law. He did so deliberately. You did so flagrantly. You showed up on the Hill, on the Senate side, the day of that congressional subpoena to defy it and spit in the face of this committee. That's what you did. The question the American people are asking us is, what is Hunter Biden so afraid of? Why can't you show up for a congressional deposition? You're here for a political stunt. This is just a PR stunt to you. This is just a game that you are playing with the American people. You're playing with the truth. Hunter Biden wasn't afraid to sell access to Joe Biden to the highest bidder when he was in elected office. He wasn't afraid to trade on the Biden brand, peddle influence, and share those ill-gotten gains with members of his family, including Joe Biden. He wasn't afraid to compromise the integrity of the presidency and vice presidency by involving Joe Biden in shady business deals with our foreign adversaries. But Hunter Biden, you were too afraid to show up for a deposition. And you still can't today. I believe that Hunter Biden should be held completely in contempt. I think he should be hauled off to jail right now, because it wasn't long ago, too, my friends on the other side of the aisle, that you also believed in the power of a congressional subpoena. Not long ago at all. You believed in holding those who refuse to comply with congressional subpoena accountable. And I stood with each and every one of you. I am the only member in this room today who has held a member of my own party in contempt of Congress for not showing up for a subpoena. And I see nothing but complete hypocrisy on the other side of the aisle. The ranking member of this committee even so eloquently put it. The lesson is, please tell your children out there in America, if you get a subpoena to go before Congress, go. You have a legal responsibility to do so. So the hypocrisy is stunning. What are we to tell our children today? There's nothing the other side can say with a straight face. As the only member of this committee to vote to hold a member of contempt of my own party, let me be clear. This should not be a partisan issue. If Congress issues a subpoena,
of course
you show up, period. This is not a responsibility we take lightly. It brings no joy for us to do this, but the president's son broke the law and must be held accountable in the same way anybody else would. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to do so. And my last message to you, Hunter Biden, is play stupid games, you win stupid prizes.
Will the gentleman lady be a question?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, my
who
friend
said
Neil,
that, but I
South
think the
Carolina.
liberals are just losing it. And why?
I do want to commend the gentleman who was the only Republican who stood up and voted to hold in contempt Republican members of the House who blatantly, categorically refused to comply with subpoenas that came from the bipartisan January 6th committee. I would like to ask my friend Ms. Mace from South Carolina whether she's aware of all the case law which says that the committee has to engage in good faith interaction
after reading a
the
government
witnesses
press
they called
release
and
is
they're supposed to arrive at the
Oh, no.
And what do you think about the fact that the
Sorry.
chairman on multiple occasions
Sorry about that. I'm trying to get another clip organized.
before the full committee, and he agreed to that?
We issued a congressional subpoena, and I know with your constitutional law background, you know exactly what that means. And he should have showed up. And because of your vote and because of your statements, you should be voting to hold this man in contempt of Congress today, right now. If you're going to be consistent on your own policy.
I don't think anything really going to happen. I mean,
أهلا وسهلا فيكم. وصفتنا له هي حلوة اللون أو القريش.
okay.
كوبا من الماء على الغاز، كوبين سكر، نخليهم تغلوا 10 دقايق.
Okay. This is
بعد 7
different.
دقايق عصرت عليهم كم قطرة ليمون، خليهم دقيقتين 3 كمان يغلوا.
Okay, this is apparently this became a baking show.
بحركهم كتير منيح. راح أضيف له نص كوب زيت، نص كوب صغير.
So then it's soil. It's some kind of bread. Well, it's like sugar and here comes the flour, baking soda, baking powder, baking soda and baking powder. That's. It's not like and I would almost say that looks that yeast. It looks like yeast. And then more.
ضيف لور
Oh,
نص كيلو من
feta.
لور أو جبن قريشة.
Feta. Ooh, that's. Oh, cheesy bread. Oh, cheesy bread. I should almost make some, but I don't want to go downtown.
ضيف كوب ونص من الطحين ضيفها دريجيا. صينية الفرن بدها قريطة
Now,
بزيت.
see, I'm just going to pause this because I wouldn't. I like her recipe. I've made it before, but I would have shifted. I'm one of those bakers that like shifting the flour. You know, just a little shifter, and then it seems to turn out better. Sometimes I've gotten like little clumps in there, and that's the only difference I would be doing.
هاد القوام عجينتنا هاخد منها كرات.
But like feta cheese buns.
أخذ كرات أكبر من البيض حجم البيضة بشوي.
And this recipe makes actually quite a bit. Like.
رح أحطها بالفرن على درجة 180
They all look
حتى
so
يحمر الوجه.
happy.
بعد ما ارتاحت طلعتها من الفرن
Happy
15 دقيقة رح نضيف الأكل.
Those look like yummy buns. And
Happy apple
those would
pie.
be so good. Now, what she does. It's just a little hot water. And I haven't seen this technique for bread. Like, I don't think it's oil.
بنضيف القطر لكل
I think
الأماكن
it's just
حتى يتشوي كتير منيح. بعد ساعة
hot
كون شرب
water
القطر
just
هيك
to
بيكون
make
جاهز.
it
أنا الصحة وهنا لا تنسوا الاشتراك بقناتنا.
crisp up, and I bet those are good. And you could even mix them up. Like if you did like some like rosemary and basil, little oregano, you could have like nice little Italian buns and yummy, yummy, yummy. Oh boy, this costs taxpayers so
Welcome
much
to Scoop
money
Canada,
for a free
the voice of
vacation.
Critical
It's
news.
funny, like
If you're seeking
I thought this
insights beyond
vacation was
mainstream
like,
narratives,
oh, he's just my
especially from a
friend and I'm
conservative
hanging out on his
perspective, you're in
couch.
the
It's
right
like
place. Don't forget to hit
this
subscribe for more
where
videos.
he was staying was a
And
former
remember, we rely on your
slave
support to keep delivering the
plantation.
truth. If you value independent news,
Yeah, well,
please consider
blackface
donating through the
would
link in the
choose that
description
as
below.
a
Hello,
destination.
Today, we're delving into a topic that's causing waves in Canadian
It
politics.
should be causing
Prime Minister
waves.
Justin Trudeau's lavish holiday in Jamaica. Is it a mere vacation or a symbol of deeper ethical concerns?
Mm-hmm.
Let's find out. While many Canadians were tightening their belts during the holiday season, Prime Minister Trudeau was soaking up the sun in
Wow.
Jamaica at the luxurious Prospect Estate and Villas.
Just a recommendation.
Owned by businessman Peter Green, a longtime family friend of the Trudeaus, this resort is no ordinary holiday spot. With market rates suggesting a value of up to $84,000 for his stay, it raises eyebrows.
$84,000. Okay, that's like
$70,000.
that's
Back
like
home, the House of Commons
you
Ethics
know
Committee
that would be
is
like
not taking
two
this
years'
lightly.
wages.
They've called upon
Almost 3
interim
years'
ethics
wages for
Commissioner
me.
Conrad von Finkenstein
Wonderful.
to testify.
Glad we
focus,
give him food
The
and
rules around
taxes.
gifts,
Like
vacation, and
you
travel
know,
under the
he needs
Conflict of Interest
it more
Act.
than me.
But there's more. Conservative MPs are pushing for a deeper probe, questioning whether Trudeau's all-expense-paid holiday violates Canada's ethics laws.
It actually does.
Trudeau defends his trip,
It really
claiming
does.
all ethics rules were followed and that staying with family friends shouldn't be seen as an issue.
This
But here's
isn't
where
exactly
things get
a
murky.
normal like.
Initially, the Prime Minister's
Oh.
office stated Trudeau would pay for
Would
his
Epstein
family's
be a
accommodations.
family friend? Because him and
Then, the
Sophie,
narrative changed.
well, Sophie
He
went
wasn't
3
paying
times. He
after
went
all.
around 27.
And
So
finally,
figure it
it
out.
was revealed they
It's
stayed
gross.
at a friend's place, free of charge.
It's so much corruption.
As Canadians grapple with rising living costs, the optics of their Prime Minister's opulent vacation are, at best, out of touch.
Yeah, you figure.
Conservative MP Michael Barrett hit the nail on the head, highlighting the contrast between Trudeau's getaway and the struggles of average Canadians. This isn't the first time Trudeau's travels have sparked controversy. Remember the 2016 trip to the Aga Khan's private island? That one was deemed a violation of ethics rules. It's a pattern that's becoming all too familiar. Moreover, the contrast between Trudeau's lavish vacations and the financial struggles of average Canadians is striking, especially during these times of economic hardship. This recurrent theme of questionable trips raises serious questions about the judgment and integrity of the Prime Minister in adhering to ethical standards. Each incident like this not only damages public trust but also highlights the need for stricter oversight and transparency in how our leaders conduct themselves, particularly regarding gifts and personal benefits. With the Ethics Committee session resuming on January 29th, all eyes will be on how this unfolds. Will Trudeau's Jamaican jaunt be just another blip, or could it lead to serious repercussions? Thank you for watching. For more critical insights and independent news, stay tuned to Scoop Canada. Don't forget to subscribe, and if you believe in our mission, support us with a donation. Until next time, keep questioning and stay informed.
Wow, eh? Because isn't it great, like, money just prints itself and budgets balance themselves? Like, I just want to know what fucking planet this man is on, and cocaine's done a real number on him. You can tell. This is insane what's going on in Europe. Like I'm solidarity, you know? Like, see, but in France, this protest, no problem. In Canada, they probably would have really sent out the army, but they all think Trudeau can eat sand. No, just a friend's doing a live stream, and so I've been kind of following it just so I can learn Blender, 3D Blender, but it's just, he is leaps and bounds above me. I am just like, it's like watching a wizard, like, you know, like I'm going to have to go back and actually take notes on this. Oh boy, yeah, they kind of fucked up, eh? Who saw this one coming? I'm so shocked.
Now is the reporter who
once again Rebel
first
News
broke the lid on this story years ago by talking about malfeasance at Pride Toronto.
My ears are popping.
She writes for True North. Her latest essay is called "Pride Toronto Cashed Grant Checks Without Delivering to Provinces." Sue Ann,
getting
great to see you again.
Clouds in.
Hi there, Ezra.
It's not a big deal.
Well, you know, you were way ahead of your time on this because you called out financial shenanigans in Pride Toronto years ago, and they just called you names.
Okay, can I just say, I cannot pull up. I could do it on X and Twitch and Rumble, but on YouTube, I couldn't pull up some of the clips of the Toronto parade because there's naked men with dinglings hanging all over in front of little kids. Like, I'm sorry, like, Victoria's always tried to have pride parades for families. And after the parade, everyone goes and plays softball. Where is Vancouver or Toronto? I think, like, Victoria has the lesbians. They have a lot of leather. And some of it, I'm just like, no one wants to see that. And if it was just, like, the cops are like, well, they can just wander around naked, jacking off in front of little kids because, you know, they have more rights. Like any other time in public, if you know, we do have one event, but it's a co-ed event. It is the naked bike race, you know, but it's co-ed and it had nothing to do with this stupid gender ideology. And Pleb just is live as well. Apparently, Tucker is going to interview Putin. So this one you'll want your popcorn for. Oh yeah.
And that's typical of the woke left. Give us the facts. What happened at Pride Toronto? What kind of an organization is it? What did they get the money for? And what did they do or not do?
Well, Pride Toronto was a train wreck years ago, and it really started, Ezra, when in 2016, you remember Black Lives Matter sat down at the intersection of Yonge and Gerrard and refused to go any further unless Pride met their demands. From that day forward, the police were banned from the parade. They lost a ton of money. And I remember showing up at meetings and being called all kinds of names, even though I'm gay too. But evidently you can't be an accountable gay. You
Fuck!
can't go
No,
along.
I gotta pull this one up. I gotta pull this one up.
I knew
Holy
it was
shit.
an accident waiting to happen, and the last I
Holy
left them,
fuck. What the hell? No, I gotta find this one because this. Holy crap. If this is. No, not Trump. Not Trump. His money. This is huge. Apparently, freaking Trudeau just froze. And this came out an hour ago, Daniel Smith's bank account. Like, what the fuck? This is insane. I gotta pull this up. And this is from the Unacceptable Fringe. And let me just switch screens.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
Like,
welcome
holy
back
crap,
to the
this
Fringe.
shouldn't
It
even
seems like
be
every time I
happening.
think there's no more news to cover in a day, it
Wow.
just seems to keep piling
No, this
in
is
and piling
huge.
in.
This is huge, and this is
boy,
wrong.
do we have something that needs to get out there right away. I'm just going to remind everybody that this is the time
Holy
to
crap.
do the usual YouTube stuff, like, share, comment, subscribe,
This is
turn on your bells for
huge.
notifications.
I'm gonna pull them up
YouTube
full
has
screen.
been vastly deleting comments all day long on an earlier video I put up about Pierre Poilievre to make sure that it does not get out into the algorithm for you guys to see. People have been telling me their comments have been deleted.
Yeah.
And wouldn't you know it, when it comes to
I'm even surprised I got this
newest story,
notification.
I would imagine YouTube is going to be doing everything they can to ensure that this
The
story
appropriate
does not
level
get
of
out
C11
as well. But
censorship
here we go,
happens
ladies
in
and
our
gentlemen.
communist country.
We've got breaking news coming in from Rebel News that Trudeau's Minister of Employment, Randy Boissonnault, sorry if I've mispronounced that, insinuates that the federal government will withhold funding from Alberta if Danielle Smith moves forward to enact her recently announced policies into legislation. This is a huge... Do you guys remember less than... Well, it was about 2 years ago, actually, today, almost, where, because it was February 14th of 2022 that the Emergencies Act was
St.
put
Valentine's
into place.
Day
So it was around this
massacre.
time 2 years ago. Chrystia Freeland and Justin Trudeau, of course, making it well known in a press conference that, hey,
And definitely check
we've got
out
people
their
who donated to the cause of the Freedom Convoy, people who
unacceptablefringebooks.com.
express their beliefs in freedom, people who
You know,
express the
they
right
are,
to
I
bodily
want to
autonomy
order them.
and the right to
Just, and they're
decide what was best
signed,
for us to put in our own
and
bodies
it's
after
part of
consulting
our
our
history,
physicians and
you
what was
know?
best for our life choices. Well, now they're doing it again, 2 years later, almost to the day, by announcing that, hey, we don't like what Danielle Smith did. This is a dictatorship, ladies and gentlemen. If you
It
don't
is.
like what we're doing, we're going to withhold funds. We're going to shut you down. You're not allowed to speak out against King Justin and his fancy socks. You must get in
Exactly.
line
This is
with
wrong.
our vision
This
of
should
the
be
future. Now,
illegal.
if you haven't watched my earlier video about Pierre Poilievre's comments on this situation from earlier this morning, and I highly recommend you do.
He's not even-
Again, it helps us get out there in the algorithm. He was questioned onto his stance on what's going on with Danielle Smith, to which he said the federal government should simply let parents do their jobs and butt out. This is ever more damning for the Liberal Party, and it's going to be interesting to see what comes. But let's take a listen to what Randy has to say about the evil Danielle Smith, and then we'll discuss.
Did she say anything that gave you a sense that she heard what you had to say, that any change was coming?
I didn't hear anything that change was coming. I heard that the position is held firmly by the Premier, and so I encouraged her to spend more time with people in the trans community, with medical professionals, with teachers, with people for whom this is going to have a significant effect. And I
Let
said,
me
look,
just pause
outing
this
kids
for a
at school
second. Or
isn't
no,
helpful. In fact, it's harmful. And so
Yeah,
I
let me
think
just
we have a
pause
lot of
this for
work
a
to do to
second.
continue to mobilize on this issue and to let UCP MLAs know that it's
Having him say that when she said very clearly in her video, the one that's sparking all this controversy, she has a member in her family who is dealing with this. So saying, oh, she needs to spend time with the community. No, she is in the community. She is trying to find the balance, a fair balance between our criminal code and all this new, and I keep bringing up the point that when I was 16, 17, I was flat as a board. I really wanted implants, but you had to go through like a year of seeing a psychiatrist, and you could only do it when you were 18. Now, all of a sudden, it's like, oh, you can be 12 years old. We'll put you on puberty blockers, hack you off. And I hate to say it, but all kids are depressed. There's probably more suicidal kids than just the trans community. Trust me. Like, I'm sorry, kids were killing themselves off. There were 2 suicides, one accident. I lost a good friend. She was on a family outing, slipped into the river, and it was too late. It's like at a waterfall. It broke us. And then my friend Michael, his sister, he walked into the garage and found her hanging herself, and it was and her boyfriend killed himself as well. So it was sort of like one of those things, and it broke him. You never get over that. And they were a new family at the school, and and it had nothing to do with, she thought she was in the wrong gender. It's like, kids are depressed. Hacking off your body parts and getting plastic surgery will not fix you any more than me getting breast implants. And so I find it hypocrisy, because wouldn't me getting breast implants as a woman be more gender affirming care than a man getting breast implants? Let's just put it in context, okay? And I think, honestly, kids are going to be depressed. Teenagers, they have all those hormones, all this going on, all this stress about, because when you're in high school, you're supposed to have the rest of your life planned. And it's like, when you're 14, 15, it's like, okay, I'll do step 1, step 1, step 2. And you kind of go in with this idea, I'll go to university, I'll get a good job, I'll find a husband or wife, and we'll have babies, and we'll live in, a cute little house with 2 cars, maybe 4 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, games room, nice living room and kitchen. People plan, God dispenses. There are, I feel bad because for kids these days, my family had financial issues.
It's not the Alberta that we want.
If she does.
And
Before we continue there, he's talking about new legislation that says that if children wish to have gender pronouns at school, that parents must be aware and informed that a student is requesting that. So again, akin to what Pierre Poilievre was talking about in Shame on the Reporters, and saying that Justin Trudeau's
teachers
cabinet
should
and Trudeau
be
himself
out
will not
against
focus on an
any
actual
behavior,
point of policy in this debate. They bring
did
up
it
one
to me.
meaningless thing by kicking dirt at something and twisting what it's actually doing. He refers to it as outing kids in schools. Call me crazy, but if you go to a school as a student and say, these are my pronouns I wish to abide by, then the teacher would have to call you by those pronouns, thus outing you inside the school. What he's not mentioning is that the discrepancy is information being given to parents to ensure that parents are aware of what their son or daughter is communicating to the school
Yeah.
for the sake of their own mental health, for the sake of their mental
That's
projection
all I know.
and their development as a child into a young adult. Of course, they don't want to talk about the realistics of this. And you notice that smug look when they ask him, and he touches his nose and does this little glance to the air that I'm so high and mighty because we're the federal government and we can just twist stories however we need to in order to fit our narrative. And you guys will just shut up under the pressure of our steel-toed boots on your neck. Let's continue.
Bringing this policy forward as proposed. Did you mention anything about what the federal government may do in that case? For example, withholding funding from the transfers?
That didn't come up, but as I've said before, ministers of health at our government have held money back from jurisdictions that contravene the Canada Health Act, and we will do so in the future.
If possible. Do you think it is a contravention of the Canada Health Act?
I can't say that without seeing the regulations, but Minister Holland and I have had this conversation.
Like what we've seen in the past. Anytime Danielle Smith has gone to court, a federal court, against the Liberal government when it comes to the ridiculous plastics ban, which was, again, ruled as unconstitutional, when we look at the use of the Emergencies Act, which was thrown out as unconstitutional as well, it seems that the Trudeau government seems to just throw in whatever they can, whenever they can, to suit their narrative, again, fit their basic needs as a government, because, well, they just can. They feel that they can. This is, again, a dictatorship in government that's drunk on power.
I just want to pause this. I just saw the most amazing thing off my balcony. 2 bald-headed eagles, like, almost just flew parallel to me. It was like, thank you, Jesus. Things will work out. I needed to see that, you know? Sometimes you do. It was amazing. I wish I had my phone out. I would have tried to film them.
That thinks that
I've never
have
seen
no
them
business
get that close to my house.
in what you're doing with your kids, your body, your money, your living situation, your ability to travel, your ability to live in general. I wanted to take, I shot over to this camera too quick. I wanted to take a look at the comments under this video. Anti-taxers saying this is the Canada Health Act in action, folks. Anyone who thinks the screws weren't turned on the premiers during COVID times regarding healthcare funding might need to rethink that. Michelle saying, what the F? These people just won't stop. They have to control everything. They can get bent. Another wide awake saying, I've been saying Wexit for years. I don't want to be a part of a PDF file harboring country, nor do I want my taxes funding it. Now, it's important that people understand that the reason I'm censoring the G word is the government, which isn't the G word, but should be, has actually made that word a form of hate speech and can actually get you not only fined, but banned off of platforms. So again, I've got to watch what I'm saying here on YouTube.
Yeah,
Of course,
well,
good old friend of
I'm
the channel, Lexus
obviously
Barbie, coming in with
not,
hashtag
but
Lexit.
he's...
Jack Dan.
Yeah.
Oh, God, he's dramatic. Carl Harrison, sorry, and she will
I'll
have
take the
anticipated
risk.
this and will sidestep and sue them. I welcome that. Alberta can withhold tax revenue because they're being punitively and illegally treated with inequity for exercising their legislative autonomy. You can't change the rules of the game because someone does something that challenges your political priors. That is not equitable. Now, that again is a very strong point. And it's one that, you know, if you look at the thumbnail, this is war. And this is essentially what you're going to see now with Albertans who stand behind Danielle Smith and her policies. Things are going to be heating up now.
Oh, yeah,
not because of
Alberta's gonna
trans issues, but because
become-
the federal government is once again overstepping its boundaries.
Yeah.
Danielle Smith has made it very publicly
Very
known
fair
that she doesn't
and
wish
very
to push
clear.
for Alberta to separate from Canada.
This is our
have any kind of a
laws.
referendum.
This is our
But
charter.
the people
Let's
have been saying
keep
for
them in
decades now that the
alignment.
time has been more apparent than ever, especially in the last 8 years, to simply
I
pack
might
up
even pull up
and
my axe
leave
just to show you some of the
Confederation. Now, it's going to be interesting to see
unhingedness
where
of
those things develop in terms of people
the
talking about
NDP in
separation.
Alberta,
I, for
like-
one, love my country. I don't want to see Alberta leave. However, sometimes there are days when you look at the behavior of this federal government that I sit back and say, maybe that wouldn't be such a bad thing. Now, there's a lot of logistics involved in that, and there's a lot of discussion in terms of being landlocked with oil and how we would develop our own currency, our own sense of democracy. But again, those things are way up in the air. I'm simply talking about
south.
the opinion that enough is enough.
I'm sure
And
the
I think that,
states would
especially in
take
Alberta,
Alberta,
anytime
and if
you're
they
hearing
separate, good.
the vast majority of people who talk about separation are because of things like this,
Yeah.
where the federal government deems that they have a position to overtake your lives.
Yeah.
I've said it on multiple videos, and I'll say it again here. The provincial government, the federal government, no form of government should have the
Then
power
she should
nor
just
ability
withhold
to
all of
influence you or
Albertans'
tell
taxes.
you what you need to do
I
to
mean,
your
if
own
it is
body.
war,
That is not a
then
concern of the government.
she should
They shouldn't have the
withhold
right to
all
tell
of
you what you are
Albertans'
able to do
taxes
within the
and
four walls of your
pensions,
own home.
and
And
let
they shouldn't have
and
the
all the
ability
gas
to
revenue.
withhold funding to a
'Cause
province
if she
simply
was-
for enacting
Canada
laws
Alberta used
that
to
they
have
feel are necessary.
25%
I'll
of
remind
Canada's
everybody that
wealth.
what Danielle Smith has done in Alberta,
Trudeau gutted it,
it's not a slap in the face
but they
of
could get
anybody
back
who
because they
identifies
are
a certain
just
way. She's not saying
tenacious.
you're not allowed to be gay, you're not allowed to be trans. What she is saying is that this is an important decision that somebody makes on their body, and that they must be an adult to make that decision.
And
so
that
when
is
you see
fair.
snub politicians
Why are these people wanting to
like this acting out, like
play
Justin
with
Trudeau, like
kids?
Jagmeet Singh,
You know,
who want to say, "Oh,
why
this
are these
is this
people
is the
so
end of
focused on
times because
kids?
children are no longer allowed to do this." What they're actually doing is enabling and defending that minors be allowed to take puberty blockers, that minors be allowed to decide
And if
they
they are
should
that
mutilate their
smart,
bodies,
then they can
that
join the army and
minors
pay taxes.
should have more power over their parents.
Like this is, unless we put in this legislation, we are
And then the
opening our
government
doors to child
essentially would
abuse,
have power over
predators,
that.
and
I'm lost for words
abuse
to
of kids
think that
in
this
the
is actually where
workforce.
we've got. This is where we're at now.
Like
as a
we used to
country.
protect, like 6-year-olds
that we are
can't
now
go and work in a
going
mine, but they're
in
smart
some
enough
form of
to
war
decide
against
their
the federal government
gender. No,
over what's best
no,
for
you.
children. We've heard multiple times government has said we didn't coerce anybody when it came to what we told you to
it
put in
was
your body a
absolute
couple of years ago.
coercion.
We're
It
certainly not
was
coercing children to do these
coercing, pure
nasty
and
things to their
simple.
body. Yes, they are. They're guilty of sin. They're
Oh, yeah.
enablers. They're PDF
Hell yeah, they
files.
are.
They're a whole bunch of things in a mix.
It's gross.
But let's hear what you guys have to say. Sound off down below in the comments. Let me know what you guys are thinking. Before we head off on the video, I will remind everybody that February 25th is fastly approaching, and your chances in order to purchase autographed signed books directly from me at unacceptablefringebooks.com is waning. As of February 25th, I will be shutting down the site. There's limited supply of certain books left. Some are sold out. So if you've been looking to get your hands on an autographed copy of the book, now's the time. As of February 25th, the site will
I
be
just
shut
started
down
a new
and there will
job.
be
I can't
nothing
afford this.
left to be sold from me in terms of autographed books. So get them now while you can. Head over, again, unacceptablefringebooks.com. You'll find a link below in the description. If it's your first
I'd
time
really
here, I
like
hope this
some of
video has
these,
earned your
you know,
subscription.
just
As you're
it's
clicking
a
that button
moment in
again, hit your
history.
bell for notifications. Like, share, comment, get this out there, folks. YouTube certainly does not want people watching this video. It's already shown that with my earlier video on Pierre Poilievre this morning with his news conference and how he treated reporters. Again, if you haven't seen that video, go check it out. Give it a like. Get it out in the algorithm. And join us Friday for our new streaming night, Friday Night Fringe, here on the channel, where we're going to sit down and talk about all these events from this week. We're going to have a little bit of back and forth with the community, a little Q&A. I always look forward to seeing you guys there, and I look forward to seeing each and every one of you this Friday night at 6 p.m. Pacific Time, 8 p.m. Central, here on the channel as we conduct our first Friday Night Fringe. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and look forward to seeing you this Friday. Have a great rest of your day. I'll catch you on the next one.
Nice. Okay. I'm going to just shut that one down, go back to my blog. Yeah, that's... Trudeau doesn't have a right to do that. Like... And this is concerning.
I guess in
Like,
2020,
why-
just
Like, I just keep wondering, like, why kids? Like, why is the focus so much on kids? Oh, well, if you block puberty, you pass more, and it's easier going through life. And I'm like, Okay, how is like a heart condition, osteoporosis, like lose it? Like the way they do the grafting is they take it out of your arms or stuff. It's like, I don't think a 15-year-old can consent to the level of pain and also being a lifelong medical patient. It's, you know, I actually think everything should be at 18. If people were already on treatment, they can finish, but no one else starts. And any doctors who start prescribing it should lose their licenses, even though we need doctors. And Daniel Smith was even like, okay, we only apparently have one doctor in Canada who does this, but we're going to hire one to come here so you don't have to go out of province. Like, I don't know, like, how is that being transphobic? That is like the ultimate in compassion.
A year before I retired from the
And then we
Sun,
have Toronto.
and they had this outrageous AGM, and I had written about allegations of improprieties. They had this outrageous AGM where certain board members installed themselves on the board, just put themselves on like they're, you know, kings and queens for the day. You should pardon the expression. And Michael Harrison, who owns Latte Bookshop, headed up this meeting where they wouldn't answer any questions. They screamed and yelled at people. They said that my articles were full of trash, and they wouldn't address the improprieties. They let the clock run out, and lo and behold, here we find out that they took $2.8 million in grants just from the feds, okay? This is not the province, this is not the city, because the city gives them a sizable cash gift every year of about $200,000. They took this money, they promised all kinds of deliverables, and guess what? They didn't deliver probably anything. Because they had lost money, and I'm trying to connect the dots myself, because they had lost so much money when they banned the police from the parade, they used the grant money to pay staff salaries and to pay contractors to keep them as a going concern, which is just fraudulent, absolutely fraudulent.
That is fraud. I mean, if you and I did that, we would not just be asked nicely to return the money, we most likely would be prosecuted for fraud. Here, let me quote from your article. There were 3 separate grants, $1 million from Public Safety Canada to develop better relations with the police. But then you say the $1 million grant came with the agreement to allow police back into the parade. But in January of 2019, Pride members voted 163 to 161 to renege on the agreement and uphold the ban. All right, but they kept the the money. That's sort of
they kept the money. Yeah, and their excuse was, well, I was at that meeting actually, and I thought, they're crazy. These people are crazy, and they had all these radical lefty queer people, saying no police. And it was around the time that Douglas MacArthur had been found out in the serial killings, and they used that as an excuse not to establish relations with the police. And remember, John Tory was mayor, and I think he did a piss poor job, a very weak job of trying to bring everybody together. And so it continued. The police were banned, and they have been banned to this day.
Yeah. There was a time when I think police forces were inherently adverse to gay people. I mean, the vice squads that would raid the bathhouses and whatnot. And I suppose it was the same with other minority groups in the past. But I would think that in the 2020s, having police, especially police in uniform, attend gay pride parades is something that gay activists would want. Not only to make contacts in the police department in case they need help with something, but to show, if I was a gay activist, I would want to show the normalization of the gay community and how that in 2020 they're allied with the police and the police will help them if necessary. To turn against the police, I don't know how that helps. Like, I just don't get how that helps the gay
checking on
community.
messages.
And I think what it is it's putting other agendas ahead of the gay agenda. Listen, I'm not part of the gay community,
Except they were perfectly hypocritical. This is the thing that drove me crazy. They were perfectly fine with having the police do the security for the parade so they could stand outside the actual parade march. And again, I was there covering it. And they were perfectly fine with that, giving free policing, and it amounted to a sizable amount. We don't even talk about that grant. That was donations in kind, which would have been about $1.5 million for that one day. They're okay with that. But
$1.5 million for security for this? Oy vey. It's too much. I'm sorry, I'm all for rights, but Jesus. And I know I pulled up this one, I think. Oh, this one's a long one.
Again, it's completely up to the parents. But there is such a stress on drag queens being coming after your kids and, like you said, being P3 DOs and stuff like that.
Brad, she's awesome. Like,
those
common
type of people
sense.
don't discriminate based off of their sexual orientation or gender identity. You know, there are people who I know where this has happened within the family tree. Their uncle did something that was, you know, I don't want to get into detail just because I don't want to touch on that too much in the podcast because I don't know what's appropriate or not. But I think you guys can get a gist of what I'm saying. It doesn't discriminate based on sexual orientation when it to sexual assault or things of that nature.
Yeah, it often comes from people they know, not random drag queens. It often comes from trusted figures in the church or other things. So it's, I just don't think that, obviously there's going to be somewhere, like any group of people who do have nefarious intentions.
I think we are,
people
Clay.
Don't need to be afraid of drag queens coming for their kids. No one's going to force you to take your kid to a drag queen event anytime soon.
Yeah.
And I don't really think, I don't think
I
parents
totally
should be
agree
doing
with
it,
you
but
on this
if they
one,
want
Clay.
I don't know.
I know we
It's a
have
free
our
country.
differences.
If they're just
but
reading books, if it's a
this
sexual
is-
performance, I can get behind the idea of limiting it to adults
I can go to,
only,
and in Canada,
regulations
you
or
can
whatever,
go to jail
but if they're just
for
reading books.
saying
To
anything.
me, it's a free country.
But
I
it's
wouldn't
free
take my
rent
kid
and
to
food,
it, but
so
that's their right.
you know,
but I
I'll
know
take
some of my
my
audience will
risks.
disagree with this. They get very worked up over this issue, and that's okay. We don't have to agree 100% of everything all the time. But I guess maybe to round us out, AJ, what's the message that you have for people, and what are you hoping to accomplish with your content creation going forward? Like, why are you in this all, right? To make a difference about what? To speak on what? Or like,
we
what
all
are you
need
trying
to stand
add to the
up
conversation?
against this because it's insidious, it's
You were
wrong,
getting deep
and
today, Brad. So
you wouldn't let a 6-year-old
I
pick
guess
up
the
a gun
biggest
for your
thing-
country.
Kind of what I touched on is be
But,
the middleman.
you know,
to
you're
say, you know,
ruining kids'
I
lives
know
before
the
they
stuff
even
that
have a
happens
chance
that's
to
like,
begin it.
Like we touched on with trans periods and things of that nature, and the
And I
neo-pronoun,
really get creeped
that
out
is not
about
a representation
adults
of the entire community.
like
and I think that
the
a lot of
NDP in
people,
Alberta.
you know, me, I come on
saying,
here, I live authentically myself.
Oh, like
obviously, like
Janice was
face, I do the
crying, and
outfits
I'm like, oh
everything.
my god,
But
just
people
go
love that
back to
because
your
they know that
cat.
I'm authentic,
She's
but
on
yet
her
I
way
still am in
out.
touch
The
with reality.
NDP's on their way out. Like
And,
people
you
are.
know, I can be myself,
And
but
it's
I'm
even
not
sad. I
gonna
know one of the ministers.
discredit
He's a
any-
gamer.
discredit
He
anybody
was
else in
a
the process of
gamer
doing so.
friend.
So I
It's
guess
like
the biggest
awkward,
thing for
but
me and my
I just
content
can't
is trying
support.
to
What is
like I
this
said, just bridge the
insanity?
gap between two communities and realize that we probably have more in common than you think.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these people that get put on this pedal, like, are showcased all over social media, it's a small minority within our community. And I hope that people don't judge the entire community based
Well, that's
you know,
what's
off of a few
happening.
people's
There
actions.
is such a backlash.
Absolutely. And if people want to keep
You know,
up
it
with your
went
work, they can go
from
subscribe to you on
let's
TikTok,
just
on
get
YouTube,
married
or on Rumble.
to
All the links will be
we're
in the
coming
description
for your
below.
kids.
But AJ, thanks so much
There's
for
the
coming on
line.
the podcast. And we'll have
Here
to
it
have you back
is.
sometime.
Yes, of course.
And
Thank you so
it's
much for having
we're
me.
getting
Hey guys,
so
we
much
just wrapped
backlash in
recording
the
on another
community.
episode
It
of
is
the
going
Based
to,
Politics Podcast, my political podcast that I co-host
you know,
with Hannah Cox.
That's right. This week we're talking about America's speech code problem getting even worse. TikTok is setting Biden's climate policy, and it's $74,000.
oh wow, yeah. I can't say anything about the weather in Canada either. I can't say a lot of things on YouTube, but it's a good thing, you know, I'm on other platforms.
Middle class.
We dive into all this and more, so just go to the link in the description to watch us on YouTube or check out the Based Politics Podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. All right, everybody. It's time for everyone's favorite part of the podcast, where I subject myself to torture for your entertainment.
Oh,
because
it's
some of you are
everyone's
a little sick and
favorite
like to watch
part.
me suffer, and I react to
Yeah,
insane
they're bad.
LGBT TikToks from the alphabet people from the perspective of a gay guy who hasn't yet lost his mind. Up first, did you know if you're white and gay, or queer, whatever that means these days, you are the problem?
This might be a controversial take, but I'm seeing a lot of queer white people posting shit like posting themselves being really happy and doing some random shit and being like, yeah, our joy is resistance. And like, in my opinion, white people's joy is not resistance. Like, queer or not,
So
your
people
joy is
just
not
can't be
resistance.
happy.
Matter of fact, your joy is what got us here in the
People
first place.
just can't
Your
be
joy
happy.
is why we're having to resist. And like, y'all putting yourselves and finding yourselves and like your own joy in front of everybody else is what got us here. Like, literally, I'm seeing so many white people right now going on like organizer retreats and posting about their joy and how awesome it was. Honestly, I want to see more
Someone
of y'all like,
sounds
sitting your ass at home and giving
jelly.
your money to black and brown people so
All right, guys. Well, I guess I know that I'm not allowed to post myself being happy or doing
I'm miserable.
positive
Do I
things
fit?
online.
Is that
because
acceptable?
I am the
Okay,
problem.
no, it's
I actually
like,
do not identify with the label queer whatsoever, and neither do a lot of people who are gay. So some do, and
I'm
that's
not bi,
fine.
I'm
But a
an
lot of us don't really like to be called that. But that is the
I'm
woke
just-
speak nowadays, I guess. I find this video interesting for a couple of reasons. One, that the idea, I do agree with this person, that white people's joy is not, in fact, resistance. To what exactly? Don't ask. Just resistance. But neither is anyone else's. And it's actually perfectly fine for people, gay or straight or whatever, to post themselves being happy online. Seriously, I would love for this individual to explain one way, one single specific way, that her life has been harmed or made worse by white queer people's joy. I'll wait. I do always find it funny with people like this, how obviously, in the grand scheme of things, privileged they are, yet
Yeah.
how obsessed
Yeah.
they are with somehow feeling oppressed. This woman is a young adult who is healthy, who seems to have an iPhone, seems to be driving a car, and in the grand scheme of human history, that makes her in the 99.9999th percentile of the most privileged human beings to ever have existed. You're not living in apartheid South Africa, babe. You're not living in Jim
No,
Crow
you ain't.
America. You're living in a country that isn't perfect, but where you have the freedom
Sorry,
to
I'm,
be whatever
like,
you want to be,
a
and to
little
make of your life
not
what
great
you
today,
make of it.
but I
It's
will
strange
live.
to me that folks like this would rather
Sorry
twist
about your
themselves
luck.
into pretzels and find ways that other people are causing the problems in their life. But maybe it's just a grift. I don't know. I mean, they did literally end this video calling for them to be sent money, black and brown people, just for their skin pigment or whatever. Make it make sense. Up next, if you're watching this and you're a cis white woman, so just a white woman, you are the scariest population.
Cis white women are the scariest population group out of any group of people ever. It's period. Especially the small, cute ones. Just to be honest. Y'all cry. People die. Right?
Oh?
I've never been abused more than by a cute, small, cis white woman. You know? Maybe
Hey,
my
C4
dad,
comes in
but,
small
people who are not
packages.
in my life, my entire life. Yeah, it's the cute little cis white woman who make sure every time to tell me they'll never believe you. Just like that. With glee. When I lived in Compton, it wasn't cis white dudes coming in. It was cis white women. They'd feel threatened, and people would die.
No.
Okay. Now that I've taken a moment to gather my thoughts.
Okay.
It is insane to see the supposedly woke people who claim to be all about dignity and equality for all people of all identities just casually
I know.
insulting and
It is
stereotyping
insane.
and demeaning entire demographic groups of people.
Like they-
I'm really honestly sorry if you were
Like,
abused by someone, by
yeah.
anyone, And that is, of course, terrible. But it's
Oh,
unfair
Garrett
and
Genius is live.
objectively bigoted
I might
to blame
pull him
the
up.
actions
I
of
might
a
pull him
few
up.
individuals.
Where is he? Let's see if he comes up. Tesla Cybertruck motorist caught testing new Apple Vision. Yeah. No, where is he? I'm just getting so many notifications. Okay. I know how to find it. It's probably because I have too many screens up. Where the hell did that go? I got a notification. Maybe it's... No, that's not it. There it is. All right, we're gonna pull up Garrett Genius. He's one of the, I don't know. No, I think I'm gonna just like watch this. Are there? No, there's no freaking closed captionings. Cheap ass has the Commons. Live from committee. Oh. He is one of the best people in the House of Commons. He's really young, I mean, young compared to, say, Biden or, I think he's like late 30s, but he could be younger. Oh, yeah.
Poilievre is taking a very aggressive approach to the Liberal Party of Canada. So this was an interview that happened, I think, last week. And it was the first time I've really heard him take a very clear and enunciated approach to how he views the Liberal Party of Canada. And this was the video that was in question.
There's not going to be a Liberal Party in the next election.
No.
Justin Trudeau, of course, is not a Liberal. He is a radical authoritarian. He's the opposite of liberal. He's very illiberal.
The party.
This is not the party of Chrétien, Manley,
No,
Martin.
it's not. It's
this
not.
Is a radical,
it's not about fairness. It's about
a diversion that you've never seen before and that you don't recognize. In order to clamp down and avoid anybody standing up to him, he's passing censorship laws. He's cracking down on political opponents, and of course, he's taking over the media so that he won't have any contrary voices in the press.
I totally agree with that, 100%. Because I've always, just by virtue of the politics that I believe in, I've always voted Liberal federally. This time, I'm looking at this going, hell no.
I know,
way,
everyone's
not
sort
in a
of
million
like,
years.
no.
And I totally agree with that. And I think that it's just wild when I talk to friends of mine who are Liberal supporters, who still espouse that mindset of I've always voted Liberal, Liberal's the right way, Liberal's the only way to go. And it's just can you not see the divide between what a traditional Liberal would believe and what this man is doing? Even the Liberals themselves are not in agreement with it. So, and you see that breakdown happen constantly. But it's just how do you keep looking at this person and going, that's a leader? I don't understand that cognitive dissonance.
Yeah. What I found interesting about this statement and the way he worded it, they're not liberal, they're illiberal, and he made a lot of very intense statements, I would say, from a Canadian perspective. When it comes to our politics, those are some fighting words and stuff I've never heard in our politics. It's one thing to say the other side's plans aren't going to work, they're going to be a waste of time, don't vote for them, vote for me. But when you're turning around telling them that virtually you're telling them they're un-Canadian, they don't deserve to be in this country, don't vote, they need to be gone. That's what I heard in that.
Yeah.
And that was whoa.
But see, I see, I guess I'm not as excited by that, because I just look at it and I'm going, that's what the Liberal Party has been saying for
I
the
thought
past,
this was a great interview.
2 years now about the Conservatives. They've been saying they're bringing their American-style politics up here, they're doing this, and they're going to be bad for Canada.
They brought in
apart
Hillary.
the fabric of Canada, and
Who
it's
are
just
you
they've been
kidding?
saying this kind of rhetoric. It's nice to see him actually stand up to it. I actually look at that and I go, I have so much respect for you, Pierre. I vote for you.
Yeah, and the one thing about it though is you said it. The Liberals have been doing it too.
Yeah.
The issue with the Liberals compared to what he just did was he was able to point to specific examples of what the issues are, versus the Liberals are just kind of spouting stuff off.
Yeah.
And the way he said, this is not the party of Chrétien. This is not the party of Manly. You know, and because I've never heard a liberal side say this is not the Harper Party.
Yeah.
You know, this isn't going so on and so forth. I think that's a big statement, and it shows you kind of where the politics are at. And what I heard between the lines in that statement is you're either voting for the candidate you know, or for a candidate that just it's not going to be there if you vote these guys in again.
Yeah.
And I agree with what you said earlier about friends you're talking to who are operating off intel that's about 10 years old.
Yeah.
Well, this is what the ideals were of the Liberal Party back then, and they haven't really checked in and really seen their values since. It's just easier. There's less of a cognitive load that way, which that's just human nature. And it's then when that understanding is then challenged, it's really tough to accept. Is that an excuse? No. Do we need to really have conversations to persuade people? Yes. But that's what you're really battling right now.
Yeah, and quite honestly, like I alluded to last week,
I want to take a painkiller from my hand, but I don't want to fall asleep. And I should be wearing my
to
brace.
the point where
but
they told me that their friendship was irreparably damaged. Now, update
It's
on
good
that
to
story. That
take
friend actually
breaks
came
and
back
kinda-
and said like, "Hey, realized I overreacted. I shouldn't have behaved in that way. I'm sorry." And I'm like, you know what? I understand. I get that. Like, politics is enough to make anybody crazy right
Sorry,
now,
it-
especially given the environment and the landscape we're in. We'll still continue.
It's just my
talking about
doctor's
this
not
stuff, but,
taking it seriously,
like,
but
also
it's
drawing
like
boundary, like, those ad hominem attacks, they're not appropriate. Like, I'm not here to be a doormat, but at the same time, I'm also not going to try and I don't know, persuade you when you're not willing to be persuaded. I'm just here to like have an open conversation. And so I think that actually set a really good tone for going forward with these kind of discussions. But it is interesting to see kind of that, like I call it pretzeling, where they just turn themselves inside out of like
is this a long
logic
one?
that they're using
Oh,
to
no.
try and
This isn't too
justify
bad.
or just enough.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to switch over to this hearing. I just want to listen to it for a second.
Than that of Jimmy Lai. Three features, I believe, of Mr. Lai's trial stand out as emblematic of Hong Kong's authoritarian decline. First feature, the government, aided and abetted by the prosecution and law enforcement, is engaging in malicious mischaracterization regarding Jimmy Lai, constructed a narrative about him which
Okay.
they know to be false.
I'll have to unpack that one later. It seems like a big one.
Identify the things that are happening, and I don't understand, because I'm like, look at the metrics that you're seeing out there, look at quality of life, look at hope, look at all the things that they're measuring, and then tell me that things are better and say that with a straight face. And people are like, oh no, it's because of the pandemic. I'm like, it's really not. Like, the rot started before the pandemic even fell into place, and it just never got better from there.
Yeah, the pandemic exposed it all.
Exactly.
It did.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think going into that, we have, Parliament's back in session, dude.
Oh,
Question
God.
period
It's
was
like
fun.
kindergarten's
And
back.
I know you were super excited to get into it. I will let you lead the way here. What are some things that really stood out to you in today's question period?
I think I sent you the clip that Pierre actually put on his on his social media account. He had questioned Trudeau about his vacation again, which we all know and love. And he basically pointed out the hypocrisy of flying on these private jets that are burning ridiculous amounts of carbon, and then questioning, where was the carbon tax you were paying on that? He said, you weren't, because you're getting this all for free because of your position, your power, your authority, and your rich friends. You go take a vacation that's $80,000 for free. So, where's your carbon tax? Where's your climate justice there? And then Justin Trudeau gets up and he says something about how, oh, the Conservative parties, they don't even believe in climate change. Ha ha ha. And then he gets up, and Pierre gets up again. He's like, see, he's like, he's just a big hypocrite. He doesn't care. He will fly his private jet wherever he wants to because he doesn't care about the environment. It's only a measure for the lesser people. And I was just like, holy crap. I love it.
Yeah, he really dropped the hammer down on him.
Yeah.
In that, you got one more thing to say.
No. I was just going to say that I think the quotes, because I have a couple friends that I sent this to, and the quotes that came out of 3 out of the 4 people I sent it to was, what a savage. It's just like, yes, true.
Yeah, he was playing no games. And on top of that, Poilievre's attacking and really putting the pressure on Trudeau about the carbon tax, yada. He volleys the question to Trudeau on the carbon tax as per usual, and this was the answer that Trudeau gave.
While the Conservative leader is muzzling his own caucus and putting himself first, we'll keep putting Canadians.
This one is just too easy. He walked into it. He had to muzzle a member from Newfoundland who called for an end to his leadership, joining another senator who did the same, because they understand that their constituents are literally starving and unable to heat their homes because the Prime Minister is quadrupling the carbon tax, doubling housing costs, and giving the worst inflation in 40 years. Why won't he listen to, instead of intimidating his member for Newfoundland, and put his leadership up to a review for
Got him.
Yeah.
So it's just one of those moments, right, where I just, based on, again, that interview that happened last week, and then he going into question period, just ready to stop, punched him right in the mouth, and Trudeau didn't know what was going on. It was tough. It was tough to watch.
I know, but I love it. I really, I really love it. And if you saw that interview that the MP from Newfoundland actually gave, I was like, oh man.
Yeah, we'll be getting into it later. Yeah.
Where is the Liberal, I don't know, mouthpiece or publicity? What word am I struggling?
The whip?
Yeah. Like publicist is what I'm looking for.
Gotcha.
Like, who was the person that was supposed to look at this and go, maybe we should not say that?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what to eat. I don't know what I want. Maybe grilled cheese. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna pull up that link. I don't feel well enough to read too much today. I have good days, I have bad days.
What we know is he wants to cut childcare. He wants to cut school food programs, and he wants to cut the experts who
God,
refute
it's
his
more-
misinformation.
yeah,
It's hard for the conservative men
Oh,
to control their
fuck, she's
toxic
an idiot.
masculinity. I mean, they do support men
Oh,
who
I
want to
felt
go
sick
their own
before
way.
this. Now
Welcome
I had to
to
listen
Canada-wide,
to
and here we have
these
an NDP
woke
that
idiots
keeps
in the
saying
House.
that the Conservatives want to cut everything and climate tax is amazing and there's experts. So
Oh
be
God,
quiet, listen,
it's
shut
so
up.
embarrassing.
The
She's
experts
from
say
my
it,
city.
and
Like it's just
no discussion
yeah.
whatsoever. And I'm not sure what the toxic masculinity, where that came from, but when you don't win an argument,
It's
great to
Victoria.
throw that
They're
out
woke
there.
as
Let's have a
fuck.
whole
It's like
listen
they're
to
idiots.
this and how it goes to the end.
this
And
is just
your answer is great with that. Let's have a listen.
Canadians have been witnessing flooding, extreme weather, droughts, and experts have been clear that what's raising costs on food is far more the climate crisis than carbon pricing. Now, over a decade
Oh my
ago,
God, you
when
little
the leader of the
shill.
opposition was a minister, the Harper government cut the National Roundtable on the Environment and Economy, which collected information on the costs of the climate crisis. He says he wants to cut taxes, but we know he wants to cut childcare. He wants to cut the school food programs. He wants to cut the experts who would Mr. Speaker.
These new policies are not
Point of order,
working.
the honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I know it's really hard for the conservative men to control their toxic masculinity. I mean, they do support men got to go their own way. But my colleagues trying to answer a question.
What the? No, I gotta rewind that. That was like, what the?
Got to go their own way. But my colleagues trying to answer a question.
Oh my freaking Lord, these people are dumb. These people are real dumb. Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh my God.
I'm going to ask all members, please. to allow the questions and comments to be asked without interruption so that we can hear the question, especially for the person who's trying to answer the questions that are being asked. The honourable member for Victoria has to be very brief in order to allow the honourable member an equal amount of time to respond. So if you could just wrap this up in the next 5 seconds, please. So I'm going to ask all members, please, to allow the questions and comments to be asked without interruption so that we can hear the question, especially for the person who's trying to answer the questions that are being asked. The honourable member for Victoria has to be very brief in order to allow the honourable member an equal amount of time to respond. So if you could just wrap this up in the next 5 seconds, please.
Mr. Speaker, he says he wants to cut taxes, but what we know is he wants to cut childcare. He wants to cut school food programs, and he wants to cut the experts who would refute his misinformation.
The honourable member from Carleton.
First of all, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let's go through the point by point. She says that the natural disasters would be stopped by a carbon tax. Well, the carbon tax has now been in place for 5 years, and as she points out, these events continue to happen. So clearly, the carbon tax is not solving the problem. In fact, all it has done, in fact, it hasn't even reduced emissions. The government has missed its own targets in all but 1 year, and that was when we were locked down for COVID. Their own environment commissioner says they won't hit their targets by 2030. Second, she just revealed what she wants to spend money on: a national roundtable, a bunch of activists and lobbyists and bureaucrats in Ottawa. She refers to a food program that she claims I want to cut. There is no food program. Yeah, exactly. What they have is a program to bring a bunch of bureaucrats and activists to talk about food in Ottawa. This is exactly the kind of waste and mismanagement that we will get rid of so that we can bring home affordable food.
The honourable member from Stormont Dunn.
I don't understand why it doesn't sink in with climate change people. Even Hurricane Hazel, 1954 in Toronto. Some people died. I'm not sure. 10 people died. Was that climate change? No. Now, there was also a tornado in Barrie in 1985. That climate change?
Next thing they're going to tax earthquakes.
So I don't understand. They throw out all this stuff about climate change and not managing the forest and making it worse. And then you throw in facts and they hate it. Then they say that you want to cut kids funding, you want to cut food, then you're a misogynist, bigot. Go down the list of every kind of phobia, and then at the end say, you're toxic masculinity if you can't win the conversation, and then, then you have Randy or like Trudeau just going off screaming about everything. Like, that's really how all the conversations really go. Like, I don't get it. If you're looking at facts, where are the facts? There are none. They've never made the target, and I'll try to find Randy bragging about how he lowered greenhouse gases in 2020, and we failed to mention it's from COVID. Like, this is how arrogant that they are. Like, that it was almost like a great year for them because they could lower greenhouse gases. Like, and they're taking credit for that the tax did it. So I don't get it. And the 1.5% greenhouse emissions is Canadian. Like, what about the other stuff? The 30 or 40% is China. And I like the stuff in Dollarama and all over Canada that you can buy. Don't get me wrong, but like. Let's be realistic here of where the greenhouse gases come from, and everything that we enjoy in Canada that is based on fossil fuels. And there's no electricity grid to electrify every electric car anyways in Canada. It would start collapsing. So I don't know why they don't think about the whole big picture. Anyway, I thought I'd bring this up, and I don't understand with the toxic masculinity what's going on. It's just really, the whole thing seemed to be a shit show in government. I mean, what do they make, $500 an hour? There were, 100 people there to talk about something useless for 5 minutes. Seems like a total waste of time. Anyway, thanks for watching. Best goodbyes.
Just give me a second.
People, if they have a choice of robbing a store that operates in cash and one that operates electronically, they're going to choose the cash store.
And police say one man has made that his mission, accused of armed robbery of multiple dispensaries in the past year. Thanks for joining us for Queen 6 News at 10. I'm Elizabeth Dent.
I'm Jeff Giannola. So now they're asking the community to help track down this serial robber. Jamie Seymour going beyond the headlines with the greater impact this has on all of us. Jamie?
Jeff, Liz, well, this particular suspect is accused of robbing at least 5 dispensaries. Officials say this is across the board for these businesses being targeted, causing an even bigger financial hit. With lots of cash on hand, cannabis dispensaries are becoming a major target for criminals, and experts say it hits the entire supply chain, from the growers to retail.
When there's a robbery of this nature, or a series of robberies, it takes money out of the hands of the retailers.
It is Portland.
And then it has a negative ripple effect.
5 dispensaries throughout the Portland area were hit in armed robberies in a 5-month span last year. In Portland, police say one man is believed to be responsible, ID'd as 43-year-old Corey Jackson. Surveillance video taken shows one of the crimes carried out, as police now hope someone will know where he is. Economists say between the taxes, labor, and then being hit by crimes like this, many in Oregon's cannabis industry are struggling to break even or profit.
Already they're behind. They're not able to generate enough revenue to be profitable.
Since these businesses are such a large target for robberies, state and federal leaders are now working on legislation to give legal cannabis businesses access to banking and financial services.
It's very hard to operate in a modern economy without electronic banking. And certainly the fact that their employees might have cash have made the employees targets.
After close to a decade of trying to get forms of the now named Safer Banking Act through, Senator Merkley says it just passed through committee with a strong vote for the first time. He says as more states legalize cannabis, many now adding in recreational,
my
more
head
lawmakers
is
are
not
getting
good.
on
It's
board.
making me feel
Many other
sick.
states have medicinal cannabis.
Funny how one
and so I
thing
think
sets
we
off
have
everything else.
The basic numbers to
Oh
get
boy.
this
I got
done.
this. I'm
We
okay.
have to get the
I'll live.
bipartisan cooperation to get it through the floor.
That is some nice looking bed.
As for the search for that armed robbery suspect, they're asking anyone
Speaking of
with
which, maybe that'll
information
help.
about Corey Jackson's whereabouts to contact Portland police. We have a full description of him as well as the detective's contact information on our website, coin.com. Reporting live in downtown Portland, Jamie Seymour, Coin 6 News. Yeah.
I love that one. I think this one, like all the ones from this, if I multiply them, they will fit. Because right now I'm at a minute, which isn't bad for a video, but if you're doing a full song, you kind of need like 2 to 5, you know. So it's taken me since New Year's working on this next one. And I kind of want to rearrange some of where it's fitting out, but sometimes I just let the program, you know, it's like Bob Ross. There's happy accidents. Like, you know, and watching, there's a really good channel, The British Are Coming, and he was showing how to do Blender today. And so really fascinating. I'm doing something different. I'd love to get into that. When you're asked to move off the sidewalk because Justin Trudeau wants to eat at
Here
Chubby's.
we have the emperor who asks his peons to get off the sidewalk so he can walk across. Like, at what point do we realize that he's not the boss? He flies on private jets, and it was free. Okay, but do we all realize that the 2 planes, the government planes, and the gas and the 50 RCMP with him cost more than that $80,000-$90,000? He doesn't make any money or profit for Canada at all.
No.
Zero. He just
All
is
he
managing the
does
money
is,
and managing
like-
the policies. And managing the money has stunk with him
Yeah.
for all the policies that he has done. So
Like
let me know what you
that
think. Should we all
liberal
get off the sidewalk as the
retreat
emperor is
for
walking
3
down?
days
Does he even realize
was $500,000.
and who actually is in charge?
And then he
Because,
did that
maybe he
dinner
doesn't
for
realize it.
$50,000. I mean, it's like, it's so much. Like, it's ridiculous the amount of waste going on. And yeah, a lot of us are, because this is fair policy.
Do you accept his accounting of that story?
No, I don't. We heard that. I don't know that we learned anything from it. That statement almost opens up more questions than it answers. Why was we told that they were allowed to start incurring expenses as of May 5th? If the Prime Minister pushed back on May 8th, why then were
My
they
ears
allowed
keep
to
popping.
start getting the program up and running? That doesn't make any sense at all. We also heard the Prime Minister try to hide behind the public service and say that, he asked them to do
It's
their
either
due
going to
diligence.
get
Well,
like
clearly
nice
that due
or
diligence
rainy.
wasn't
It's
done.
something.
We now know that this organization was in trouble. So there's still a lot
feels
more
so
questions today than
Pseudo
there were
massage.
even this morning.
Oh yeah. No, don't do that. Yeah, and I think I can incorporate, but this artwork I would need to save for a different piece. It wouldn't fit into the one I'm working on. Oh God.
So we have a government now that has lost a major court battle in terms of whether it had the legal
Once again,
and
to bring up-
constitutional right to invoke the Emergencies Act. The chief advisor on national security and intelligence issues,
Oh,
a woman
sorry.
who is
I just have
basically
the
giving
door
the
open,
Trudeau line
but it's
to
the fresh
justify
air
what
is
the
nice.
government did, has been entirely consumed by this narrative that is fundamentally untrue. Now, look, maybe she's got access to all of these details and all this information that has never been made public. But given that there have never been any charges that reflect what she has described, seeing and experiencing, what she's just described, and we're supposed to take her word for, there are no charges to support that any of this was happening. So I don't know who's going to replace
I'm almost
this
craving
woman in terms of what
hamburger
their approach
helper
to the
now.
role is going
I'm
to be.
silly.
But this is not a country that we can have a great deal of confidence in as taking national security and
I might
intelligence
make
seriously
noodles.
when this is what advice
I don't
is
know
being
what I want to
passed
make.
to the
I
government.
don't know what I want to eat.
Slumped in a wheelchair with only a hospital blanket in the snow. This is outside Vancouver General Hospital. A local resident says this person was dumped after being discharged.
So this is yesterday morning.
Yep.
So this person here was escorted by this security
Like,
person.
how is this not like the Middle Ages here? Like, this is...
And this was just yesterday.
Yeah.
Cordon
Oh,
says
God.
the practice has been happening for years. Patients who he believes have nowhere to live are left on a bench.
My partner and I, on occasion, we've come down and we've brought tea. And I remember helping somebody, like, who was literally out of their wheelchair and then trying to crawl back to the hospital.
He says the patients are often wearing only a hospital gown and
Like,
shouting at the people escorting them.
You
I hear a
can't...
lot of insults. Unfortunately, people that are in crisis.
Like,
will-
this is...
The bench is technically not
Like, you
on
expect
hospital
this,
grounds.
like,
Cordon says
in Les
he's called the
Miserables.
city and police non-emergency.
Or,
but
like,
nothing
you
has been
know,
done.
this
How many
is...
people do you think you've seen?
Oh, dozens. Yeah, it's in the
This
dozens.
is,
It breaks
you know-
my heart because it'd be easy to just point finger at people, right? But it speaks.
This is,
really
like,
poorly about
awful.
what we are
Like,
as a city.
so much for
Dropping
Canadian
people
healthcare,
at
right?
a bench or a bus stop shouldn't be acceptable
I'm even
in British
surprised
Columbia or
Global
anywhere.
is
The Shadow Health Minister
showing
calls
this
the allegation
article just
upsetting.
because they
But if there are
love
issues like this occurring,
sucking up
not
to
just in the
Trudeau.
Lower Mainland but elsewhere, they need to be dealt with.
We reached out to the Ministry of Health. They directed questions to the local authority, Vancouver Coastal Health. In a statement, VCH acknowledges that in some instances where a patient is disruptive and a full discharge plan is not possible, they may be escorted off the premises. Going on to say that a discharge plan should include compassionate patient supports, and VCH regrets that there were missteps in this process which do not reflect VCH values or standards of care.
No, they
Coastal
pretty
Health
much
says
do.
it's
It's
reached
BC.
out to this person to offer additional supports, and the discharge process is being reviewed. Alyssa Tebow, Global News.
Yeah, figure? Oh my goodness. What was this one? I don't know if this one's going to play. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Can't pull that. No, no, no. Just, no, 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 no. No. You can find that one on my blog. Let's not pull that one up. In fact, we're just going to scroll down a little bit. Oh, boy. Oh, dear. Where were we? Yeah. Yeah, let's just scroll up. Okay. Hopefully let's just shut this down until I know it's pretty graphic. And I could do it on X. I could do it on Rumble. do it on Twitch, but oh boy, like I would get a ban so fast. Like, okay, starting to load again. Yeah, I knew it was coming up on one of these recent vlogs, but here's one for everyone. I'm just so glad that went as a link and not the images associated with it, but I think it was just for the best. You can look at it on my X or my blog. It just, if I pull it up, it's graphic images of what a transition surgery involves. And I'm sorry, like as much as I joke about implants, like God kind of took care of it. You know, save the tomboys. Some of this is like just really it. Okay, this thing is just being weird. There we go. Okay, why is this? Oh, it helps if you hit play. I might get a strike. Hopefully this isn't too long. Oh, it's only 3 minutes. I should be okay. I might get a strike.
In the land of the rising sun, a new trend mirrors the nation's demographic shifts. I'm talking about the surging popularity of silver porn in Japan, a genre that is now thriving, a product of Japan's aging society, showcasing a unique facet of cultural adaptation. Now consider these figures. Japan is home to 36.2 million citizens aged 65 and above, constituting 29.1% of its population, a figure that's projected to hit 40% by 2060. The segment of 80 years old has hit 1 in 10 for the first time. Meanwhile, the count of 18-year-olds dwindled to 1.06 million. The aging population means the needs and services to cater to the largest demographic are in for a tectonic shift as well. This demographic shift, a ticking time bomb, it's catalyzed the senior porn genre's rise, including the world's oldest porn actor at 83, a Guinness World Record holder, and seniors debuting in adult films post-80. Now, this may not seem like a shift most of us think about, but it is what it is. The adult film industry, particularly films featuring older actors, is thriving. This niche makes up 20 to 30% of the industry's $20 billion annual revenue. It's seen a surge in popularity in recent years. But what's driving this trend beyond demographics? Now in Japan, societal norms often render women over 50 invisible. Many women over the age of 50 feel that there is no longer a space for them in society where they feel seen. And as per many personal accounts, this is in stark contrast to the attention they receive within the senior pornography market. Here, they are the center of attention. They say in the senior porn market, they are given the space to explore their beauty and sexuality, unfettered by age. While some might speculate on the psychological underpinnings, the reality is that Japan's silver market thrives, offering a platform where age is not just a number but a badge of honor for some. A 2020 survey by the Cabinet Office in Japan highlighted the issue of women being coerced into adult film participation by dubious production companies, with contracts initially signed under the guise of modeling or acting.
Oh my God, I'm missing my calling. I should go to Japan. I could be making the big
pressure to
coin.
engage in activities they did not consent to.
Like, yeah, granny porn.
Japan enacted a law in 2022, allowing individuals to nullify their contracts within a year of the film's release, ensuring the removal and the recall of the content aimed at protecting them from exploitation. Now, away from the obvious repercussions of the demographic crises, Japan's aging society, and a sharp dip in the annual birth rates, it's pushed those in their golden years to take to the silver porn market.
Didn't see that one coming, did you guys? Oh, there's hope for me yet. Oh God, this is like, oh.
Yeah, last night that earthquake with a magnitude of 5.1
This is
was
nuts.
shaking us here in Oklahoma
I remember
City across our
seeing
state
this come
and
up.
even
I should
surrounding
actually
other
pull it
states.
up, see what the latest
An
earthquakes
that
of
could
today
be
are.
one of the largest our state
Yeah,
has
just
ever
wait for Trudeau to
experienced.
have
At
an earthquake
11:24
tax.
p.m.,
It's coming.
this earthquake
You know
started
it's coming.
shaking homes and businesses from Prague to Oklahoma City and even shaking parts of northwestern and southwestern Oklahoma, saying they felt it too. The Oklahoma Corporation Commission today saying they're shutting down all wastewater injection well sites in a 10-mile radius from the epicenter of that earthquake. The state seismologist says
lots
they're
by
unsure
Iceland.
exactly what sparked this earthquake.
It also occurred nearly in the same
Wow.
location as a 2011 magnitude 5.7 earthquake. The scientific community largely agrees that wastewater disposal contributed to the presence of seismicity for the 2011 earthquake.
Well,
I
Victoria's
just got
heating
off
up.
the phone with the Corporation Commission spokesman, and he says
Yeah,
they're
we
closing
had a
those
big old,
wastewater injection wells out of caution
1.4.
because of risk. He also says, and he wants
It's
to note
coming.
this, that
It's
this
coming.
is
One
just
of
an
these
initial
days,
response.
I'll be doing a
We'll
live
have more
stream,
on
and
KOCO
it'll just
at
go
10.
off.
Reporting live, Dakota Wapakichi, KOCO 5 News.
Oh God, this is shitty.
Welcome back to Moose on the Loose. Your
No,
source
this
of
is really
uncooked media.
shitty.
My name's
This
David.
is
Today we got a
crappy.
video on the protests in France. Hopefully
Yeah,
this video goes a
French
little better
don't
than my
fuck
last
around
video
when
where I
they're
had a migraine and I
protesting.
couldn't
They didn't
think or
have
see
bouncy
straight,
castles
which led to a
and
title looking
like
like a one-year-old wrote it. Anyways, what's going on? The German farmers started a protest where they brought their tractors out and started blocking highways, and then all these other countries have jumped in. You've got the Netherlands, you've got France, Denmark, UK, I think, is thinking about joining. There's a whole bunch. I think there's like 6 different countries now. And the reason for this, let's just break this down. Farmers are having to compete with produce, cheap produce that
like
comes from
what's happening
outside
here.
of these countries in the EU, like Kenya, Chile.
I'm just going to pause it for a second because our environmental terrorist minister, minister of the weather and, think crimes, he shouldn't be in the house, but he thinks it's cheaper and better for the environment to import from other countries rather than develop our own farms and keep our own farms going. It's scary. So, and without farmers, you don't have food. So we
New
need
Zealand
to.
and Ukraine, where they don't have as nearly tight standards on the growing conditions. There's produce coming in where they're allowed to use banned chemicals and they're allowed to sell those cheaper than the French produce. In this case, most of the stuff we'll be showing here is from France. That's where a lot of this footage is coming from. The French don't like this. They don't like that they're just barely scraping by. They're not making very much money, and they're competing against produce that is using chemicals they're not allowed to use.
Yeah.
So if you've been following this, they have come to an agreement here. We'll get to that. But basically what we've got here is, a bit of a cat and mouse game here with a police car trying to block a tractor. That's not a good idea.
No. Guess
That's what's funny
guess
about
who's
these
going to win?
tractors is they can go anywhere and do anything. Next up, we got this beauty here. All these tractors
I love
all lit
this
up.
one.
Before I get that copyright
That
claim,
is amazing.
pretty amazing.
It's actually when you
can
see
here, tractors on the
how they
streets. I've noticed multiple people mention this for
set
Canada.
it up.
Well, Canada did start
It's
with
like
the
every
trucker rally.
tractor in
Truckers would have
France
to be
came
the
out.
ones to do this in Canada because we couldn't have
How is
tractors
this
driving
not
from
Les
Saskatchewan
Miserables?
all the way to
How are we
Parliament.
not
it wouldn't
in
be feasible. One of the things they are
a
doing is
similar
dumping out
dictatorship?
all of stuff. You've got wine here, you've got produce. They're not allowing any of the foreign produce into the country.
Au rond-point de proximité du péage de Garges. Direction Nîmes.
Wow, and holy crap, it takes a lot for the French to dump wine. It's real if they're doing this. That's a lot of wine. I'd be like, I don't care.
That's crazy.
Just have a little cup like, waste not, want not. Sorry. I probably get run over by that.
That's the thing. When you got a bunch of farmers with tractors, you can basically do anything. You can move anything. You can dig anything.
Oh,
you
yeah.
can build your own roads. Like it's kind of you have to negotiate with farmers. They create the food. Here you got a couple guys who's been taking down flags. This is a EU flag.
Voilà, c'est l'Europe qui gère là, avec les nouvelles PAC.
I don't speak French, so I can't translate any of that, but we'll just keep it going. There's a whole bunch of questions.
Yeah, Moose on the loose and me, we're on the West Coast. We don't really know French. Like tabernacle, I don't know. I can hear it. I just
It's
can't
sad to see
speak
all the
it.
produce going to waste, but I understand why they're protesting and doing it. You can see just a pile of apples and oranges down here. They really love burning their tires.
It's like with Les Miserables, this is
This
what it
looks like a
looked
government
like
building. Or was that the-
back in the day.
Yeah, I think
Only
it's a government
now
building.
it's the exact same thing. This is what that was over, This is the modern version, only it's not like
Here's an entire line of
a
tractors
musical.
just sandwiched in there.
Yeah, they are. This is like.
Not getting through there, man.
This is huge. Like, this is way bigger than they
It does
show
look like
you
they leave
on
an
the
emergency lane. They
CBC.
didn't completely
They
block
don't want
it
to
off. It's more
encourage
of like
people,
the point of
right?
it. As you go through all these videos, you hear like the cars honking at them. They're all in support of it. Burning a bunch of tires underneath this overpass.
Sinon, on va monter plus haut, puis si on n'ira pas à Paris, ben on ira à Bruxelles. Ça, c'est clair. Et puis, on va voir. Donc là, on va vous distribuer des croissants. Vous allez nous faire un petit passage. Et puis voilà.
On veut pas être comme les Américains. On les emmerde. Nous, on est français et on restera.
So there's some music on there. We'll mute that. But basically, one of the problems is the French farmers. They've been struggling for so long. They don't have any subsidies. They don't have any tax breaks, and they've been just right on the razor's edge of making money. That a lot of farmers have taken their own existence, and for that reason, that's why they're all protesting and doing it in winter. Right, that's when the farmers having their down season. That's the time to do it. You can see here they're getting right into Paris. The goal here is they did block off all of the major highways, and they're blocked off all the produce and stuff getting to grocery stores. And basically, the police can't do anything. Those armored vehicles aren't doing anything unless they actually bring in tanks. You can't do anything against a bunch of tractors. This has got to be one of the best clips. Just bring a bunch of sheep in. They just get progressively more funny. Okay, this one's got copyright music, but tractor versus armored car, exactly what I was just saying. I don't. What are they spraying? Is that hay? I think it's hay or wood chips. Here they're like, they're dumping manure all over the road.
This is, yeah. Like, the truckers never did this, but you don't fuck with the farmers, Like,
So this is what the grocery stores look like now. There's nothing in them.
this is why you keep little stockpiles on hand. You know,
Wow.
you see that case lot sale, you might want to go for it.
Unreal.
No, they're.
It goes to show their protest is working.
Oh.
So what you're seeing here is them spraying manure on one of the government buildings.
And that would smell so bad. I bet that's from a pig farm too. Like, oh, that's so bad. We never did this in Ottawa. And I'm sorry, part of me just finds it funny, and I know my family, the homesteaders would are getting a kick out of this. You know?
Oh, the window's open. They keep cheering when he sprays it right into the crack there. There's not much you can do. These guys, they have fuel trucks and stuff too. Like they just feel each other and they keep.
They are
that's why they're able to move
organized.
around
It's
so
not
much.
like running around with jerry cans in the middle of winter, you know? It's like,
More flipping of some trucks here.
no, they.
More manure.
But to be fair, France always has a proud tradition of protesting.
It's got copyright use, but you can see here, they're digging up the road. Look at that.
Holy.
Crazy. I mean, they're tractors. They can do anything they want. It's really causing
Wow.
the mess
Well,
there.
there's a line in the sand. And
So I
with
believe this stuff started
this
happening
whole
after Emmanuel Macron wasn't really taking it serious.
great
There's a good
reset
video here
from
which
the
shows
World
that.
Economic
This video here,
Forum.
someone
And
did a
it's not a
comparison of exactly
conspiracy
what was
theory.
happening when
Look at their website,
Emmanuel
make up your
Macron
own
was having
mind.
some fancy dinner, and this is what
I
the
don't
farmers
feel
are
okay
doing.
with
This is hilarious.
And I
That's-
understand
gross,
what
so
they're
much
doing,
manure.
but at the same time, part of me is just like,
That's wild. Look at these huge fires. Big tire fires.
oh my goodness.
So this is Dutch farmers doing
Yeah.
this one. So the Dutch are in on this too. This one's
It's kind of
captured less
like,
money for immigrants,
I
more for
think this is
farmers.
the first time in a while, you
So
know,
there's
you get the
different reasons for
Dutch and the
protesting here.
Germans and everyone united in the EU.
Yeah, we
Like,
have
how
to
is
make
this
that one as
not
well.
World
But you
War
can see, once
III?
again, burning more stuff
Only
seems to be a
it's
staple in a lot of these videos. Burning
it's not
stuff.
being fought with bullets.
Some of the farmers brought in huge dump trucks
Some of
full
it
of
is,
stuff
but
to burn. That's where a lot of this stuff is coming
this
from.
is
In this
something.
case, it's mostly pallets and wood, not so much tires. This year's got to be one of the best clips. It's
They might have run out.
you can see here French
We
farmers
should send them some.
sending crap onto a police station. This machine is just designed to launch this stuff. Look at that, man. That's gross.
Oh, this is just so shitty. And I don't condone these type of protests by any way, shape, or form. But this is France.
That's gonna be the best to clean up. So they're spraying manure on this grocery store. That's what that is. Shoveling up more tires to burn.
Like, CBC isn't showing
Look at that.
this.
Piling all these tires in front of the
Like,
grocery
you get
store.
maybe a little clip of it,
Yeah,
but
this is,
it's not on this level.
I've never seen anything like this.
I've never seen anything like this either.
And there we go.
It
The
doesn't
manure
even
truck
seem
just
real.
Soaking it down, just
And,
nice and
you know,
just
the
glazes,
truckers'
completely
protest
glazes.
was so
This next clip is
peaceful, and it
apparently
was just
the
like
farmers surrounding Macron's
almost like
beach
a
house.
hippie. You know, like we had street hockey, and
It's wild.
this is holy crap! That's
Here we
norm-
have another look in a French grocery
I
store
got
being
I got
almost
chills
empty.
watching that last one.
commence à tomber en rupture de stock. Huile de marchandises, grâce à la grève. Continuez les gars comme ça, vous allez bientôt atteindre votre objectif.
And to their credit, I don't see people
so we got
rushing
Euro
the
techno music there. I
stores
gotta
like I see in the
turn off,
States.
but yeah, you can see very few items.
Because
There's
this
like
happens in the States,
one
like
box there of cabbage.
there'll
just
be
with some
riots.
tomatoes.
Like
It's like slim pickings. Slim pickings. Nothing on that.
And
Hardly
a-
anything in
and
the freezers. Yeah, those
you
are
know
all
what?
empty.
A lot of times in France, like
You kinda-
they
you kinda
don't
have to make
have
a deal when-
stockpiles. They have smaller
When
apartments,
there's a couple pieces of
and
meat,
they'll
like,
buy like
that's
fresh
it.
stuff daily.
you see more
So
empty freezers. Endless empty freezers. There's
Those-
like 5 boxes in there.
yeah, like.
So here's another clip has more copyrighted music. This
And I
one says
hate to
French
say
farmers not
it,
stopping for
but
anything.
human
Paris
nature,
rolling
you
out
see
armored
only
vehicles,
those
Brussels
4 or
putting up
5
barbed wire.
boxes. You're
You
like,
can't stop what's coming. The power of
what's
people is
wrong
greater
with
than
them?
the people in power.
You know, maybe I have something in the cupboard.
For the
You
most
know,
part, these have been pretty
if I go into a
peaceful.
store and I
There's-
see
they
like
haven't
just
flattened
4 or
vehicles.
5
I've
boxes,
seen,
I'm
you know,
like,
cops sharing cookies with protesters and the farmers and stuff. It's, you know, there's one clip I saw. The farmers were helping tow a police car that was stuck out in the field. And finally, we've got a clip here of the farmers with a full-on Hershey squirts
well,
all
they're
over this
blue collar
government
workers
building.
as well, like the rest of us. You know,
Gross, man.
it is so gross.
Just manure on everything.
But I haven't seen a protest like this since, like, Les Miserables, you know, except they didn't have. Oh God, can you imagine what would have happened if they had like And I mean, it could be worse. No
That's
one's
a lot
like,
of tires. Look at that.
trying to drag
More and
them
more
out
countries are
to the
joining every day,
guillotine. They're just
and it seems like this is really working.
spraying
It is
the
working
same
because the
bullshit
French have now
back
come
to
to a
them.
deal where they have agreed to a few things. They're going to give subsidies to the farmers. They're going to give them tax breaks, and they're going to ban produce from other countries that are using banned chemicals that they aren't allowed to use. So yeah, it's working. We'll see what happens with all the other countries, but so far France has cut a deal with the farmers. So what do you
France
guys think
is
about
like,
all this? I think it's brilliant
get
how
you
they
in.
use the manure and hay and the tires and all that stuff. For the most part, it's not
Go
been very
big or go
destructive
home.
aside from kind of like that one clip they're ripping up the road. There's been some farmers arrested. It just kind of depends on the region. Different regions
Yeah.
are getting a lot more farmers arrested than others. Overall, I mean, when you have all these tight green initiatives in one area, but then you're allowing other countries to abuse
Then
those
it's-
laws and then but still sell the produce there, it makes sense. It makes sense why all the farmers would be mad.
Yeah, I'd
So
be
really,
mad.
can you blame
And it's
them for
coming
wanting to
here. It's
protest?
coming to Canada.
I say not. I think
It's
power
already
to them.
here.
It should be a fair playing field at
But
least on some level,
hopefully
especially
we
with an
can
industry as farmers, where that's
have
such an important
a
part
change
of
in
society.
government,
Is,
an
food.
election.
That's where we're going to leave this episode and this story.
Have the
As more
NDP
things
stop
develop,
shilling
I
for
will
the
make another video
Liberals,
updating
you know.
on everything else. So hopefully you guys stay warm, stay fed. I'll see you guys in the next one.
I like his channel, and he's from Up Highland. I like all these
Well, what a
ones.
week
I
it's
like
been
try,
in
and you can
Canadian
always find them
politics.
on my
It
blog,
looks like it's almost all over for old JT here,
livecryptomaria.gold
but
is a real
just
domain.
some crying to do. Hope you like the thumbnail.
They're
Might
not
brought
paying
you
me
here.
to say it. I
So
just
this is
really
actually my
appreciate
first
their work.
product on Etsy. I haven't put anything up there, but I thought, you know what, this is something that might sell. So let's see what it looks like when it's actually printed out and framed. And I think it looks pretty good. It would make a great conversation piece in
No.
multiple rooms in your house. I wouldn't put it in the bedroom or anything.
No, I even put in the comments, you know, can you do it where he's in an orange jumpsuit, or you know, the like the little prison stripes, maybe some nice little bars, like, you know, if I'm gonna pay for it, I want to really appreciate it.
Anything like that, but maybe, you know, the entranceway or the living room or something, it could fit pretty well. Link is in the bottom here if you want to have a look. It's on the Davey Talks Etsy store. So first things first, let's give a round of applause and a thanks to this Honorable Justice Richard G. Mosley. He actually stood up for Canadians here in reversing Trudeau's Emergency Act. I normally don't agree with a lot of the political figures throwing this honorable in front of their names when they're anything but I think this guy deserves every little bit of it. So thank you
Yep.
very much, sir. Honorable
National
Justice
hero.
Richard G. Mosley. You've earned the honorable part, that's for sure. And who
Thank
in their
you,
right
sir.
mind would think
We all
that
love you.
reversing Trudeau's weird emergency act would be a bad thing? Big surprise, it's Krista Freeland. Who would have guessed?
Who
Let's
would
see
have
what she
guessed?
has to say here. Not that it really matters.
It's
We
like
are
watching
aware of the
Batman,
court
and you know the
decision.
Joker's like gonna do something
We
evil.
have discussed it with the Prime Minister, with cabinet colleagues, with senior federal government officials and experts. We respect
Just a little
very
bit
much
of a body language
Canada's
thing here too.
independent.
Oh,
Notice
I've never
how
seen her.
She seems to have sped up her speech. She's not
She's
doing
nervous.
that slow, like I'm talking
She knows
to a
this House of Cards is
kindergarten.
coming down, especially
Mr.
when you pull up the
So,
amount of real
maybe she's
estate
getting somewhere
she
here
owns
where
overseas. Like she
She's
is
starting to talk
corrupt
like a
as
normal
fuck.
person to us.
We
And it's
do not
coming
agree
down.
Almost, maybe
It's
not
going to
quite.
come down.
decision, and respectfully, we will be appealing it. I would just
Respectfully,
like
my
to take a
ass.
moment to remind
Never mind.
Canadians
of
I guess I spoke a little too soon. I think we can put the speed of playback at what? Let's go 2 times, and then it'll actually be like something you can actually listen
how
to.
serious the situation was in our country when we took that decision. The public safety of Canadians was under threat. Our national security, which includes our national economic
From
security.
bouncy
Wait a minute,
castles.
the public safety of
Bouncy
Canadians was
castles.
under threat?
The people
I
who
don't
bring
know,
you
was
your
it?
food.
Was under threat. It was a hard decision to take.
Because they actually
I don't
like
think it
shut
was a hard
down
decision for her to
food
take.
to
I'm gonna
Toronto for a few days,
dial her
and
back here. We'll go
people
1.5. That's
felt
I
it.
guess where she's
We
at here.
took it
And
very seriously.
But that
After
was
a lot of hard
actually
work,
not
after a lot of
even
careful
during
deliberation.
that part of the
We were
protest.
convinced at the time, I was convinced at the time
It's
it
actually
was the right
happened
thing to do.
after.
It was the necessary thing to do. I remain, and we remain.
Oh, sorry, we're
convinced
behind on
of that.
schedule.
What do you know? She's actually kind of tolerable at 1.5 speed. And if you haven't heard, Tucker Carlson came to Alberta. He had
She
a
must have
show
left her
in
ball at
Calgary
home
and
for the
Edmonton.
math.
And from what I see, it was a hit. I think both places sold out completely.
Nazi
We would
see,
be
Nazi do.
nowhere without a hit piece from the Toronto
saying,
Star by this Vinay Menon.
There's so much
Maybe
corruption
French,
in
Menon.
Canada. It's disgusting.
Tucker Carlson is in Canada to liberate us from the tyranny of Justin Trudeau.
This is hilarious
And then he
because the
says,
left was
this
losing
is just performance
it.
theater.
Losing
Carlson
it.
couldn't liberate a kitten from a treetop with a cherry picker and a giant net. Yeah, that's kind of weak, buddy. It's not even that funny. Next thing I want to go to here is the Liberals' reaction to this, because the Alberta Premier said, it's time we put a target on this Stephen Guilbeault, and let's call him out for what he's doing here.
How
and no
is
video would be
he
complete without
allowed
the
to be in the House
Liberals'
of Commons?
response here. Let's see what
He's
they
a
have to say.
convicted
Maybe I'll have to dial
criminal.
her
Like,
back
no,
down to,
it's like
we got it
Elizabeth
at
May.
normal
They
speed.
So
You
we're
get
here,
arrested.
I'm here with my colleagues,
You
Liberal
even
caucus
if
members,
it's at a
ministers, all,
protest,
to
it's
talk about what
like
happened last night in Edmonton when the Premier
you took your
of the province of
chances.
Alberta, Daniel Smith, invites Tucker Carlson.
Woo, does he look pissed?
Oh, I
Good for him.
know.
Who cares?
Right into the heart of my writing. You can tell a lot about a person by the company they keep. And
Kenya? Well, look who you're keeping.
Like,
buddy.
I have knocked those
yeah,
doors
they're
in
like
Edmonton Center. And I know how
terrorists and
progressive
pedophiles.
a riding
Like-
Edmonton Center is. I've represented it since 2015. And for
And I gotta say, Edmonton, what are you doing?
I know,
Electing this
eh?
guy? Come on.
Oh,
Danielle
but
Smith
you know,
to
City
bring the
Hall,
mouthpiece of the
we
MAGA
basically
conservative
had a
far-right
terrorist attack,
Edmonton
and
Center
it's being
to
swept under the
spew it.
carpet.
Is he actually mega conservative far right, Tucker Carlson? Like, is that
No,
even
he's not, actually.
true?
He's
hate
not,
about
actually.
LGBTQ2 people
And just the
is
goal lines keep
beyond the
getting
pale.
changed.
I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. I've watched Tucker on Fox years ago when he was on there. I guess he's only been off of there for a few months or whatever. I never heard him ever talk about any hate towards LGBTQ
No.
communities.
He didn't
So
care.
is this defamation now where we're at?
It could
It's
be.
deplorable, and we won't stand for it. And I can tell you,
And these guys acting like they're all high and mighty. Give
Yeah,
me
they're
a break.
idiots. They're
It is
idiots.
completely unacceptable.
When you see them in the
for
House of
Premier
Commons,
any
they are
province
like some of
to
the worst
say
people
that
on
she
the planet.
wants to put a target on the back of any Canadian
Especially that
politician.
little bitch
And my
with the
friend and
beard.
colleague Stephen Guilbeault
He
simply
is-
for doing his.
When she says
He
a
used to be
target,
our former
she means a
heritage
political
minister,
target,
and he is the
not
one
some
who
physical violence
pushed for
call to
C11,
action. If that was the
which
case,
if you're
there would
on
be a way
YouTube
bigger problem
having
for
fun
her
with your
than these
algorithms,
guys spitting
blame
You
off
can
this.
have
Canada.
respectful discourse. in
No
this
pun
country.
intended.
You can raise the issue. You can bang your fist on a table at a FedProv meeting. That's all legit. But you do not summon the dogs of MAGA conservatism to come and somehow try to scare us, and
I don't think she was trying to scare, but it looks like you guys are pretty scared.
to try to incite violence against politicians of any stripe. It's not acceptable. And
Nobody's
if she would take her job
inciting
seriously,
violence.
she'd actually
We
be
just
focused on
want
housing,
an election.
on climate change, on
On
actually solving the
forensic
issues of
audits,
Albertans,
on-
like forgetting
on
I think she is
these.
taking her job seriously. That's why you guys are all squirming now.
her ridiculous proposal on CPP instead of trying to summon evil forces from the United States to try to take on one of our colleagues.
I mean, this goes beyond me and the fact that
Like
I
Hillary?
was targeted last
Like
night
Hillary.
at this
Let's
event.
Put
This
it in context. Oh,
increases
fuck you,
political
Stephen.
violence
Let's play the victim here.
Mm-hmm.
against everyone who runs for office in this country, whether they're doing it at the municipal level, at the
And what are you talking about violence? When was violence ever called for?
No.
provincial level, or at the federal level.
Nobody's
As my friend and
calling
colleague
for
Brandy said, like,
violence.
can
We
have
just want
differences
an
of opinion.
election.
We can bang our fist on,
We're
on the
Canadians.
table when
We
when
want
we
an
meet. We can have
election
strong
and the
disagreement.
right to
But-
decide
but
whether we
to-
get
to
rid of this
incite
dictator.
Violence against people who disagree with you, that's not how things should be done in Canada.
And again, violence,
what
like,
violence
when was
did Tucker
violence called
say?
for?
He
What
didn't.
is the violence?
And look at this reporter even saying, what are you talking about violence?
Like, what are you talking about, dude?
Said this in French. What is the violence that they are bringing to Canada? What is the political violence that you're talking about? Just to be very clear.
Well, to put a target on someone's back, for example.
A target on someone's back. Politically, they're shining the light on the cockroaches is what they're doing. They're not calling for violence there.
Mhm.
Guilbeault.
Example. To name
What is the evil?
To put
What is
someone
the
in the
evil
crosshairs.
that they're bringing here?
I mean,
Or
spewing
this
hate
guy.
speech about LGBTQ people, trying to bring the kind.
And the hate speech again. Where is this coming from? Are we just going to throw everything
What
under the sun
hate
here?
That division that they have
What?
in the United States, north of the border. MAGA-style conservatism has no place in Canada, and it's trying to reach into through our borders.
But meanwhile,
and as Minister
taxpayers
Rodriguez has said,
paid for
conservative
Hillary
when
to
things
come
are
up.
broken, not that I'm
Double
some
standard,
MAGA-style
Hypocrisy
conservative
at its finest.
guy, but things are broken and they're not working, so it's time for something.
premiers, instead of doing their jobs, are trying to invite this wave of populism. And I can tell you, it's making newcomers nervous and fearful, people in the LGBTQ2 community.
What newcomers is it making? Show me. Like, you're making this all up there, Ben.
Do not feel safe. We have people who want to run for office that take a
I'm
look at what happened last night in
nervous
Edmonton and say, why
about
bother?
these assholes.
And that is not good for
Yes.
political comments. It's not good for Canadian democracy.
You brought up Pierre Poilievre's name in your comments. I mean, is this going to be your strategy
Well,
effectively going forward? Is tying Pierre Poilievre to Trump?
He wants to be prime minister of this country. What happened last night is not acceptable.
This is just my opinion. I don't think Pierre initially set out to be prime minister, that he really wanted it. It's just that we need it. We need it. We need someone that understands economics to dig us out of this hole. That's all there is to it. And he's an economic guy, so maybe he's the guy that can do it. That's all there is to it.
He's gonna condemn that. If he wants to run for prime minister, he should have the courage to condemn those. It's not acceptable in our country.
Going to be your strategy?
People attended, sir. I mean, what do you make of the fact that there is an audience for it and for
It's like
their
the Four
perspective?
Well, as I
Stooges,
said in
this
French,
interview.
the extreme right politics, don't ask the question if it's coming to Canada. It's already here.
Is this
And they're bringing it.
Yeah, meanwhile, like,
You're all
familiar with his rhetoric. He's been doing
what other dumb leftist policies are coming from the States? Like Hillary.
We cannot accept that in
They
Canada.
did that.
should have been stopped
They
at the border.
saluted
You just said
a SS
This is not
officer.
us. And this will never be. This will never
Like,
be.
Are you not contributing to the
They aren't
divide
on
by
the
coming
side
out
of
here and
Canada
calling
anymore.
us to this and making this about him? Are you not contributing to the divide by doing that? If your government has been accused,
We're not comparing Poilievre to him. I think what
You're not?
You just did. You just did.
Have you looked at your own advertising from your Liberal Party?
And, word up to these reporters, finally grilling these guys like they deserve. No more softball, nothing questions. It's time to hold these guys accountable for what they're doing.
What Mr. Rodriguez just said is he said, I'm asking Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the opposition, to condemn those hateful and violent statement by Tucker Carlson.
Oh my God, you
Hopefully,
fucking
no more
pussy.
questions.
Throw
That
us
was
at
too many
eco-terrorists.
tough
Like,
questions
what
for
the
him there.
fuck?
So anyways, good little video here. Had to get it out. Hope you enjoyed watching it, and I hope you have a great day there, and I'll talk to you soon.
Good times, eh? Good times. Good times. How many international students can you fit into a Brampton basement apartment? 25 city bylaw inspectors have found. And you can find that article on True North. Oh, this was hilarious. Maybe not.
The CIA had an open position for an assassin. 3 possible agents qualified for the final test. The CIA agents took one of the men to a large door and handed him a gun. "We must know that you will follow your instructions no matter what the circumstances," the agent said. "Inside the room, you will find your wife sitting in a chair. We need you to kill her." "You can't be serious," the man replied. "I could never shoot my wife." The agent responded, "You're not the right man for this job. Take your wife and go home." The second man was given the same instructions. He took the gun and went into the room. After 5 minutes, the man came out with tears in his eyes. "I tried, but I can't kill my wife," the agent said. "Go home." Finally, the last man was given the same instructions. He took the gun and went into the room. Shots were heard one after another, followed by screaming and banging on the wall. After a few minutes, the door opened slowly, and there stood the man, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Some idiot loaded the gun with blanks," he said. "I had to strangle that to death."
Okay, that was a dark one. I have a dark sense of humor. Oh, what? How long is this one? I don't remember. Oh, it's not
This
long.
Burger King commercial backfired horribly. In 2017, Burger King released this commercial worldwide.
You're watching a 15-second Burger King ad, which is unfortunately not enough time to explain all the fresh ingredients in the Whopper sandwich. But I got an idea. Okay, Google, what is the Whopper Burger?
The commercial triggered thousands of Google Homes to read a pre-edited description of the Whopper off of Wikipedia. The problem with that is that anyone can edit Wikipedia articles. Trolls were quick to change the description of the burger on Wikipedia to things like, the Whopper is the worst hamburger product sold by the international fast food restaurant chain Burger King. And also, my personal favorite,
The Whopper is a burger consisting of a flame-grilled patty made with 100% medium-sized child with no preservatives or fillers, topped with sliced tomatoes, onions, lettuce, cyanide, pickles, ketchup, and mayonnaise, served on a sesame seed bun.
only 2 hours after the ad first ran, Google disabled the function on all of its devices.
Stop right there, criminal scum!
No, I don't give a about Alice. Dumbass mother. Put all that fuck back. I don't give a. I got
Yeah, wonderful. Tours are fun. Yeah, we're just gonna go around, yeah. Apparently you can just ride around with tanks over there. Like, dang, this is big. This is really big.
Overal in Europa komen boeren in protest. De aanleiding verschilt. In Nederland is het stikstof, in Duitsland hogere accijnzen. Maar de reden ligt dieper en is overal hetzelfde. In Brussel en in onze hoofdsteden hebben regenten besloten dat we verkeerd leven en dat alles anders moet. Er is een gigantische kloof ontstaan tussen de grote meerderheid en de stedelijke academische regentenklasse. Die klasse beheert de politiek, maar waardeert boeren niet, terwijl de boeren ons voeden. Iedere dag. De regentenklasse wil onze boeren laten verdwijnen, regeltje voor regeltje, om daarna handelsakkoorden te sluiten met de hele wereld. Voortaan gaan we appels uit Vietnam invliegen, in naam van het klimaat, natuurlijk. Jullie leden van het Europees Parlement moeten in de spiegel kijken. De massale boerenprotesten gaan over jullie. Jullie zijn hier verantwoordelijk voor. Stop mensen die dwingen anders te leven. Stop de boeren het werk onmogelijk te maken. We hebben onze boeren keihard nodig. Voedselzekerheid is ook een kwestie van nationale veiligheid. No farmers, no food, no future. Dank u wel.
It's still running. Oh, they go. Sometimes the signal goes out. Wow, crazy, eh? And now we're on to the pleb. Oh my God, pleb. What did you do?
Welcome to Sunday. Today, before we go into the comments, what I want to do, I want to go through something like more of a public safety announcement type of thing, if you know what I mean. Yeah. One of our viewers, one of the people who comment on this channel, almost got scammed but through another political channel called The Pleb. So I think many people who watch this channel most likely know, even if they don't watch The Pleb, they most likely know him. And he's got a lot more, this many subscribers. Jealous or not? So he's got many more subscribers. So some scammers target YouTube channels like this through a WhatsApp. What they'll do is they'll put a WhatsApp number down and they'll say, hey, contact me. So yeah, they contacted him using a fake identity with a picture of The Pleb and called themselves The Pleb. And he was, again, this was through WhatsApp, and they got this, I'll show you, sent a picture of some Apple products and a guitar and stuff, and said, hey, you won this. Just through clicking on this. Yeah. Wow, you won it. You won these. And our person said, you're shitting me, right? And they
no,
said,
this happens on other channels as well. Like holy, some of the scams out there. Like
I'm a huge
my PayPal's in my description.
So yeah, they send these pictures.
I will never
send a link.
Go in any other channel and be like, hey, send me money, or you know.
They go into Telegram. I know I said WhatsApp, but they use Telegram as well and WhatsApp.
But this is what they do.
WhatsApp numbers. Usually the numbers are in circles, so the YouTube can't tell it's spam. And this one is a link that then adds a link. So then they sent this one. I'll put it there. I've had to wipe some off because it's YouTube and we're not really allowed to dox people or their email addresses on there. Just wanted to warn you guys that this is going on and this is how it works. So what you do is you contact this Telegram link and then you send them money for postage. And that's how it works.
A lot of people wouldn't even know.
And what he said is, that's the site he wanted me to send the money to. So that's where he wanted to send the cash. When he realized it was a scam, he had a little bit of a background too. And the scammer got really upset. I think the scanner is called Sunidi, and he's got a Gmail account, but I have to take his second digits out of there because obviously we don't want people, emailing the scammer, because Justin Trudeau will get upset because we can't do that to criminals. It's very naughty. You goddamn mother boss. Beep, beep, beep. What's your problem, you beep, beep hole? You ain't got no funds and you feeling you're rich. The next time you send me a message via my mail, I'm going to put a bazooka straight up your beep. Ungrateful scallywag. So yeah, like you said, that's the message you sent me this morning. Yep, he's peed off.
Wow,
Anyway, just look out for these scammers that aim for large YouTube channels, and they stick like
the higher you get, the more they will try and do this. I see it all the time in the tarot channels,
like, guys,
because they think they're more
I just wanted
easily
to
like
that,
you
can almost fall for it, but just don't.
Yeah.
Be warned.
Be warned. Thank you.
Like I said, it's nothing to do with the pleb. They're trying to
they do
get
this
into his comments,
and some of it is
try and scam people that way. These are people who
this is heavily organized.
YouTube. They're the whole premise that they're on YouTube. They should be scrubbed. YouTube need to do more about sorting these people out, sorting these scammers out. But yeah, hopefully nobody's falling for it, and hopefully the pleb reminds people and other big users remind people not to click on anything that's a WhatsApp or a Telegram link.
Yeah, don't.
Anyway, pretending to be them or whatever channel it is. Let's move on to the comments. And the big video that went pretty big last week was this one. Was Poilievre involved with the WEF? So I had this comment from Ramble on Productions, and he said,
"This is clickbait garbage."
Well, it's not. No, it's not even clickbait. That's not clickbait. You want to see clickbait? Yeah, there's a few channels do clickbait, but that's not. We don't. I try not to do clickbait. I do try and put whatever's in the video. I try and put on the title. But no, that's not clickbait. Iram said,
"Thank you for clearing that fog."
You see, some people try to push the fact that Poilievre is in the WEF and happy to be in the WEF. He isn't. He's never has been.
No.
He doesn't. What he says is true. And
he had one campaign
you know what I don't
manager who had been in it.
is these people pushing and saying, he's in the WF, he's in the WEF, he's in it, is it? Well, I got news for you, lefties out there. Freeland's in it. Trudeau's in it. They're all part of it. Did you not even know that? And you're trying to blackface Poilievre on this when your own favourite leaders are in the WEF. That's just a ridiculous thing to. Why would you even say, "Oh, he's in the WEF"? Because no, it's so ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Salty Shaman said,
"Great way to discredit your enemy. Well played, Cotton Swab. Well freaking played."
Exactly. He's just trying to push the fact that that Poilievre is in the WEF to discredit him.
Is good.
Well, that discredits Freeland. It also discredits Trudeau because their whole mantra, their whole outlook on how Canada's supposed to be run is done through the WEF.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
LLED
screwed.
said,
We're screwed.
Freeland's position on the WEF Board of Directors has never been challenged in Parliament. Why? It is seriously conflicted with her position as Deputy PM. Pierre has absolutely nothing to do with the WEF.
You see, people who have got intelligence, they know. They know this.
Did the fact that it was posted on April Fools have anything to do with it?
That was from Hairstad. Brian said,
He's the only one who's spoken out against the WEF. Here in Alberta, our Premier Smith just blasted them a couple of
Maxine
times.
has spoken out.
The first time was a little mild, but the second time she just blasted them, also saying that no
The PPC
member in
is
her
not
party
about
will be part of the
globalist
organisation.
agendas.
I would like to see her as the Deputy Prime Minister. Maybe not. Then we would lose her as our Premier.
yeah, you might end up with someone like Doug Ford that we've got. It's like a liberal conservative. Ellen Silva said,
Anything is better than Trudeau. Trudeau must go. Common sense. He is not worth the cost. Bring it home, Pierre.
that's pretty much what everyone's saying anyway. Louis says,
Remember, the Liberals and their supporters will do anything to discredit Pierre because they're afraid of his sincerity and consistent track record. He will be this country's next Prime Minister.
I totally agree. And maybe a reason why Trudeau may stall on the next election, but we'll see. We were hoping for an election this year. Ron said,
The way I see it, Canada has one opportunity to get back and respecting freedom, and that is a Conservative Party. Shame on Jagmeet Singh for dragging this horrific Liberal term of office out.
yeah, he could change things like that. He's always twittering the tweets. He's always doing all garbage like that, saying how, people, I'm for the people, but he's obviously not. Obviously not. Ramit said,
Strange, isn't it, that Freeland, the Deputy Prime Minister, sits on the board of directors of the WEF and nary a word spoken by the media. Yet everybody gangs up on Pierre because his name,
I know.
unknown to him,
It's
got
hypocrisy.
put on the
Like
list.
I don't know.
exactly. I'm going to finish with that. Exactly what we're trying to put over. Exactly what we're trying to say. Just stop saying he's on the WEF because really, it's really not doing your left guys any good if you're tuning in here and you wanted to go, he was on the left, he's doing left stuff. Don't vote Pierre, he's no better than liberals. Yeah, he's a lot better than liberals, guys. A lot better. It's a lot better vote. You know, where else are we going to go? Where are we going to go? Going to go back to another 4 years of higher tax? Look at my gas bill. Look at my gas bill, the carbon tax. Look at the comments. People are paying $50 carbon tax on the gas bill. It's ridiculous. Till next time.
And in BC, it's like we don't really have a carbon tax. We just pay extra taxes. It's all factored in. It's not fair.
I appreciate the World Economic Forum providing me the opportunity to be on this stage and say, fuck you, Klaus Schwab, and fuck your New World Order. We, the people, were born free. We will stay free. And you and all of your globalist friends, including everyone in this room, can go fuck yourself.
Pretty much. Yep.
What's up? Let's Trump. I'm gonna start yelling at some of you guys. Do an impression of people who don't yell shit out during a show. Heckling is so funny. It's the only art form where people will yell shit out in the middle of the art. I've never seen somebody like walking by somebody painting like a boathouse, like sucks. Fucking sucks. You look at a boathouse. Fucking loser. Do Trump. Paint Trump. Paint Trump. Painting's great again. Paint him.
I like him. So, what am I going to do? Because I don't feel like shutting down right now. Let's just do this. Now I'm just going to pull out some more clips. Give me a second. Sorry, I'm trying to like organize lunch, and I thought this would be a little longer. Because yeah, that was yesterday's. Okay, there we go. Now we go. And we stop the screen, and then we go into something else. Sorry. Oh, not that one. Not that one. Nope. That'll get me a strike. Don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, some I know, like, I know as soon as they start, it's like, because I try and look at them beforehand, and I'm sorry there's not more artwork in this one, but I was working on my animation today, and I have so many pages like this of just clips I'd like to pull out. So once again, we have...
Let's play Who Wants to Be a Liberal? Today we have Stephen Guilbeault, the Minister of Climate Change in Canada. The question for you is, what reduced Canada's greenhouse emissions by 9% in 2020? First answer is carbon tax. Next one is snowshoeing took over cars. Next, snowball fight cuts fuel use. And D is COVID. Now, would you like to call a friend or talk to an expert? Well, what would you like to do? Do you want to lock in your answer? You want to lock in your answer? Okay, it's carbon tax. Okay, let's listen to your explanation of what caused it and see if that makes sense. Let's have a listen.
The fact that our carbon tax is one of the most effective in the world because it will reduce greenhouse gases, which went down by 9%, unlike what we heard on the other side.
To tell the world not to be fooled by the Liberal government.
And Randy in Edmonton also said that the reduction in greenhouse gases in 2020 was caused by carbon tax. It's working. I'll find that video too as well. Here's the world emissions of greenhouse gases. And let's zoom in here. You see that? Look at that. 2020. The entire world went down. Canada went down more because they shut down more. So, Stephen can say in a straight face, in all honesty, stand there and take the notes saying that the carbon tax is working.
No,
And that is incredibly insulting to the human race. Why he would
I
ever
hate
say
Stephen
that.
Guilbeault.
He is
I think you know this by
He's
now.
the expert, 30 years, of experience. And he's taking credit for that. And let's listen to the
Like,
rest
this
of him
is
on what's
obviously
going on with
a
this,
tax
carbon
grab.
tax of his.
Nothing to do with
Of
the
this
baby
House,
bunnies
and
or the
100% of
trees
revenues
or
generated by the
the
carbon
oceans.
tax are returned to the provinces.
He is such a bitch.
90% of households and 10% of municipalities and indigenous communities. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Liberals have missed every single emissions target they've set since they put it in.
To tell the world not to be fooled by the Liberal government.
You know, and another lie, too, is 100% goes back to the provinces.
No,
and
it
yes,
doesn't.
as Pierre said, they have never met the target. Nobody in the world has ever met the target
No, it's
since
impossible.
it
Like,
came out. And to fly in a plane and fly to wherever it is on a private jet and make up some numbers that are going to happen in 15 years and, even stop Canadians' economy, just stop it. Stop it for
wasn't
a
there
year.
the
What's
ozone
that gonna
layer,
reduce?
acid
1.5%
rain,
greenhouse gases.
like all
I think
these
Stephen
things?
is just so
like,
desperate
and we've made it through
to
so far.
use Canada as a
But
model
how is
that you can shut down
this
the economy.
dumping,
and
destroying art,
That's what every country
helping
should
the
do.
environment?
And I don't get it why he's so ignorant with that. Because if he wanted to do, the liquefied natural gas, ship that to China and to Germany for geopolitical help. And not only that, it would reduce greenhouse gases.
Yeah.
It really
Oh my
would.
God. Yeah.
And he doesn't care. And I find that
No.
so unbelievable. He's a Greenpeace guy.
Yeah.
This guy,
Like, we are
has the
losing out on
experience.
so much money
He
in
has-
Canada
he's been trained
because of
to
this
do
little
this.
cunt.
And all I see is that he's just a glorified, those people that glue their hands to art, or throw tomato paste.
That all
on
he
art.
is. He scaled
Or,
the CN Tower.
what
He
else did
shouldn't
glue
be
hands
in.
to this
It's like
drive-
letting the
floor, the
inmates
driveway or
run the
highway.
asylum.
That's all he is. He's just a grown-up one of those that got a huge responsibility to look after money and to make changes. And all he does is go back to the basic need, like Greta Thunberg, a child that doesn't
that's
know
all he
anything
is.
about the world, and it just goes with that. Like I find it unbelievable. And
Like,
Catherine
they're
McKenna is
basically
even
the
worse.
same.
She is the one. At least she admitted it one time in a bar. Say it loud, say it often, and they will totally believe it. Yeah. That did it. And I'm really surprised in the history of the world that these tactics have not gone away. They've been around forever, and everyone still falls for it, and it's unbelievable why that happens.
Yeah.
Anyway, I thought everyone should be able to see that, and
Yeah,
Stephen Guilbeault,
I think
this
that
guy
was a
needs to
good
go
one.
on stage. I don't know. I'll say Joe Rogan just because he's famous. I don't care who it is. Just to go on stage or do like a comedy roast of this guy, like he needs to just sit down and hear reality, and it just does not sink in with this guy, and it does not sink in, and it's really sad that they use fear to do this.
Yeah,
it is really sad, and I can go through examples of all the raw sewage going in from in the St.
Yeah,
Lawrence
oh
River,
God,
in
yeah,
Montreal
and that's
stuff,
Trudeau.
like,
That
and
is
the price
Trudeau.
on pollution. They use that fear as like, gee,
That
wanna
is
have,
Trudeau.
pollution
who,
in Canada?
I
How dare
remember
you?
that
It's
one
like,
in the House
let's
of
look at the
Commons,
reality.
and that was
like,
before he was Prime
coming
Minister.
from China to Canada is 25,000 horsepower, 250,000 horsepower, runs 24 hours a day year round. You know how much? I think the top 10 shipping freighters in the world produce more greenhouse gases than all the cars.
Yeah.
I'll look that up again, but anyway, that's they don't think about this stuff. Nobody thinks about it. And who takes that greenhouse gas from the ships going around the world? Which country takes responsibility of that? Because maybe Canada should take the responsibility of that, and China too. Obviously, they do it.
Yeah.
But Canada, add that onto Canada's bill, because maybe it'll put into perspective what's going on. And those are just simple things that they can do. Anyway, thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. It helps out the channel a lot. Thanks for watching.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. This gives me the opportunity to talk about the fact that our carbon tax is one of the most effective in the world because it will reduce greenhouse gases, which went down by 9%, unlike what we heard on the other side. of this House, and 100% of revenues generated by the carbon tax are returned to the provinces. 90% of households and 10% of municipalities and Indigenous communities. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Liberals have missed every single emissions target they've set since they put it in. And according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the vast majority of Canadians are paying vastly more in carbon tax costs than they get back in rebates, a problem that's about to worsen as the government plans to triple tax on gas, groceries, and heat. Canadians are already cutting back on their diets. Adults are living in their folks' basement because they can't afford a new house. We owe the government cancel this insane plan to triple the tax.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, I have a riddle for you. Who said, and I quote, "We recognize the most efficient way to reduce our emission is to use pricing mechanism." You could say it's the Minister of the Environment, or my friend and colleague, the Minister of Natural Resources, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Minister of Finance, but no, Mr. Speaker, it's the member of Durham, and I agree with him. Pricing mechanism is the most effective way to fight climate change pollution, and we said that in April of 2021, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Tripling a tax at a time like this is not just insane, it is cruel.
It's destroying Canada.
British Columbia. They have their own tax there, but the federal government,
It's so much so.
the costly coalition of the NDP and Liberals, want to force BC to triple its tax now at a time when gas prices are
I can't afford more.
40 cents a liter. So once again,
Like, I
for
can't,
the third time, will they
you know,
cancel
it
their
all
plan
adds
to
up.
triple
We cannot
the
afford
tax?
this.
The Honourable Minister. Speaker, and I want to thank the Leader of the Opposition to allow me this opportunity to talk about the fact that they were getting there next time. Carbon pricing is good. Now, what they wanted to put in place is the principle of pay to pollute. That's not how we do this on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. The principle is polluter pay, not pay to pollute. Next time when they flip-flop again on carbon pricing like they've done about 15 times in the last 10 years, pricing pollution is good, and polluter pay principle. They need to go that extra step, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Well, there they go. They want to divide and distract.
Yeah.
They attacked the little old lady living in rural Newfoundland, calling her a polluter for the crime of heating her home in February. According to the Liberal Premier of that province, after the forthcoming increase in the carbon tax, the increased cost of heating the homes of rural Newfoundlanders will have gone up by 80%. Worse yet, this government wants to triple the tax. Why won't they axe the tax?
The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to announce that we are putting in place a program to help tens of thousands of Canadians to get off home heating oil. Price of home heating oil is skyrocketing because of the illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russia. Mr. Speaker, we will put $250 million to help tens of thousands of Canadians go to clean, efficient, renewable energy in Canada to heat their homes and save money, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Oh, great. Just what we need. A new government program to help us pay the cost of a government tax. Don't worry if you live in the countryside of Atlantic Canada, where 40% of people now live in energy poverty after this government has been in power for 70 years. There's a new government program coming, so you need not worry about freezing in the dark as this new tax comes in. That's what they want people to believe. Canadians are not stupid. Canadians are not polluters. They have to heat their homes and travel in a big cold country. Will this government cancel its plan to triple?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Wow, eh? Yeah, what do you even say? Oh, yeah, this is really happening. This really happened.
Canadian lawmakers applauding a Ukrainian man who fought in a Nazi unit made international headlines and embarrassed the country.
Pretty much.
Now we're learning there's more to the story. Before he was recognized in the House, Yaroslav Hunka was personally invited by the Prime Minister to a private event. This event in Toronto, welcoming the Ukrainian president to Canada. Hunka didn't go, but this revelation calls into question who knew what, when, and why someone invited to an event by the Prime Minister wasn't vetted. At the time, Trudeau laid the blame on then Speaker Anthony Rota, who resigned days later.
The Speaker was solely responsible for the invitation and recognition of this man and has wholly accepted that responsibility and stepped down. This was a mistake that has deeply embarrassed
Someone got thrown under the
Parliament
bus.
and Canada.
The Prime Minister's office now says in a statement the Prime Minister had no knowledge of this individual before the independent recognition by the former Speaker of the House of Commons. The individual in question's name was
You
submitted
should
by the
know
Ukrainian
who
Canadian Congress.
the Russians
This
were
new information will
fighting
force
in
the Prime
World War
Minister to
II.
once again respond to an ugly incident that's already strained Canada's relationship with Ukraine. Russian propagandists use this incident to paint Ukrainians as Nazis. In an exclusive interview with Chief Correspondent
Asbro?
Adrian Arsenault,
No, they are.
First Lady
Like,
of Ukraine
certain-
underscored the
not
seriousness.
everyone, but there is that element there. We trained them.
that we
We
conducted
can't hide
our
the
research
news.
afterward, and not the people who had invited him to the parliament.
So, Kate, a lot of people were at that event. I got an invitation. I went hoping maybe this is a chance to secure an interview with the Ukrainian president. That did not happen, by the way. Do we know how it is organizers decided who was invited?
Well, the Prime Minister's office says more than 1,000 people were invited, and hundreds of Canadians were invited upon the recommendation of groups like the Ukrainian Canadian Congress. We reached out to that group to get their reaction and received no response. But one former chief of protocol said all invitees to an event hosted by the Prime Minister should have received some level of vetting. And in a statement, the Conservative leader's office said Trudeau misled the Canadian people and is blaming everyone except himself.
All right, Kate McKenna reporting in Ottawa.
Yeah, and what's up next? Oh boy. Huh.
We should accept that pedophiles are people who have not chosen their sexuality.
I'm sorry. How about we
No,
don't do that?
that's
Thanks very much. Welcome back to the comment section.
yeah, that's gross.
You know, I thought that I was going to have a normal, nice Tuesday afternoon, and then my producer texts me that pedos is trending on Twitter.
See, this is
So we are in for a wild ride. But before we get into it, make sure that you like.
Just for reference, this one was from a year ago before Elon took it over, or it was before it got rebranded as X.
Like this video, subscribe to this channel if you are not already, and ring that notification bell so that you never miss. It's my Harry Potter ringtone. But before we get into it, make sure that you like these videos, subscribe to this channel if you are not already, and ring that bell so that you never miss the next episode. Anyway, now that we've dealt with that interruption, pedos is trending on Twitter because Twitter just put the word groomer on the platform. So now people are just being honest and saying pedophile, which I really don't have a problem with. I do have a problem with them banning the word groomer. Seems like they are protecting the wrong people. You catch my drift. LGBTQ Nation wrote an article about it. Twitter enforces its ban on calling people groomers as anti-LGBTQ hate speech. A right-wing commentator got suspended for tweeting "okay groomer" at a trans woman he was having an argument with. So that is how Twitter and a lot of other platforms are rationalizing this. They're saying that it is a slur, that it is homophobic, and so nobody is allowed to use the term anymore. Twitter's representative for their health product communications team said, "We are committing to combating abuse motivated by hatred, prejudice, or intolerance, particularly abuse that seeks to silence the voices of those who have been historically marginalized," classic term. "For this reason, we prohibit behavior that targets individuals or groups with abuse based on their perceived membership in a protected category. Use of this term, groomer, is prohibited under our hateful conduct policy when used as a descriptor or in the context of discussion of gender identity." Which is really how it is used these days. I am not trying to promote people walking around calling any gay person groomer. That's wrong and it's not right and it's a very dangerous generalization. But I do think that the word is appropriate when we are talking about the sexualization of children at a very young age. And if you think that it is not happening, You can go back and watch any of my videos that you would like, especially the shorts and especially the TikToks where we look at children in schools as young as 2 years old who have sexual identity and gender identity shoved down their throats. I'm sorry if you think that I'm some ultra right-wing maniac because I don't want 2-year-olds to be thinking about sex. That's just how I feel. So, in that sense, I do think that the word groomer is appropriate. Twitter apparently does not. Twitter was also accused of not enforcing this policy prior to this week because apparently it has been around for a while, but they have not been suspending or banning people. So once this was all brought to their attention, they have started knocking people off the platform like crazy. Tim Pool was suspended for saying, okay, groomer, a couple of other right-wing commentators, that kind of thing. They're getting knocked off the platform right and left, and they're getting all of those messages that say, like, you need to delete this tweet in order to get your account back, whatever. They are going full steam ahead. This is a classic example of a left-wing tactic where when the right makes headway in the culture war or just anything in general, the left thinks that their only course of action is to run in, grab the word, grab the topic, redefine it, say that now we are marginalizing people, that we're oppressing people, and then throw it back to their side. I mean, literally yesterday, the White House announced that we are changing the technical definition of a recession so that they can claim that Biden has not gotten us into a recession. This literally happens every single day. And now it is happening with groomer. Somebody said, pedos is trending because we're supposed to be accepting of pedophiles now, according to scholars.
No.
Hell no. I spent a
No,
lot of
hell
time
no.
trying to
Hell
help survivors
no.
put their lives
This
back
can't
together
be
after what monsters did
normalized
to
in
them.
society.
How about we think
This
about
is
them
gross. This
instead?
is gross and
And
wrong.
then this person retweeted a video that I think is actually from 2017, which is even more horrifying. The fact that this has been going on since 2017 and we are just now attacking this conversation. I do think that that is a common problem with the right. It is very, very slow to catch on to these topics, to catch on to what the left is subconsciously putting into our culture. It's like the other day when I was talking about the stupid cow them. That was in 2019 and we weren't talking about it. This has been slowly going on. They have been chipping away at what is good in our society, and we are just now freaking out about it. So I guess the lesson here is that we just need to be on top of this stuff. This has to be stopped at the beginning. And so redefining words and saying that we can't talk about grooming, not really a step in the right direction for our fight.
It is our responsibility to reflect and to overcome our negative feelings about pedophiles and to treat them with the same respect we treat other people with. We should accept that pedophilia is a sexual preference.
These people can't talk about their feelings because they know that they will be hated for it.
Yeah, rightfully so.
We're talking about a sexual orientation, something that we simply cannot change.
You did not have to do that. You knew you did not have to do that.
No, I want them gone. They haven't done anything wrong. They want to molest children. I'd say that's pretty immoral. And then the first woman said that we all need to start respecting pedophiles and acknowledging that pedophilia is some kind of sexual preference. No, I'm not going to. That's creepy. If you are a pedophile, you are sick in the head. I don't think that if you're gay, you're sick in the head, but if you want to have sex with kids, yeah, I'd say that you are. Yeah, this was
Pretty
going on in
much.
2017. And we are just now...
Yeah, like this is like kind of an older clip, but it's still going on, obviously. Now it's just escalated to trans kids. Like it's really escalated.
Not talking about it. I'm not saying that the entire LGBTQ community is made up of groomers. There's a fantastic group called Gays Against Groomers that are actively fighting against this within the community. They are absolutely incredible, but there is one side of the political aisle that is advocating for this kind of behavior, that excuses it, that says things like that. I'll call all of them groomers. I don't care if you're gay, straight, bi, or whatever. If you are advocating for it, groomer. I'm pissed that Twitter won't let me say it now. South Park, per usual, predicted this. Here's a video from a few years ago. Again, I don't know how they do this, but they just know. Here we go.
Our forefathers came to this country because they believed in an idea called freedom. They wanted to live in a place where they couldn't be prosecuted for their beliefs, where a person can live the way he chooses to live. You see us as being perverted because we're different from you. People are afraid of us because they don't understand. And sometimes it's easier to persecute than to understand.
And the pleb is live.
Dude,
I think
you
he's
have
live.
sex with children. Yeah, we believe in equality for everybody and tolerance and all that gay stuff, but dude,
You. Seriously.
That is literally what we are living
Yeah,
in.
it is.
Right now. These people are, spewing their anecdotal, bullshit, all of their feelings, all of their emotions. I don't care how many stories you tell. We're not excusing grooming. Somebody replied to that video of the professors, the scholars, talking about pedophiles and said, how about we just become less
Oh my God, that
tolerant
was
of
good fish.
scholars?
I
This person
wish
wrote
I had
back,
more.
Terry.
I should
He
have
said,
gotten more.
Oh, sure. People who are afraid to think about different ideas and learn to hate everything are easily manipulated by those who aren't. By the way, that doesn't mean that you have to like or accept those ideas, but it
Maybe I'll have
forces you to have an
steak for
effective
dinner.
argument, doesn't it?
Get some more
Terry, I don't want to
protein
have
in
to
me.
have an effective argument against pedophilia. I don't want to spend the time having
I
to
think
come
it
up
would
with
probably
one.
be good.
The argument is that it is immoral, and these scholars are sick in the head for wanting to spend time studying it and getting us all to empathize with these pedophiles.
It is our responsibility to reflect and to overcome our negative feelings about pedophiles and to treat them with the same respect.
Someone else said, pedos is trending on Twitter because pedos are trending in our culture. Literally, yes. Jake Shields
Yeah,
actually got
this is
knocked
disturbing.
off for using the word groomer and said, after being suspended for calling somebody a groomer, I checked to see what Twitter allows. I found there's tens of thousands of pedos on here that refer to themselves as MAPs. That is a minor
That's
attracted
gross.
person.
That
They
is
talk
so
about being
fucking
attracted
gross.
to kids, but we will be banned if we call them groomers. Strange times. That's absolutely true. Twitter also has porn. Twitter has disgusting violence. And yet calling out grooming, talking about sex with 3-year-olds, apparently that is the real violence. Why the hell do these people have an acronym? Are you going to have a flag next? Is there a pedophile flag? Dear God, I hope there is not. But that's probably the next step. It's going to be added to the rainbow flag with the V and all of the different colors in there. God, that's just upsetting. That last comment reminds me of Reddit because Reddit also recently banned the word groomer. It is one of their new restricted terms and slurs. And this was posted by the Political Compass subreddit. And they said, hey, look, this is a new thing from Reddit. People caught on and started posting it over all social platforms. Reddit Lies tweeted and said, Reddit has banned the word groomer. Given that Reddit censors you if you speak out against children transitioning, I think #predator is a fantastic alternative. And then they posted this screenshot from a post that was talking about how people only 18 and older should be allowed to transition, and you see that Reddit removed it because it was inappropriate. So because of all of this, Reddit users quickly came up with that new term, predator, rather than groomer. We'll see how long that lasts before it also gets put on the chopping block. This happened last week, and it spurred people calling for Twitter to do the same. So like I mentioned, I think Twitter has had that policy about grooming in place for a while, but they are just now really starting to crack down on it. So it's probably maybe correlated to the whole Reddit thing. I'm not sure. But regardless, these platforms are covering the asses of disgusting, gross criminal behavior. I already talked about what's on Twitter, but I don't even want to get into what is on Reddit. It's just disgusting, and it's
Reddit's pretty
hypocritical.
bad.
And our society is corrupt and
Reddit
devoid
is
of any
like
morality.
Reddit is where
It's basically the lesson here.
I
Do you want to be the
in
only
Victoria,
person not
Reddit
caught
is
up
like
on the
one
internet's
step
latest
above
news?
4chan.
I didn't think so. So make sure you're subscribed and
Just
ring
saying,
that bell
the
so you
bar's
never
so
miss an
low.
episode.
Yeah, the bar's so low with Victoria Reddit. I go on there sometimes just for amusement, but like, it's just trolls.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. Hope all's good wherever you are. My comment section peeps, what's happening with y'all, man? I hope everybody had a great weekend. Happy Monday to all of you guys and lovely ladies out there. We have a clip today that went a little bit viral last week. It's Elon Musk and Ben Shapiro talking about universities and DEI and all that woke BS. So we're going to watch the clip, and then we're going to talk about it. Here it is.
The crossover between
And I might even open a panel
rallies
today.
on college campuses in favor of Hamas. I mean, they unite the weirdest coalitions maybe in human history. You'll see LGBTQ flags in favor of Hamas, where, of course, if an LGBTQ person were to be actually in the Gaza Strip, they would no longer be in the Gaza Strip. They would be dead.
Yes, exactly.
And that coalition is...
That's like seriously out of touch.
Yeah. But it isn't. But it only isn't out of touch in the sense that
and I'm
there's
excited.
a coalitional idea here. That
I know if you've been watching my
basically
channel,
power structures must be torn down at
So-
all costs, and if that means allying with people who hate me, then I'll ally with people.
what I'm going to
who
do
hate me.
is like
and
get
the
some
fact that that's
felt
grown in
and put
fervor since
felt
October
on.
7th really is, as I said to me on a personal level, quite shocking. What do you make of the future of a West if the West continues to embrace that idea?
They'll be good.
Well,
I'm excited
I think we
about
really
them.
need
I'm
to,
just really
to
trying
stop
not
this
to wreck
principle
them in the
that
meantime.
the weaker,
They're going to turn out
normally
really cool.
weaker
And
party
I've never
is
seen
always
really
right. This is simply not
a
true.
deck like this one.
If you are in quotes oppressed
Well, and
or,
I'm
or the
thinking,
weaker
like, if
party,
I
it
got
doesn't
felt,
mean you're
I can
right.
stick the felt to the felt.
Because if some of those
It sticks. And
weaker
then I can do, like,
groups
tarot
want to
readings
annihilate you, that does not make
on
them
the
good.
couch. Like
We
a
have to
board.
get rid of the rule that if you're weaker,
I don't-
you're automatically good. That's obviously makes no sense.
Oh, wow.
It often makes sense where it's like, okay, you don't want to beat up on someone smaller and weaker than you. But if that smaller group wants to kill you, they're bad. Okay. I'm a big believer in moral absolutism, not moral relativism. There's good and bad in the absolute, and you judge any group or individual against absolute moral standards, not whether they're the so-called oppressed or oppressor, just on absolute moral terms. Are they doing good things? Do they want to murder innocent people? That's bad. Doesn't matter who they are.
You would think, but the pseudo-sophisticates on college campus seem to think differently. So I wanted to get your take on why you think this is so prevalent on college campuses. What do you think the future of the universities in the United States looks like, given the fact that entire universities appear to have been corrupted by more...
I know the answer. Bleak. Yeah, that's how I describe
and this
it.
sort of perverse ideology.
Mhm.
Do you think that a wave of change is coming to the universities? Do you think that there's going to be
No,
direct
it's-
hiring out of high school? What is the solution for universities in the United States?
It's been happening
as
for
well
a
as
while.
abroad?
It might swing back,
think
but
we
it's
need to
probably going
return
to take
to
20 years.
What
It took
things
roughly
were, or mostly were,
30
which is
years
a
to
focus
swing this
on-
far. It's
on
going
merit
to take a while to...
And it doesn't matter whether you're a man, woman, what race you are, what beliefs you have. What matters is, how good are you at your job, or what are your skills?
Mm-hmm.
You could be a three-legged green Martian, wears a kimono and drinks yak milk. Who cares? Doesn't matter. What matters is how good is your work. That's it. That's the least sort of racist, sexist you can be. It's just care about the work that somebody does and not anything else. That's what the focus needs to be to return to.
Not too long ago, this would have just been accepted fact. You wouldn't have two of the smartest guys out there, Ben Shapiro, Elon Musk, sitting in front of a crowd of people talking about hiring the best person for the job and having it be merit-based. That's just how it was. And as somebody who runs two businesses, this is how we've always done it. We hire people online, and when we need native English speakers, we don't care. What we do is we take three candidates, we give them a similar job, a task to do. The person that does it the best gets the job, and that's how we do it. We never cared about race or gender, but I will say one thing that now, post-pandemic today, when we hire, I always tell my lovely hiring assistant to look at the universities, because there's certain universities that, look, let's face it, I just don't want to hire from them because I know what comes with it. And now it's causing me to almost discriminate, right? It's like those airline pilots with the DEI. At no point in history would you have cared if a pilot was black or female. But now, because they're telling you that they're going to hire, like United, or was it Delta, so they're going to hire 50% female pilots. Well, it's like 80% male that apply for these jobs. So at some point, there's going to be a discrepancy.
Yeah.
So
Instead
now
of
you're gonna
hiring
look
the
at a pilot
best
who's not even,
person,
is she
these
qualified?
diversity
Where
hires
in the past,
are...
you would have never
Look at
thought that.
Banff.
She
Look
would have
at
just
Banff.
been
Banff
there
was...
merit-based, the best person for the job. Black
That
or
one didn't
white,
go well.
Asian, female, male, nobody would have cared. Now let me show you
Hire the
a
best
post
person.
from Aldi, the grocery store. They're hiring everybody But one type of person, I'll let you guess what that is. Let's take a look at it. Aldi, diversity, equity, and inclusion at Aldi. Diversity strengthens us. There's no proof of that anywhere in the world, but let's go with it. Our goal is to build a space where everyone who walks through our doors feels welcome. That means upholding our guiding principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Now, you can make everybody feel welcome and just hire the best person for the job, because if you just always hire the best person for the job, just naturally, you're going to have different positions that are going to be filled by different people from different walks of life. That's just how it's going to end up. So this is the job posting here. National Procurement Specialist. Company descriptions. Job for Humanity is partnering with Aldi to build an inclusive and just employment ecosystem. Therefore, we prioritize individuals coming from the following communities. Refugees, neurodivergence, single parent, blind, or low vision, deaf, hard of hearing, Black, Hispanic, Asian, military veterans, the elderly, LGBTQ, and justice-impacted individuals. If you're a white male, I don't think you should waste your time applying for this job. And if you are a white male, you better be blind and or deaf,
or gay,
maybe elderly, and a military veteran. If you had all those boxes ticked, I feel that you might have a chance.
You might
here,
have a chance.
but maybe not. These universities need to get politics out of there. And even if it's a right-leaning conservative politics or leftist politics, all of it, it shouldn't be there. Teach the kids how to critical think. Teach them how to
and
share
it should be a
ideas, how to have the
forum
best
for open
ideas rise to the
debate, not
top.
cancel
The way it used to be.
culture.
Teach them the facts that they need to know, everything that they need to know, in whatever program they're in, to make them successful in life, so that they can finish there and move on and be a good part of society. But leave your ideology out of it. Leave your politics out of it. People can figure that out for themselves. If you teach students how to be smart and not indoctrinate them in this woke ideology and gender ideology and push this stuff on people, like indoctrinating them. Funny little segue, right? I was listening to the Jordan Peterson podcast. He had Yamini Park on there, a bit of an older episode. And she escaped North Korea. She had to sell her mother. The whole thing's absolutely horrible. And you should listen to her story. Her book is really good as well. And she's been on Joe Rogan. She compared her going to universities in the U.S., to these leftist universities. She compared the propaganda she was being taught there to the propaganda she was being taught in North Korea. So you know the system is broken, and you know it's bad when someone like that is comparing the universities that we have right now that we're being taught in Canada and the U.S. to North Korea. Anyways, like the video, subscribe to the channel, comment down below, be respectful to each other as you know you all will be, and I'll catch you all in the next video. Peace out, everybody.
That wasn't as long a clip as I thought. Oopsies. Oh, yes. And coming full circle, the power of the boogie woogie and the piano. so you know, that's like Taiwan's like. Screw you, China. Do not mess with the boogie woogie. Woohoo! Woohoo! Wonderful.
Are you the guy who sent me the email from Cape Town? I had somebody send me an email about bagpipes. I'm not sure it was.
So this is to Uncle Lance.
So tell me who you are and where you come
I'm
from.
Piper James. I'm an ex-army piper from the British Army for the late.
Are you serious? You were actually in the army?
I was in the army.
So you're a veteran? Oh, wow.
And now I'm a pastor in Cape Town and I help men turn their lives around.
Oh, God bless you.
And my Uncle Lance said to me, Pipey, if you see Dr. K, you've got to stop, man, because we've got to let Cape Town know that...
Oh, wow. So you were actually in the army?
I was.
And in the musical section?
I was in the pipes and drums for the
Pipes and
Irish
drums.
Guards.
Oh, that is actually
But I'm a
amazing.
huge advocate for letting people never forget what the people sacrificed. That's why I wear all the poppies.
Well, that is amazing. I mean, it's a shame you weren't here when we had the CCP here.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
We would. I you know.
My sister was born in Hong Kong.
Oh, do one for the road. Do one for the road. I think do one of your. I'm not political either. I've just been radicalised by the CCP. Of course you can.
Aw. Something like that is, and now because of these charges, he can't actually even go travel. Like, so he's like, okay, I'll just play here for a little longer. Because he used to travel all over the world, you know, random pianos. Is that Taiwan or Hong Kong? It's one of them, but it's really offensive to the Communist Chinese Party.
That like button, so we just had Piper turn up.
Yeah, let's offend them some more.
We started a kind of
I like this idea.
speech zone here at the piano.
Communism has no place in democracy or the monarchy.
I think I've been radicalised by the CCP, as I keep saying, you know. But hit that like button. Hope you enjoyed the show. And no police, security, or secret police here at the moment, so it's been okay.
I just want to check something. Oh my goodness. No, I only have one person from my blog from China. Some years, it's like they're my third largest viewer. Right now, it's Canada, the United States, and Australia. Next is India, Nigeria, United Kingdom, Germany, Thailand, Turkey, Kenya, Pakistan, Belgium, Ethiopia, Japan, Zimbabwe, Iceland, France, Philippines, Romania, Eswatini, Trinidad and Tobago, Portugal, and China. So thank you for all the people who read my blog. Even though sometimes I don't write a lot, I just have clips. But I appreciate everyone who views. Oh, that one's a long one. I'm not going to pull out Clyde. Sorry, dude. No. That one's like an hour 40. I'm going to go on to this one. Rebel News. Once again.
We're just here to do a story. There's evidently 3 male players on the female team. Yeah. Sir, why are you taking away a spot from a real woman? Look at this, folks.
How is this equality?
Why are you playing with the woman?
Like,
why are you
how
taking
is it
away
equality?
a real woman's spot? Are you a misogynist? What do you think about biological males playing against real women,
I
sir?
would not like to engage in this conversation because I think you're very... This topic, though, and why are you filming me? You don't have my permission.
We don't need your
it's a
permission.
public
We're
spot.
Why are you talking to me then?
Well, you came to us, actually.
You came to me.
Why?
Shut up!
What? Oh, wow.
Answer my question.
Did we trigger you?
No, you didn't trigger
Are
me.
you trans too? We support all of our students. What is it? But how do you support biological
Maybe.
females by
I'm
allowing
trying to.
gender-bending male grifters to be on the team? We support all of our students, and we have no further comment on this.
Wow,
David Menzies
Thank
for
you.
Rebel News
Thank
here
you, the
in
Menzies.
King City, Ontario. And folks,
David Menzies,
just to the
like-
west of me is Seneca College. The topic du jour, well, we are still trying to get
At least he's
answers
standing up
with regards
because
to why
we're
the
just supposed to
Seneca
roll
State
down and be like,
female
"Oh no, it's okay. It
volleyball
doesn't
team
matter if a
has
dude
not one,
like
not
beats
two,
up a
but
girl. That's
3
not a
men on the
problem.
roster.
That's
That would be
fair
number
sportsmanship,
16,
right?"
Franz Lagardis. He, by the way, has injured 2 real woman players, opponents,
Yeah.
giving them concussions that needed medical treatment. Then we have number 21, Ara Talan, and we have number 9, Jess Garcia. And they are hosting the George Brown Huskies. Proline had College Ontario female volleyball on the ticket, folks. I think I would bet the house Seneca's going to win because, well, quite literally, they have outmanned the opposition.
Yeah.
They played Centennial last week. The poor Centennial Colts, they only had 2 men on the roster, so they won the series 3 games to 1. So I just want to find out some answers. I want to find out why biological males are, well, basically destroying female sports. So let's go onto campus, pay a visit, and see how.
And I'm going to
game
do my
goes
taxes
down.
right away.
Sorry,
this
who are you,
year.
sir?
I'm gonna.
Questions. You can answer any questions to our
I don't feel well enough
Isn't there
today,
a,
but
volleyball
next week I'll
game
go to
going
the
on,
bank
or-
and
So,
get them printed up, get them started. I have
Any questions
literally
for
a
the-
whole
for the
grocery
stuff,
bag
okay?
of
where
receipts
are
I
they?
need to go
Information, I can
through.
give you that information.
Okay, then.
But I've
is it
done it
closed to
fourth
the
year.
public, the
Fourth
game,
year
or-
I've done it, and I'm really proud
I'm
of
not gonna be
myself
answering any questions
because
at this time,
Okay, then. So
it's taken.
Does anyone know
you
what's
know,
going on here? You're with the Sting, right, sir? Or- Yeah, we're just here to do a story. There's evidently 3
It's taken
male
a while
players
to
on the female
rebuild
team.
my credit and
Franz Lagardis,
Ara
Talan,
get a
and Jess
business
Garcia.
set up. Like,
why is that allowed?
Yes, I see you're with Rebel Media, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so unfortunately I won't be having anything to say to you right now.
Okay.
Your organization has been known to produce
insane what I pay
alternative media
to do
resources
this,
to
but
the public
it's
that
worth it
we
to
don't
me.
align with and are not allowed on campus.
And I know
So I'm asking
I've
you to leave
friends.
the property
I've had some friends
right
get
now.
I don't
jealous and not
understand that. If we
understand,
have
and
a point of view
because
that
I'm not
doesn't
paying
align
attention
with
to
the view on
them,
campus,
because
you
I'm
shut down the
trying to do
practice
this,
of journalism?
because
No,
this
not at all.
is
So what I'm asking you to do is to leave the campus.
what I
Right
went
now,
to
this is private
university
property,
for.
right?
You know,
So we're just asking you to leave.
Can you tell me why, please?
I can tell you
I'm
right
gonna
now that
try.
right now we're asking you to leave the property. So
Okay, and the reason?
Because as per our campus policy, for access, you're not an invited guest on campus, and access to media is not allowed.
You claim to be a security officer, right?
I'm not a security officer. No,
I thought you said that.
no, I said I'm with security.
What does that mean with security?
I'm the manager of security.
Okay, and you're wearing a Seneca Sting hoodie.
Yep.
Okay, then it's odd because I see these security personnel, they're wearing what looks to be a uniform. I still haven't been presented with a license.
Sure, absolutely. They can present the
What about you, gentlemen? Are you with the school?
I'm with Seneca Media Relations. Yeah.
Oh, okay, sir. Can you answer me why 3 male players are on the Seneca Sting? Why are you being unfair to the biological woman on the team and the opposition? We support all of our students, and we have no further comment on this. What is it? But how do you support biological females by allowing gender-bending male grifters to be on the team? We support all of our students, and we have no further comment on this. Okay, so why do we have a separation of male and female sports with the exception of equestrian and auto racing? Why are there two different categories for male and female sports?
We as an institution have no comment on that.
You have no comment on that.
That's correct.
No comment.
Doesn't it make sense, given the inherent biological
make
differences
sense.
of men, that they would compete with other men and women would compete with women?
We have no institutional position on this other than that we support all of our students.
Okay, no. We used to, for fairness in sports. And now it's like, I feel like we went so far to get, equality doesn't always mean equal. Like, obviously, women competing against men's sports, we're not stronger. We're not faster. Even Riley Gaines said, like, her husband's a swimmer, and he can outswim her in the pool, even though she's, like, one of the top female swimmers. This is just biology. And I feel concerned because I feel like it's almost reverse sexism. It's like, instead of like, you know, just trying to have women have their own space in sports, now we're having to lose that space. And I don't see, like some women want to compete against men, but most women don't. And most women don't feel comfortable with a dude in the change room, especially if there's, you know, your daughter there or your, you know, it's gross. It's like, why? Or that, you know, and he is a university professor, once again, like Vortex Awoke, swimming with 13-year-old girls. Oh, it's an open category. And some of those girls were 11 in the same change room as him. It's gross. It's really gross. And I think people need to start speaking up instead of social virtuing.
That are on the bench, that are not getting to play. And then on the opposition, this individual, Franz Lagardis, he has spiked the ball twice on a woman's head, a real woman that is, so much so that she required medical treatment. Do you think that's fair?
We support all of our students.
And you support your students purposely injuring other students, such as females? I mean, that sounds like misogyny to me, sir.
We support their
it's been happening. Like, they let one onto the rugby team, and these women had concussions.
Because this is against the rules. This is female varsity volleyball.
How is
and there
that
are
fair?
3 men on the team.
We follow all of the OCAA rules and regulations.
And what are those rules?
And a lot of these places have co-ed leagues.
So
but for professional sports,
says that if
and
you're a man,
a
you
lot
can
of
be on a
like,
female team. What's the use of having female teams and female leagues?
Senator,
they're gone.
There's no comment
They're
on
gone.
that. If you have a question for the OCAA,
No, men took over.
I suggest you take it to the OCAA.
It's very funny. This is an institute of higher learning, and you have no comment on something so basic as separate divisions for male and female sports.
We follow all OCAA rules and regulations.
Okay, and do you think that's a just regulation yourself?
I have no comment on that.
Is this really all about being worried of being called transphobic as opposed to doing what's right for biological females?
We do what's right for all of our students and support all of our students.
Okay, but that's clearly not the case if biological women are being denied a place on the team. I mean, again, it sounds like garden variety misogyny to me, sir.
We support all of our students and all of our student athletes.
I feel like I'm interviewing a Coke machine. You know, I mean, it's just one repetition. And you are really with media relations, sir?
Yes, sir.
And what's your name?
Ryan.
Ryan
Flanagan.
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 Okay, then. Can you tell me, Ryan, since you are media relations and we're with the media, why are we being denied access to a publicly funded institution?
We have a security plan in place, and I would defer to our security experts and ask that you help them carry out to maintain the security of the event.
But we mean no harm unless you consider insensitive questions harmful.
Yeah.
We're just here to cover this game. I'd love to speak to the men on the female team.
Yeah.
Where's the harm in that?
We've been asked to have a security plan in place for this, and we support all of our students, and we have no further comment.
And who asked you?
Pardon?
You said we've been asked. Who asked you to put the security plan in place?
We as an institution have been asked.
Okay, is this,
By
I guess,
who?
the coach? He doesn't want our presence here, or the men who are on the roster, they don't want our presence here? I'm just trying to figure out who's who in the zoo here.
Yeah, we have no problem.
Who's who in this year?
No,
I like his.
so much for transparency. So
he's
we can't get
really
into the
abrasive,
building.
but he's like the Don
And fair
Sherrier
enough.
reporter.
So, can we stand outside here and just ask the student body what they think of men taking female positions?
We ask that you follow any instructions from our security personnel.
All right then. So is this gentleman really with security? Because it doesn't look like a security uniform. Yes. Okay. So, wow. It really is a lack of transparency here. So, Ryan, this gentleman here, he said, I can call you a gentleman, I hope. Okay, thank you. Am I allowed to be outside the auditorium?
We'd actually to leave and go onto the public property off on Dufferin Street.
Oh, so we can't even be on the parking lot?
Yeah, you can actually enter to the Dufferin Street as a public sidewalk.
Oh, okay then, but where we parked our cars, we can't go there?
You can get to your vehicle now if you'd like to leave the property, absolutely.
So you want us to leave the property, including the parking lot, just to be clear?
At this time, yes, we'd like you to do that, yes.
Okay then. And again, Ryan, by law, they have to display a security license. So I know that I'm actually dealing with a security guard. That hasn't been displayed yet.
Like one of our uniform security guards can do that for you, and we can have them display the license.
Okay, fair enough.
Absolutely.
Okay then. Thank you, sir. Excellent. That's all I was asking for. All right. Is this?
Have a good
by
day,
the way,
gentlemen.
We're leaving now. Is this an indefinite suspension from Seneca, or is there a limit to it, Ryan?
So at this point, we're asking you to leave the property for tonight's activities.
Okay, just for tonight then.
Well, at this point, you're not invited here as per our campus access policy. Okay. So as you're invited guests on the campus, you can attend any event, but at this point, you're not invited guests.
So I have to phone ahead for an invitation. Is that correct?
You can look at our policies. It's public on our website.
Okay then. And who would I ask permission to come here again to practice journalism?
That's all detailed on our website. And
Wow.
as mentioned, any media relations, you
Like-
can direct that to our corporate media.
Okay, so I can give you a
crickets on
call,
the
Ryan, and
Canadian
ask for
News,
permission?
like
Any chance I'm going to get it in the future?
Canadian News is
All
like,
requests are evaluated on case-by-case
well, after pulling up that
All right, gentlemen, have a good
CBC
evening.
Kids
Thank you.
thing, it's like,
Well, can you believe that, folks? There was so much security on campus. I originally thought there might be an active shooter, but it was all for little old me and my, I guess, weaponized questions.
Menzoid.
Unbelievable. So we were frog marched off the property, as you saw. They said they called the police. Evidently,
yeah.
our values don't align with the values on campus.
Your organization has been known to produce, alternative media resources to the public that we don't align with and are not allowed on campus. So I'm asking you to leave the property right now.
I wonder
As a conservative student, I would feel uncomfortable with this.
for saying that because
You know?
it was brutally honest. That's what we are guilty of.
Because
Wrong
you're
thing.
the
This is absolutely
it's scary if
despicable
you're
that these
somewhat
gender-bending
conservative
male
if you
grifters
don't
are
go
being
along with all
accommodated.
the herd
And
of
by the
sheep.
way,
Like
I have reached out to both
critical
Volleyball
thinking is
Canada
lost
and
on
Volleyball
campus.
Ontario to get the official policy. Here are my 3 questions. 1, why is this accommodating male players on female teams being tolerated given the inherent unfairness and the safety issue? Number 2, why doesn't volleyball create an open or other category for these players, much like World Aquatics has done for swimmers, in order to accommodate males identifying as females? And 3, does Volleyball Ontario and Volleyball Canada subscribe to the mantra of trans women are real women, even if these so-called trans women are biological males in every respect?
They still have their bits.
Male genitalia, testosterone levels, chromosomes, etc. And folks, guess what? It has been radio silence, but it's funny, even if they have a policy against this invasion
this
of female sports.
seems like something out
as
of
we've
a
seen
bad
with
science
rugby
fiction
and
movie.
swimming,
Like
the
a
Canadian
weird
and
science
provincial,
experiment like this
regulatory
is.
bodies, they ignore the rules of the international governing bodies, It is an absolute disgrace. My dire prediction, because you saw the way we were treated and you see the way these men are being accommodated, I think if we don't take a stance regarding this transanity,
Right here.
in the very near future, you're going to have 2 collegiate teams for all the sports. You're going to have the men's team, and then you're going to have the men's team B. That would be stalked by all the men
because women
who failed to make the real men's team. So it'll be a second men's team, which once upon a time used to be called the women's team. Unbelievable. For Rebel News, I'm David the Menzoid Menzies.
Good article. Good article.
Folks, are you as sick and tired as we are in seeing women's sports being invaded by gender-bending male grifters? Please go to transmadness.com. That's transmadness.com. Make a donation if you're able to. Sign the petition. Let's put our foot down and end this grotesque fiasco.
Well, yeah, it's like there should be fairness in sports. Like,
I'm Chris Hansen. Right now,
I'm not going to pull up all
Daily
this
from
one. You
New
can
York
find
City.
the longer one, but I was just like, wow.
A handsome Air Force vet marries a single mom and helps raise her teenage son.
To him, this was his family. He was very protective of them.
Until the day mother and son mysteriously vanish.
I knew something had to be wrong.
What looks like a picture-perfect family is actually a house of secrets.
Was Susan scared of Jerry?
Jerry isn't who anyone thinks he is. He's leading a double life, and he's hiding a bombshell online.
She found out about your extracurricular activities?
Wow.
Then, a security video captures a man's final minutes. A strange car.
I'm not going to pull up that whole one. I'm going to go on to Clown Planet. One of my, a couple for Clown Planet. Yay.
Lab-grown meat is becoming big business, and future
I might
forecasters
open up
believe
the
it could be
panel
hitting
if people
supermarket
put in a
shelves by the end of
request
this year.
in the
They
chat.
predict that we'll also have better
But
access
otherwise,
to
I'm just
domestic
going to keep
robots.
going.
But what laws and rules are in place to protect consumers? Futurist Dr. Ben Hamer joins us. Good to have you with us again, Ben. Now, lab-grown meat, is it as it
Yummy,
sounds?
yummy.
Yeah, it kind of is. So lab-grown meat is otherwise called cell-cultivated meat, and basically you're taking cells from an animal and then you're turning that into a meat-based product. So it's pretty complicated, but if we think about pork as an example, what the researchers and scientists do, they'll take a sample from, say, a pig's ear.
There was
and then
this
that pig
in a
gets run around and
1980s
not harmed.
movie, and it was
then
like
through some,
parody at the
technology
time,
that
and
they
now
have,
it's like Bill
biotechnology,
Gates is like,
they
hey,
then
that was a
grow
great
into
thing to
a
do.
substitute for that meat, and it's said to look the same, taste the same, and feel the same in your mouth as well.
I'm creeped out because how do we know it's not even happening now? Like, how do you 100% know that all that processed food, like I know microwave food, it's cheap, it's convenient, but do you really know what's in it? Because, like, I don't even know if legally in Canada they would have to say this is lab meat. And some of them, you're like, is this even meat or what the hell is this? Like, I got one the other day and I was like, ew, no wonder I feel sick. Sometimes it's just like you get off work and I know it is like Soylent Green. It is exactly, except with, like, there are so many parallels to that movie, and it was set in 2022. Because, in the 1970s, it just seemed like, oh, this seems so outrageous. Like, we wouldn't do this. This is a bad idea. No. Yeah, this won't go bad at all. Just wait. We'll have like either microchips in our eyes or contact lenses. So we won't need the goggles. We'll be connected all the time. And like that World Economic Forum, we'll have brain scanners. Like it's almost like Johnny Mnemonic, only, you know, life imitates art. And William Gibson, he was, as an author, always really good about projecting trends. Some of these were like staged, but, and then other ones, people are dumb enough to do that. I love Clown Planet. They're like one of the best channels. And also I always seem to miss them on X, but when I can catch them on X, I think I just have so much in my feed that it blows up sometimes. Like, you know, I'll miss things from friends. Just this one's from Angel Studios. It's just a trailer. They were the studio that did Sound of Freedom.
Not fear. And you are with me. Even if I walk through the valley, even if I'm lost,
like something like this. Even if you're not Christian, this looks really cool. Like, wow. If it's in theaters, I'm going to have to catch it, and I'm going to have to go onto their website because they had one movie I absolutely want to find because it was just about time travel and multidimensional shifting, and I sometimes feel like it. Like there is something about it that I got chills seeing the trailer. Angel Studios is amazing. See how this went.
It was exactly 10 years ago today that marijuana first became legal in the United States. Colorado was the first state to legalize it
And
after
it's
around
just
77
around
years of it being
15,
effectively
20.
illegal across the country.
15,
Now that
26.
10 years
I'm
have
a little
passed,
late.
how has Colorado, and the entire country for that matter, changed?
The campaign predicts tax revenues to exceed $10 million in the first year.
$10 million? Ha! Colorado ended up making around $70 million in tax revenue that first year and has made more than $2 billion ever since.
Oh, eh?
This money has funded everything from healthcare to education
So
to
if
highways to law
Canada's
enforcement.
legal-
While more adults now consume marijuana in Colorado, there is no evidence that more kids do. Marijuana DUI arrests have modestly
I'm just
gone
trying to
up
do some mental
nationwide.
math here
Cannabis
because
is
something
now
isn't adding up.
completely legal for adults in 24 states, DC, and 3 territories, and medically legal in 37 states. What a difference 10 years makes.
Okay, in BC, it was basically people like, even before the federal government put this in, it was basically no one cared. And now, if this is how much Colorado has made, how much has Canada made or BC made? And where the fuck is that money? Because I'm sure it's close to $2 billion a year. So if we, like, why are we so far in debt if this, you know, and also it is taxed. So they're charging all this and then they get taxed and the growers pay taxes. And, you know, it's just, wow, it's Canada's like, and I hate to say it, but some of it's really shitty pot. Like, some of it's like, literally like, It's like what you would save to make oil out of, you wouldn't actually like ever sell to someone unless they were real desperate. Like, it's like leaves and stems. Yeah, I you know, some of it's just bad.
Here, come on.
Yeah, the coyote doesn't know if he wants to go in. See, never underestimate the power of a murder kitty. Like, even a coyote is like, okay, I know you're small, but...
my dog. Where's he at? Oh, she gets scared when she can't find him.
Oh, no.
Come here, Weave.
It's like tag team wrestling. Going in the ring. I'm gonna smack you, bitch. I'm gonna smack you. Yeah, I know. His channel's so cute. Like, because do not have coyotes as pets. They will not always behave this way.
They're having a ball. I'm so glad she's home. Gone 2 days this time. Oh.
I guess it just comes and says hi. Oh God, this is beautiful.
Social media is a very powerful tool.
I've listened to this hearing so many times. It is
about
beautiful.
The garbage that is directed at
beautiful. What?
I have 2 teenagers at home.
It's truth
and the
right
phones
here.
They have are portals to predators, to viciousness, to bullying, to self-harm. And each of your companies could do a lot more to prevent it. Ms. Zuckerberg,
so could parents.
in June of 2023,
not
the
all
Wall Street
parents.
Journal reported that Instagram's recommendation
It's like the TV when it came out. That became the babysitter. You know? It's happening
to accounts
again.
that were advertising the sale of child sexual abuse material. In many cases, those accounts appeared to be run by underage children themselves, often using code words and emojis to advertise illicit material. In other cases, the accounts included indicia that the victim was being sex trafficked. Now, I know that Instagram has a team that works to prevent the abuse and exploitation of children online. But what was particularly concerning about the Wall Street Journal expose was the degree to which Instagram's own algorithm was promoting the discoverability of victims for pedophiles seeking child abuse material. In other words, this material wasn't just living on the dark corners of Instagram. Instagram was helping pedophiles find it by promoting graphic hashtags, including hashtag pedwhore and hashtag preteen sex to potential buyers. Instagram also displayed the following warning screen to individuals who were searching for child abuse material. These results may contain images of child sexual abuse. And then you gave users 2 choices. Get resources or see results anyway.
Wow, I mean, I'm all for
Mr.
free
Zuckerberg, what the
speech,
hell were you
but it
thinking?
has to be within the confines of the law.
All right, Senator. The basic science behind that.
But he's a creepy little fucker anyway, so I wouldn't want to see what's on his hard drive.
Rather than
You
just block
you
it
wouldn't
to
even
help
want to know what
direct them towards something
Zuckerberg's
that could be helpful for getting them to get help.
In what
That's why he
universe
did
get
it.
Resources in what
He's
same
like a
universe
voyeur.
is there
That's
a
why
link for see
Facebook came
results
about.
anyway?
It wasn't because he was.
Well, because we might be wrong. We try
He
to
just
trigger
wanted
this,
to, like,
this warning, or we
have
try
his own
to,
little porn site in university.
when we think that there's any chance that the results.
Okay, you might be wrong. Let me ask you, how many times was this
Yeah, you
warning
might be wrong.
screen displayed?
Yeah.
I don't know, but the
Hey, you don't know. Why don't you know?
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. But
Well, you know what, Mr. Zuckerberg? It's interesting you say you don't know it off the top of your head, because I asked it in June of 2023 in an oversight letter, and your company refused to answer. will you commit right now to within 5 days answering this question for this committee?
We'll follow up on that.
Is that a yes? Not a will follow up. I know how lawyers write statements saying we're not going to answer. Will you tell us how many times this warning screen was displayed? Yes or no?
Senator, I'll personally look into it. I'm not sure if we have.
Okay, so you're refusing to answer that. Let me ask you this. How many
he is
times
like taking
did an Instagram
Zuckerberg's
user who
nuts
got this
off
warning
him and like
that you're seeing
but
images of child sexual
Zuckerberg's
abuse? How many
such a
times did
fucking
that user
moron. He
click on see
doesn't even
results
get it.
anyway? I want to see that.
He's so corrupt.
Senator, I'm not sure if we stored that, but I'll personally look into this and we'll follow up after.
And what follow-up did Instagram do when you
Okay,
have
no excuses, Zuckerberg. Let's see.
a potential pedophile clicking on, I'd like to see child porn? What did you do next when that happened?
Senator, I think that an important piece of context here is that any context that we think is child sexual
Mr. Zuckerberg,
abuse,
that's called a question. What did you do next when someone clicked? You may be getting
so much cringe,
child
but
sexual abuse images, and they click see results anyway. What was your next step?
This is
You said
exactly
you might be
why
wrong.
I
Did anyone
deleted.
examine? Was it in fact?
I
child
deleted
sexual
my
abuse material? Did anyone
Facebook.
report
Like
that
it
user?
just.
Did anyone go and try to protect that child? What did you do next?
Senator, we take down anything that we think is sexual abuse material on the service, and we do.
Did anyone
report
verify whether it was in fact child sexual abuse material?
Senator, I don't know if every single search result we're following up on, but
Did you report the people who wanted it?
Senator, do you want me to answer your
Yeah,
question?
I want you to answer the question I'm asking. Did you report the people who click see results anyway?
That's probably one of the factors that we use in reporting. And in general, and we've reported more people and done more reports like this to NCMEC, the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children, than any other company in the industry. We proactively go out of our way across our services to do this and have made, I think it's more than 26 million reports, which is more than the whole rest of the industry combined. So,
Mr.
I think that
Zuckerberg,
an
Mr.
allegation
Zuckerberg, your
that we
company
take this
and every
seriously.
social media company needs to do much more to protect children. All right, Mr. Chu, in the next couple of minutes.
Huawei. Oh, excuse me. Oh, Jesus. It must be spring. Oh, what's the next one? Oh, how long is this one? Oh, that's 3 hours. Nope. That one's too long. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, this one was really good, and I just pulled it up to save it, but you can find the whole thing on... I've watched that one. No, they aren't. Money does not equate...
Annette Wildgoose holds a luggage tag from her late mother's trip aboard the MS St. Louis, a ship full of Jewish refugees fleeing Germany in 1939, turned away by nations including Canada. There's a stark juxtaposition for her between Canada's attitude towards Jews before and during the Second World War and new information about how our country accepted Nazis after.
These individuals eradicated all of my family. So I have no cousins, aunts, and uncles. We're at that juxtaposition now where we have to learn from history.
The scandal over a former member of the Nazi Waffen-SS receiving a standing ovation in the House of Commons last fall renewed a push by Jewish groups.
Just showed an astonishing story.
I know.
And sort of
I know.
reinforced the need to get the records out.
Oh, he
The
would.
now more complete version of the
He would
Rodal
just-
report details then Justice Minister Pierre
boy.
Trudeau's take on a Latvian Canadian known as Subject F.
I'm a
convicted
rocket
and accepted
man.
by the Soviet Union
Fuck
as the
around and
captain
find
of
out.
a firing
You know?
squad which murdered 5,128
Yeah.
Jews. In 1967, Trudeau was against stripping Subject F's citizenship,
Wow,
writing, the
this is
applicant's
disgusting,
obligation
and I'm
is to satisfy
actually
the court that he is of good character.
surprised
He is not
Global
required to
is
satisfy
pulling
the
this
court
up.
that he, at no time in
Because
his
usually
past,
they're the
committed
first
an
ones
appropriate
to
act. There is more information yet to be released, including the names of 240 suspected Nazi war criminals.
We cannot learn the mistakes of the past until we see the records.
How
of
the
the
hell
past.
did,
So
like-
this is an effort.
And this
Not
was
just about the
Trudeau.
past, but it's
Trudeau
also
is the
an
one
effort about
who
the past.
invited
This is
him in.
both an important part of the historical record, but also one that has implications around privacy, around community cohesion.
And this was taken properly.
Abigail Beeman, Global News, Ottawa.
Like Huawei. Yeah. No, we don't have problem. Like, how is this not like any? How is this not World War III or like the Fourth Reich? Like, oh God, this one. I feel so sorry for Americans, and I used to think the wall should be on
Let's talk about
between
the invasion.
us.
Let's talk
And
about the invasion
now I
of the
think
US Capitol
like
on
we
January
need
6,
unity.
2021.
We need unity between Canada and the States because we're all in this together.
When the heart
And if we could
of
get out
American
Trudeau,
democracy was attacked
we could
by a
actually
mob,
make us
many of
all
them violent,
like. Imagine if we
of
had
then
all the
President Trump's
pipelines
supporters
and natural
who
gas.
fought to keep him in
And,
power illegally.
You know,
The evidence is overwhelming.
we didn't
And
have
yet
a
many
leader spending
Republican members
50
of the House
grand
not only
on a
continue to
dinner
deny the truth,
just for his
but
friends.
still will not
Just for
admit
his
that
friends.
Joe Biden won the 2020 election. This includes our current House Speaker, who even as recently as several weeks ago refused to affirm that Joe Biden won the 2020 election and is the legitimate president of our nation. The Speaker of the House. And it includes another member of GOP House leadership who has taken to calling those imprisoned for their illegal actions on January 6th hostages. Hostages. They attacked our very democracy, and yet they are the victims? It's morally bankrupt. This is not
I'm
only
not
a
American.
sick,
I'm not
twisted
American. I'm
perversion
just
of the,
pulling this
of the
up
truth. It's also
because
deeply offensive to
I
Americans
watched it
across this
live.
country.
I mean, I
What
watched
my extreme
Ashley
MAGA
Babbitt
Republican
get
colleagues
shot live.
and their apologists
And
are doing is
it's just sort of
perpetrating a
like,
deeply cynical, psychological
yeah, I had
manipulation.
so much adrenaline
They tell
that
us
day
we can't
just
trust
because,
our own eyes.
you know, I'd
Dude,
seen
did you look at the
all the
fucking
Trump
mirror, you
rallies
stupid
the day before. And like, it just, that event was wild, like, to see live. Like, yeah, it was, that one was nuts. I don't even know, like, this is bad. Speaking of bad. Oh, how did you go to big screen? Don't do that. No. Oh. Nope. Am I getting a strike? No. Come on. Come on, towers. I'm on an island, so sometimes it hits. It also helps to hit play. Go blonde. Even though my hair is dark now, it's
And I want
like
to show you a couple of videos where things.
his volume is always so low.
You know, like without a unbiased and impartial media, these kinds of things will go unreported.
I don't want to
These
fuck
kinds of
around with the
wasting,
volume.
These kinds of mismanagement.
I like his channel. Like,
All right, let's jump right in.
And I want to talk about affordability and environmental action at the same time. Mr. Speaker, we introduced a heat pump program in 2022.
yeah, they work
It was
really
called
well on the
Simply
prairies.
Oil to
Great
Heat Pump
idea.
Program. And it was to help individuals be able to make a
They
transition
barely
where
work
on
in
home heating oil.
Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, there are 1 million Canadian households that still use heating oil in this country. 286,000 of them are in Atlantic Canada, but they are spread all across this country. And the evidence would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that the majority of people that still use heating oil are people who are lower income and do not have the ability to actually transition off that fuel source itself. And that is exactly why the government introduced a $10,000 program to help people be able to make that transition. Now, Mr. Speaker, when I would go out in my riding this past summer, I would talk to seniors in my riding who would say, Cody, this is a great program, but the project is about $15,000 or $16,000. By the time I put the heat pumps into my home, I get the electricity, I upgrade things in my house, it's a little bit more than the $10,000. And I really can't afford that. I don't have the money to be able to make that transition. Because of the leadership of members of parliament on this side and the government listening, we've introduced a program that is going to help provide up to $20,000 to households that are below the provincial median income in Nova Scotia.
Okay, a whole bunch of red flags there.
Yeah, you figure.
First, he says we're going to take 10,000 tax dollars and we're going to give it to 1 million people in Canada so that they can put electricity into a house that may live in a region that electricity is inconsistent. And he said, oh, well, a quarter of them live in Atlantic Canada. Now, for those of you that don't know, Atlantic Canada tends to be Newfoundland, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and PEI.
It's ridiculous. Like, this is...
They lump them all together.
Yeah.
So if it's $250,000 by 4, we're talking about 80,000 per province. So that's fine, right? You want to say 80,000. Now you want to say that to me that we should double that to $20,000 so that they can. This is where I need you to pay attention. Upgrade the electricity and upgrade the things in your home.
Yeah.
So what you're telling me is that the electricity that is currently available.
Trudeau had 8 years. He failed his campaign promise.
Is not sufficient to support.
We were supposed to have all this infrastructure, and he never followed through.
We, as Canadians, should be paying for that, while Justin Trudeau flies jets all over the country, while Chrystia Freeland flies jets all over the country. I mean, I just feel like if we were really serious about climate change, we would take the cheapest way out, which would be to say, stop these planes. We would say that everyone who is now flying all over the country needs to stop, and therefore it's a carbon trade-off, right? It's a trade-off, right? We're trading 1 million Canadians living without having to worry for fear of the weather going bad, because we know heat pumps don't work in cold weather. And what he's not telling you is that in Atlantic Canada, it's very windy. I know, and I'm telling you, the wind blows constantly, and there are a lot of storms, especially in Nova Scotia. But Newfoundland gets quite a few of them, quite a pile of them too. And when those storms come through, wires get ripped down. So now if you're living in a house that doesn't have any oil and it's a winter storm coming through and ice is kicking in, you got no way to heat your house because this jackass said that he'll give you $10,000 more to rip it all the oil backup you might have in your house and give you a product that only works so long as there's electricity provided and it does not go over a certain temperature. But because the other media sources are not paying attention, there's no scrutiny. This is what.
No, it's because it's all like this whole agenda about the weather, right?
So I don't know what he's listening to, but it's certainly not the reality. It's not the idea that this is a problem that is not ready to be fixed, right? Because now you're talking about a guy coming into your house for a couple of weeks, and you're talking about a company that's got to run new wiring from pole to pole to pole to pole to bring up the ampage that it requires, that your house now requires. And that oil money that was at one point a certain cost per year has now become an electrical bill that you may not be able to afford.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Here we are in a situation, because this
like
is for the
my power bill
Canadians,
was
right?
$300 for the winter. And that's actually like...
And as a result, you can't heat your
At
home.
least it was
Your pipes
warm
get
in El
burst, and
Nino.
the domino
Otherwise,
effect
it would be around $450.
very, very significant. When you live out in the country,
I'm just
pipes
like
come, or, excuse me,
in
the wires get ripped down.
sticker
Your
shock
last little less,
over
right?
something,
Don't just
but
say, oh, well, we're
I'll
going to
get
start
through
the
it.
outside and work our way in. No. They say, well, let's put the lights back on for these 50,000 people, and the 300 or 400 people that are out of town, we'll get to them next week. So he says he's listening, but I don't see any evidence of that. What I see is a man who was just using his ideological position to try and make things seem like he's doing you a favor, when in reality, he is putting you at more jeopardy. If you have oil in your house, at least you know when all the electricity is out, you can keep your water and your heat on.
Yeah.
That is something that
I'm just going to pause this. I had the best setup in one of my houses. It was an oil plus wood. My second husband's grandpa was in the Air Force, so while we were waiting for probate, we got to stay there. And if the power went out, which, storms happen on the island, we always, it wasn't quite, it was a weird setup, but there was a lot of weird things with that house. It was gorgeous, and I love what the new owners have done with it. It looks fabulous. And at the time I thought we were going to get married, why can't we keep this house and work towards it? And for him, it was just too many memories. And so having a new family come in and be able to make it their own and start new memories, that meant more to him. So, and just the way we worked out. Some people are just not meant to be together. I assume if he's live, he's doing well.
Why do we try
know.
to strip away the basic fundamentals?
I don't know, and
right?
sometimes.
Why do we try to make food, comfort, heat, security outside the possibility of our poorest people? It's not the rich people that have to worry about it. It's our poorest people that we as a society need to look to. I'm not telling you that we shouldn't get them a solution. I'm telling you that our politicians need to stop acting like they know what they're talking about and start putting forward solutions that are feasible and not just, you may suffer, but it's okay because I will never feel the impact of it, and I get to have a soundbite in the House of Parliament about how now I'm taking $10,000 more from a country that's already billions of dollars in debt, paying more in interest to the loan sharks than they are giving to their hospitals. All right, let's go to the next one.
Manulife just cut a deal with Galen Weston that forces Canadians to fill their prescriptions at Loblaws. This robs patients of their choice of pharmacist and hurts local community pharmacies. Experts say this will restrict Canadians' access to over 250 medications. This is not only anti-competitive, but once again shows Liberals putting corporate greed ahead of people's health, while the Conservatives say nothing. Will this government protect patients and block this corporate collusion as Quebec has done?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Health. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we're deeply committed to ensuring that Canadians have access to the drugs that they need for their health and well-being. We have worked hard to make hundreds of millions of dollars in saving, nearly $300 million in saving through bulk purchasing. We're working with provinces and territories through our bilateral agreements to continue to find ways to improve healthcare across the country and make sure that Canadians have access to the healthcare they need.
Okay, so here
it's really working well in BC. I still don't have a doctor.
He's supposed to be the guy that
I thought I had a doctor.
What I hear from the law,
and apparently I still don't have a family doctor after 4 years.
Loblaws, and they just have to deal with the insurance company, right? Because
way to go, Dr. Death, Bonnie.
Who are getting their drugs covered or getting their whatever covered by their work insurance. That work insurance is being picked up by Manulife, and Manulife has cracked a deal, an exclusivity deal with Loblaws, which, for those of you that may not be aware, includes Shoppers Drug Mart. So it's fine to say, well, there's a lot of Shoppers Drug Marts around the country, and if not, I can go to the grocery store and buy my drugs. What is not fine is to say that if those places are not available to me, then I can't utilize my drug card in any of the competitors. The best I can hope to do is pay up front, and then I will have to send it back because Manulife won't cover it unless it's looked after by that particular pharmacy. Not only does this violate competition laws, not only does this take away the choices of Canadians, it actually funnels more money into the hands of Manulife, which is just a banker, right? Don't be convinced. Don't be fooled by the name insurance. When it's an insurance company, it's a banker. It's a bank that's starting a company that will cover their own assets. These laws cannot be permitted. They cannot be permitted. This is Canada. We have our drug system. We have a medical system. And we can't allow foreign influences to come in here. And by that, I mean Americans come in here and try and tell us that we have to do it their way because it makes them, a few people, rich, while the rest of the country has to be harmed by this idea. And these liberals, this liberal minister of health stands up and says absolutely nothing, just a bunch of empty slogans, allows for this anti-competition to happen, right? This monopoly now of one of the largest insurance companies and one of the largest pharmacies to become exclusive in their exchange of medicines between them and the end user. So here we can see a lot of hypocrisy and a lot of contradiction in the lingo, right? We're one thing to say, we're going to go after the grocery stores, but apparently that same grocery store, when it becomes a pharmacy, is now permitted to just make exclusivity deals with insurance companies, leaving the end user no choice, forcing them to have to utilize it no matter what they want, no matter what they say, no matter what they think. And I don't agree with that system, I'll be honest with you. And if we had a media in this country that was also on top of the ball, they would be covering that. And so my point is twofold. One, I don't agree with any kind of monopoly at all in any way, shape, or form. And two, one of the things that you need to watch the independent people for is because we're not bought out, we're not selling out, right? We're not taking the tax money and saying we're just going to say whatever the hand that feeds us tells us to say. As I wrap this one up, I just want to point out that the NDP screaming and yelling, and the Conservatives say nothing. The Conservatives may or may not be saying anything, but then the NDP needs to stop telling themselves that they're going to start gaining votes by attacking both parties. When you chase two birds, both will escape. So you either have to decide that you're on the side of the Liberals or you're not on the side of the Liberals. So you have to decide right now, because this is...
Well, I think we know which side the NDP is on. They tanked the party. Way to go, Jag.
We need voices to be either pro or against. We need to understand...
He shouldn't. Here's another criminal who shouldn't be in Parliament.
Everybody around you.
Like, seriously, if you're Indian and you can't travel to India or the States and you're in the House of Commons, there's a problem.
You know what I mean? Stop trying to blame the Conservatives for everything that you disagree with and start holding the government account for all of this.
I have a screenshot of his real name and the charges against him in India.
Every vote that you cast with the Liberals is every vote that you bring the Liberals into the power to not make these changes, to make these secret behind closed doors deals that harm Canadians. So instead of blaming the Conservatives, start blaming your leadership. Start blaming yourself. Because it's the NDP party that props them up. All right, I'm going to wrap here. I want to thank you all for listening. I want to encourage you to like, comment, subscribe, hit the notification bell, tell all your friends. I'll talk to you next time.
Awesome. Like, really, I like his channel, even though sometimes his volume is a little low and I can't fix it. So I'm sorry about that. Sometimes it's like...
Everybody...
No. I scroll down. Sorry. My computer is getting off balance. How is this being... It's not letting me click. Come on. Oh, that's why it's full screen. Duh. I'm sorry. I didn't sleep well last night. I slept like maybe 2 hours. And then I was like, I'm just going to lay in bed and just rest my body. Even though it's like frustrating sometimes because it's like you want to get up. And sometimes it's good to get up and do stuff. But, at least my hand is resting. I'm not, yeah. Wow, $12 million to retrofit fridges. And this was back in April 9th. So, oh God. Okay. I wouldn't say just a bizarre comment. I think this woman's unhinged.
Welcome back to Moose on the Loose, your source of uncut
And once again,
media.
Moose on the Loose. I know I keep pulling up these
clip
people,
from Chrystia Freeland She's in
I
Toronto.
try and time them out
she has
for
essentially
days,
caved
but
and given the city
I'm
of
just
Toronto
having way too
$143
much
million
fun.
to deal with. As you can see here, the shelter asylum claimants in Toronto basically they have way too many
I actually
people
just love
overloading
doing
shelters.
this.
And the mayor here, you can see on the left, was basically
When I started doing these live streams, I was so nervous and just shy, and I didn't know what to say. And one of my friends at the time was like, just pull up your blog. You know, it only took me like a year to listen to his advice, but now it helps just have a script. Then if people see something they like, they can go back, find the link, and it actually helps all of these videos because they're getting extra exposure. I hit like 12,000 views on my website last year, and it doesn't record what I click on, you know? So this is like, I was pretty impressed. And I love seeing like the amount of countries, like, you know, that part of it excites me. Just that, because I like seeing other countries and seeing, you know, seeing other cultures, seeing other places I might never travel to, but it's still amazing
threatening
to
to
see.
increase property taxes dramatically if the government didn't give any money. Chrystia Freeland was just kind of sloughing it off, and eventually she has caved here. So I'm going to show you a few clips, and you'll see she keeps trying to scurry off the stage, and they keep pulling her back on, and then she makes the most bizarre statement ever.
That has invested as much in the city of Toronto as our government, and I think all of us are proud of that. Thanks.
Don't go anywhere. I have a follow-up question for you. I know you're pointing to sort of the greatest hits of funding that you've been supplying to Toronto so far.
It's quite a lot of money.
I agree.
Like these are non-trivial sums and non-trivial projects.
Of course, but we are talking about a budget year where the city does have to, you know, set this in case at this point. When you have, I know a lot has been.
She's so twitchy and like.
Is she
she's so
constipated
nervous.
or like
empty behind
she's
you
going to
who
have an
accused the mayor of
emergency?
lying
Like, I don't
during this
know. Like,
process and is shaking
she
down the
just
federal government.
looks
You also had
so
an MP up there
uncomfortable.
with you before who said that there were no refugees in the shelter system. I've heard directly from people who were disputing that and saying that these.
Did I
These
get?
have directly alienated the work that
He's
they've
also
done in the city.
on
So
the island with
when
shitty
when
cell
you
service.
are coming
So.
here, presumably at the 11th hour
Oh,
to
we were
get rid of this
promised
6%
towers.
tax increase,
They're
how
not
are
coming.
people not to look at
Towers
this as a
and
cynical
trees.
thing of you being dragged kicking
On
and
the
screaming
West
into doing
Coast.
what you're supposed to?
I don't think you see me kicking or screaming right now. I think you see all
Previous
of us.
2 weeks, people would say that was different.
I disagree with the characterization. I don't think the people want the federal government or the finance minister to write big checks lightly. I think the people of Canada expect our government to invest in Canada and Canadians, to invest in cities, to invest in housing, to invest in transit, to invest in industrial jobs, all that. They want us to all that, and we want to be sure that we are doing it carefully and thoughtfully. And that's what we do. So, you know, there has been a lot of thought that has gone into this, a lot of thought that has gone into our comprehensive relationship with the city of Toronto.
So she's just gonna keep babbling here.
Yeah, she pretty
but,
much does
you can
this
see that
whole
the reporters
interview.
came
It's pretty
prepared
bad.
And just grilled her.
Yeah,
Now, this is towards the end
I've
of the video,
seen
but the question
this
period
whole
just started
interview
here, so they're
way
just
too many
basically grilling her
times. It's
from the
like
start.
Neil's on
We
the
jump
truck.
ahead.
Like,
In a careful, responsible way. That's what we do. Thanks.
Sean Jefford, CBC News, Toronto. Deputy Prime Minister, question for you, also from my colleagues at RAD.
She really, maybe she just really has to go to the bathroom, and she's like, no, I can't answer any more questions.
Here today compared to the last number of weeks, and following up on my colleagues' questions, you're talking a lot about
Hey, it
cooperation,
sucks getting old.
and the tone of this
Don't
event
fault
today
the
is
broad.
dramatically different than the tone of the communications between the governments over the last number of weeks. Why did that have to happen? Are Toronto residents to take from that this is very much a relationship that is a work in progress?
I'm just trying to read her body language, and I'm like,
Quite the contrary, and maybe the mayor wants to say something.
can
You
you?
wanna say
Can
something
I
first?
pass you off? Can I pass off
Hey,
the
Mayor, how
football?
about you get your answer? I don't want to answer the question.
Something first, then I will too.
This is Yeah, no, she really just.
So they basically ramble on here. It's a bunch of nonsense. But so the next clip, now you kind of have a sense of what's going on here. The mayor speaks, and then she comes back and babbles some more. Check this out.
C'est toi projet. Merci.
Deputy Prime Minister, one other question for you. The new deal between the province and the city got asked for new subway cars and continued help for shelter and supports. Is there any commitment from the federal government to sit down with the province and the city and have those discussions at this point?
Okay, thank you very much. I would say the mayor and I talk to the province all the time. I think both of us are perhaps unlikely friends of Premier Ford, but I would certainly call him a friend. I've heard the mayor say the same thing.
Yeah, I know. We're all just sort of like
has a special
communally cringing with that remark.
What the heck is that? So, you know, we have a...
What kind of ass?
She's so unhinged.
Special fondness for Little Women. Is this a deputy prime minister, or is this...
No, it kind of is.
Oh, God. I can't believe this person is that high up in the chain of command in Canada.
No,
it's... Working relationship.
She really should have stuck to journalism.
So are we.
That was her, that's her lane, you know.
Prime Minister, you've spoken a lot today about building the relationships.
This Canadian is like, she's so unhinged.
Oh, God,
it's
this is
just
so weird.
like,
one more time.
And
when you
he said
watch
that about
it.
both of us. Maybe he has a special fondness for small women.
Okay, yeah. Speaking of unhinged,
so, you know, we have...
there's
Why would
another
you
one.
say that? It's so weird.
But you know, I don't know what it is.
It's the weirdest thing I've heard anyone ever say.
Oh no, I've heard her say way weirder things.
You
Trust
know
me.
what she says. It's just a bunch of nonsense and filler words and garbage. She talks really slow.
And fuck
It's
her
all
on
the
my
same
Disney
thing, but
Plus.
I thought
I
it
almost
was
wanted
pretty
like
funny,
3
really
accounts
stupid.
just to spite her. It's
But
like,
yeah, that's
no.
where we're gonna leave this episode, guys. Hope you stay warm, stay fed. I've got the warm jacket on here. I am now cooking, which is really nice because it is really cold in here. So I'll link this up if you guys are interested. Not sponsored. This company. This is for my hiking channel. Yeah, I got some new stickers and hats and stuff coming
he
out
does
soon. I'm trying to work on getting
amazing hiking and
better prices
everything.
and with new designs and all sorts of stuff. So stay
You
tuned
know,
for
it's
that.
sort of
Stay
like
warm,
a
stay
lot
fed.
of
I'll see you
us.
guys in the next one.
Moose on the Loose. He's from Up Island, and a lot of us just sort of you know, politics weren't our whole thing. You know, I was political, but not really until the truckers' protest, and I actually kind of, you know, wanna, because I know there's not too many clips on this one. Like, and they're mostly shorts. Like, because a lot of them I plan out like weeks in advance. And then I fill them in with the artwork. And sometimes it comes together, sometimes it doesn't. But I almost want to pull up stuff from, like I said before, I got to day 5. It's hour 5 of this stream, which... And this is insane. This is like bad. Speaking of bad, I don't even want to pull up the CTV news one yet.
This video taken Christmas Day shows staff
Let's
of the
just
Marlborough
showcase
Hotel
APTN
and
because they're a good
restraining
network.
an Indigenous woman from leaving the premises. The woman can be heard sobbing while
This
saying
is
the men
illegal.
assaulted her.
You cannot physically restrain someone like
The
this.
video went viral over the weekend.
You cannot physically
sparking
restrain
outrage
someone
and
like
a
this.
gathering of well over
No,
100
it's-
people. Supporters of the woman piled into the hotel.
This is
lobby
like, you
demanding
cannot,
justice. The Marlborough
even
is
if
one
you are
of
private
many hotels
security,
in Winnipeg
you have to
used
wait for the
within
cops.
Jordan's
I'm sorry.
principal
Like,
program, where band
and
members from remote
I'm sorry,
communities stay
she
while
was getting
accessing
evicted, but it
healthcare.
didn't seem
The
like
Assembly of Manitoba
she was
Chiefs
any threat
say it has
to,
immediately terminated
and I
its
think
business
too, if she was,
relationship with
yeah,
the
there you
hotel.
go.
Grand Chiefs Kathy
Put your
Merrick
money
and
where your
Harrison
mouth
Settee
is. So they
called
can't,
the
the band
incident
canceled the
We'll make
contract with
sure
the hotel.
that they know the culture of our people that are put here. They're no longer
Like she was there for
they're no longer gonna
health
disrespect our
reasons, and
people that are
I've had
concerned.
this.
We're not
I've
gonna
had
rest
this
until we know for a fact
with
that everything that has happened to her, that she has justice, she has the dignity and the respect to be treated as a
this
human
was
being.
illegal.
A
This was
statement from the Marlborough
absolutely
Hotel reads in part,
illegal.
an intoxicated
How
female began brandishing a knife in our hotel lobby and threatening our guests and staff. Winnipeg police were immediately called and advised us to protect our guests and staff, which we did using risk
But it doesn't
constraints
look
on
like
the
she was
individual.
actually any
Winnipeg
threat.
police have a similar story. In an email to APTN, they say officers were called to the hotel to help remove a female loitering in the premises at 10:30 in the morning, but police could not attend at the time. By 1 p.m., police still hadn't arrived. The WPS
I see no
email
evidence
states,
of a
when
weapon,
again
and
asked to leave by
also
staff, the female pulled out a knife, attempting to stab a staff member. Staff members disarmed
where's
the
the
female
cameras?
suspect, placed
They
her
seem
in
to have all the
restraints, and
cameras.
prevented
Where's
her
the
from
camera
leaving
footage?
until police members arrived. The woman was taken into custody and charged with assault with a weapon. Police say the use of restraints were justified.
No,
but
they
within
weren't.
the comments
No,
of the
no,
video,
they were
a woman
not
wrote,
justified.
To the people asking if that's me in the video,
Only a
yes, it
peace
is.
officer
They tried taking me downstairs
can-
while I was passed out in the restaurant waiting for my brother, saying they were going to rape and kill me. We can no longer allow our people to be treated and disrespected like this. Winnipeg police say it is committed to investigating all allegations and
Yeah,
will provide
they better.
accurate
Well,
information as the investigation
like anything's going to
progresses.
happen,
Outside
they
of the
left
hotel,
women in
protesters
a
say they want
landfill.
answers regarding the video.
In a landfill.
father,
Like imagine if that was your mom or your sister or your cousin, and the cops won't even look for their
should
body.
know that they're going to be safe here, and every
Women are
single
looked at
Canadian
as
needs to stand up
disposable
and say,
here,
this is not
and
okay.
this is not okay. Even if she was intoxicated, but to me, she didn't seem intoxicated. And where is the weapon? Where is the footage? But this is just what happens up here. And I don't even want to pull up this one from CTV News, because this lady is so, like, I am very concerned about when adults are wanting to allow this to happen. Like, oh, if you want to have a special name, I'll be your special friend, and we don't have to tell your parents. Didn't we used to, like, call the cops on these people, not, like, have them teach your kids? Just saying. I don't even want to pull up that one. Let's just pull up this one. It'll piss me off too much.
So this year we're making New Year's great again. Excuse me. They say, sir, you can't do that, sir. It's not. Oh, we're making it so great. I think I'm gonna stop letting my wife shit me in public. You know what I mean? Like, we're always out at a restaurant. She's like, oh, Bill, you can't say you can't swear in front of kids. Ah, she's brutal.
Okay, this year I'm gonna get the best sleep I've ever had in my entire life. I have like 1 million kids, and they're absolutely crazy, and they keep me up all night. I'll do that by going to heliumsleepmattress.com. Use code Ben for 10% off.
I think this year I might try doing ASMR. People always say my voice makes their skin all tingly. Wow.
Well, you know, this year it's like I'm gonna clean my room, you know, make my damn bed. It's like maybe rescue my father from the belly of the whale. It's like,
Yo, this year I'm gonna stop being a bitch. This year I'm gonna be all right. This year I'm not gonna let anybody bother me.
It's so funny because Owen Wilson actually went to one of his shows and met him afterwards. And I love Tyler Fisher. He's an awesome comedian. Oh God, Target employee. Okay, just to start out, sentenced to 100 years for slaughtering coworker over stolen lunch. And when I read the whole story, actually it was premeditated. He was planning on killing him for a while. That one's been removed. What the hell's this? Oh yeah, this one's disturbing.
Just when you think that Keir Starmer is finally convincing the British public that the Labour Party is ready to be in government, one of their MPs come out and open their mouths. Yes, recently we've heard so many crazy ideas coming from the Labour MPs, whether they're on the front bench with the shadow cabinet or the backbenchers. Now, in the words of Donald Trump,
the shadow cabinets, the backbenchers, and private member bills are where
should be able to change
where the
their
stupidity
gender.
comes in.
What? Yeah, that's literally what she said. So the Labour MP has decided to start this campaign to create this new idea to change the existing legislation to allow you, after you die, to put whatever pronouns that you want on your death certificate, because that is a priority for people in Britain. That is a big priority to spend taxpayers' money
in
to
World
make
War
these changes
III,
and waste
that is
Parliament's time.
okay.
Now we know some issues are niche enough for certain people, certain communities to care about, saying, well, what about me? What about us? We care about this. Sure, fair enough. But if you spend all the time in the House of Commons on all the niche issues that one person or 5 people or a neighborhood care about, you won't really have enough time, resources, or money to focus on the priorities of this country. But what are the practicalities of what Charlotte Nichols actually is talking about? Because she's referring to a legislation going back to 2004. Yes, she's referring to the Gender Recognition Act of 2004, implemented and introduced by, Tony Blair of the new Labour government. She wants to make amendments to it in order to basically allow you to change your pronouns on your death certificate. So at least you could die happy.
No,
Charles Nichols come out to say that,
but at the same time, 200 years from now, if they dig up your bones, they're going to say man or woman. Are we going to get bone implants just so you can really affirm as one gender or another? Like, how far are we going?
So that this can be an option available to bereave the families that should they wish so. Now, Stuart Andrew, who's the Equalities Minister of this government, replied saying that there were no plans for the Gender Recognition Act to be altered. Now, one of the main reasons we have this opposition from the government side is because they know that if you create a bad precedent, if you open that door to chaos, well, of course, everything else could come out as well, and you could make so many amendments. And there was a whole problem with the federal government in America by making more amendments to the Constitution. Now, Lucy Marsh, spokesperson for the Family Education Trust, said that it's extremely concerning that Labour appears to be pushing towards introducing gender self-ID through the back door. If coroners are allowed to lie on public record about the sex of a deceased children, this will surely be a slippery slope towards self-ID becoming normalized in the NHS. Lucy Marsh continued by saying, if this is legally allowed, what is to stop deaths being recorded as non-binary or babies being registered as the opposite sex? The government needs to crack down on this and make sure that the NHS is based on reality rather than fantasy. Now, it is quite rare that I would agree with the Tory government, but yes, they're absolutely right. Do not make any alteration, because if you start making changes now, slippery slope is one issue, but of course, at the same time, encouraging bad behavior across society and the political class in general. Let me know what you think. I'm Maya Tusi, and we are the media.
Yeah, this is absolutely.
The crisis at our southern border spiraling out of control and causing chaos on all of our city streets.
This is
7
absolutely.
migrants were arrested after they attacked
How
New
is
York
this not an
Police Department
invasion?
officers, 2 of them
How is
in
this
Times
not
Square.
like? I
The
saw
migrants
this
didn't
happen in
seem too
Europe. Now it's
concerned with
happening
their arrest.
on
2 of the
in North
suspects were
America.
seen
So
flashing their
we gotta
middle
unite
fingers at the cameras as
because
they exited
and stand
their
by Texas
arraignments.
because they are
Why
the
should
last
they be
line.
concerned? They were all released without bail in New York's new criminal paradise. With me now is former FBI Assistant Director Chris Swecker
This is
and National
bad.
Border Patrol Council President Brandon, Judd. Great to see you, gentlemen. You're perfect people to opine on all that's going on here. Chris, first of all, on the criminals that are coming into the United States. Now, there's a lot of talk about, we're going to get into it more tomorrow night also, about whether or not a lot of prisons in Venezuela are just being emptied and Maduro and others are sending them here.
Not just
clearly these are
South
gangs
America,
now that
Africa,
are coming into the United
the
States.
Middle
They're
East,
gangs that probably
like
were organized before they
anyone's
even
just
came here
can.
and are operating as
You
a
can
part of
figure out a way
organized
there. You
crime
can
that's
walk
going on
right
in the
in.
United States. Now, you also have experience with terrorists that come into the United
Yeah.
States. You busted the only Hezbollah cell that was busted here in the U.S. In 2001. It was overshadowed by the events of 9/11, but it was an
This has been
extraordinary
happening
event,
for
and they
so
came
long.
in through the southern border. I'm wondering how many
And now it's
more
just
terrorist
open
cells might
season.
have come in through the open border in the past 3 years.
Well, by throwing open the southern borders, we have recklessly opened this country to the greatest risk in our lifetime. I mean, you mentioned emptying Venezuela.
I'm not
emptying
worried
their
about the
jails. Well, that happened in
Cubans.
1980 when
They're
Fidel
actually
Castro,
like
emptied
they're
his
the
jails in
least
Mariel
of
Boat
my
Lift in Miami,
worries.
and this country had to live with the aftermath of that.
Like we
for
have
decades.
ISIS coming across our
The
border.
cocaine cowboys, if you will. But what we're
We got,
seeing now is we
like,
created
a
an environment.
fentanyl
There's
crisis.
so much volume with the
We,
encounters,
like,
the number of encounters, the number
the
of
Cubans,
gotaways,
like
the number
they
who were
actually
on the terrorist
just
watch list were
want a
actually
better
detained.
quality of life
We
and
have created a
have
situation where
tourists
can
come
slip
there
across
because,
at will.
and I would love to go to
Intelligence
Cuba.
agents
It's
can
beautiful
slip across
there.
at will. And we've empowered the drug cartels.
Oh, yeah,
They're more
yeah.
powerful now than they've ever been because they're not just smuggling drugs.
Hey man,
They're extorting migrants as they
what's
cross. They're
happening
exacting
now
a tax.
makes Scarface
they've
look
ventured
like
into a whole new
a
line of
kitten.
business, which has increased
I
their
hate to
power
put
and
it like
influence.
that, but
So
what's going
nothing
on is
good
more
coming
like
out of this open border.
Yeah, and you've got a very significant
the
letter
new
that
Joker
you
movie
sent,
where it's just like
to the
chaos in the
politicians,
streets
letting them
and
know
anarchy.
how dangerous this all is.
Like
We're going to get to that in a second. But Brandon, what's extraordinary is
every
even
country
though we
has
now
the
have
right
a
to
situation where
defend their
all of our
border.
city streets, it's
And
not
after
just New
seeing
York,
what
it's
happened
happening
in
in Chicago, it's
Europe
happening in Boston.
and having
You
it
can
come
see
here,
evidence
it's
of
just.
real criminal behavior by these, and the criminal
But
behavior that
Biden's just
precedes their
letting
trips
it in.
into the United
Trump
States.
wanted
They're
a wall.
obviously
He
have
saw
been
what was
organized
coming.
and trained. The pickpocketing is
And I always thought the
endemic
wall
all
should be
over
on the
United
Canadian
States
side,
right
but
now.
I actually
And yet
wanted to
the
ditch a
politicians still
friendship.
have lines on. I want to play a
And then we
soundbite
could
from the
finally get the
Massachusetts
Pacific
governor
and the
claiming that
Atlantic
there are
going
no
together,
illegal
you know.
immigrants in the United States. Roll tape.
We would save so much on
The fact of
shipping.
the
We
matter
wouldn't have to
is,
go like
folks have been led into
around
this
one way or
country
the other. We could
lawfully
just go straight
and
through.
have found their way to Massachusetts and to other states, and we have certain legal
It
obligations.
seemed like a good idea at the
Now,
time.
she was talking
And we have
specifically
laser
about
sharks.
families that come over, but she painted with a broad swath there. What do you make of her statement?
It's irresponsible lies like this that invites more people to cross our borders illegally. When you know that you're going to have a governor or a mayor that's going to say things like this, that's going to be the rhetoric, they're going to continue to come because
Yeah,
they
this is
know that they're
bad.
going to be protected. We need people to actually step up and say what they're doing is wrong. And if we stop this at the border, if we stopped it tomorrow, we could save American lives. We wouldn't have to be sheltering all of these people. We wouldn't have to be incurring all of these costs.
This
But
is
then I really
insane.
want to go back to the point that
Like,
you made,
it is
because
insane.
people are
Like,
already organized
the
when they
amount,
come in.
it's like
We listen to the
$50
calls. We
million
monitor the calls
plus
when
a
they're
month
in our custody, and we hear
in New York
regularly that
or
they
more.
are speaking with
Like the
gang
cost
members
on
and
this,
getting ready for their
and
release and going into those games, and there's still nothing that we can do about it because this
there
administration
should be
doesn't
no
allow us.
sanctuary
It's
cities,
insane
in my
to
opinion.
think
I'm not
that
American,
we have high-level
but if this
politicians
was happening
that
here,
continue
I
to
would
use
be
rhetoric,
pissed
that
off.
continues to invite
And
people
we're
across our
almost
border
like a
illegally, and
drug
we do not
sanctuary
recognize
city
the
because of
harm
all
that they're
these
gonna do when they
new
get here.
Well, the feds are not doing
new
anything about it,
laws.
Chris. But
Like,
of
hey,
course, Texas government
bring a
is
10
trying to
free
do
fentanyl.
something on
Have
its
fun.
own.
Downtown's
the
like so
president of the United
gross.
States said no fair.
People are
It's our
trying to
responsibility,
fight
but
back,
they're not
but
doing
what can we
their
do? Like,
responsibility.
the cops can't
There is
do
a
anything.
constitutional provision that allows states to take over border security if there's an invasion. Would you call what we are seeing at the border an invasion?
Yeah.
No doubt about it. In the letter
this is
my other
what it
former
looks
FBI
like.
executive colleagues.
This is what it looks like.
authored,
I
we said
thought
that. We said,
American
this is an invasion
had
of military
balls.
age
You know,
men.
I thought you guys
Over
had balls in like
65%
Canada. Like I
of
could
these
see this
migrants are
happening here.
military age
Just
men.
like, oh, walk
Now,
right
you
in,
can't tell
it's
me that
okay.
there aren't intelligence
But
operatives,
the
terrorists,
states.
and criminals mixed in with that. And again, it's creating an
No,
unacceptable
this is
level
wrong.
of
This
risk
is
for this
bad
country.
policy.
We've seen the crime
Yeah,
spikes that have taken
and
place. We just haven't. You don't see the counterintelligence activity that's taking place. You don't see the terrorists slipping across the border. Unfortunately, we're going to have a catastrophic event. I heard that right here.
Brandon, very quickly, what happens if, in fact, Texas continues to protect its border? As Chris says, it has a constitutional right to do.
It absolutely
and
does.
You guys who are working for the federal government
Texas
are
absolutely
told to do
has
the
a
opposite. Is there gonna be
constitutional
a
right to
confrontation?
defend its border, and thank God those
There's
people
not.
have
As long
guns.
as what we're doing is given a lawful order. Texas National Guard understands that we have to follow our orders. We understand that they have to follow their orders, and we support each other. So I completely support everything that Governor Abbott's doing.
All right, gentlemen, we have to leave it at that. Thank you so much for your service, both of your services. Chris and Brandon, appreciate it.
Canada appreciates it. Like, this is an invasion. This is going to go so bad. It's already gone bad. And this is even insane. Like, hey, wow. The stupidity gets better, folks.
Good morning. The newest news now will come in a second. I hope you slept well.
I did. I slept late. I slept 2 hours.
Yep. You rested today, left.
I was hoping if I streamed, I'd be tired. Kind of going the other way.
We got some taste testing stuff to do for the wedding. Anyhow.
Oh, congratulations!
I received a bunch of messages from people that says you probably need to cover this because people in other states are not going to get this information.
No, they are. Or
They're
Canada.
not going to be watching the news, or their local media.
Like, this is
not gonna
getting
show the
buried in the Canadian
going on
press
in New York
how
or
bad
wherever
it
it
is at the southern border. But, it's
So
the
what
States.
they
It's
plan
down
on
there.
doing
It
now
doesn't
is
matter. They're rednecks anyways.
$1
Who
million
cares about
worth of
Texas? It's like,
that they want
and meanwhile, it's like here, it's like, oh, well,
prepaid debit, credit card, something like
it's
that.
not much better with the
Snap
migrants
card.
in Canada.
And they're going to give $1,000 a month to asylum seekers that are processed.
Yeah.
As long as they can.
Oh, they got a
process-
free
as long as
phone, hotel,
they
like,
can continue to spend it on food and baby supplies. And every month those cards will be reloaded until they are on their feet and self-sustaining. Yeah. $53 million is going towards SNAP aid for illegals. That's right. And what's ironic about that is, with the mayor of New York doing this, New York City, Brandon Johnson just pulled $90-some million from the COVID relief fund that nobody knew was there, other than
Oh, God, it's cold.
people higher up.
Almost need
And the
another
aldermen
sweater
in the area
yarn.
were pissed. They said, well, it would have been
Oh, hoodies.
nice to know that there was $90-some million there that could have went to other people in need or other things that
Yeah.
they needed, and it wasn't
We're
used.
spending all
Instead
this
of you holding
money
that
on an
information out,
invasion. We're just like,
not telling
here's the
your
red
family,
carpet.
that you want to take this
Tax
$90-some
dollars at
million
work.
and allocate it towards more migrant shelter stuff, more migrant amenities. So it ain't gonna stop. They're gonna run this dry. They're gonna run it rampant until there's a new president or somebody else puts some kind of stop to this. It ain't gonna stop anytime soon. The people of New York are gonna have to take care of their own. The people of Chicago are gonna have to take care of their own. People of California are gonna have to take care of their own. And if those people don't come together to stop this stuff from happening,
Yeah.
nothing's gonna
And
happen.
Canadians need to stand with them.
There
I know
has to be
there's a
people
lot
in
of
place that
division
are gonna
between
start
Canada
looking
and the
into
States, but we need to
removal,
stand
position,
next to these
clauses
people,
like legal clauses.
these communities, because
Such-
it
certain
is
things
a
such as
fucking
look at your state's
invasion.
constitution and what the laws and stuff are for it to prove that your mayor or your governor is not doing their job, and that alone in itself can get them recalled just saying that, oh, I'll wait till the next election. It's going to be too. There's going to be too much damage that's happened.
Oh yeah,
from now
it's.
There's been too much damage.
There's been too much damage. It's almost at the point. If people don't come together and stand up against this,
we've damaged the United States of America.
Yeah, you have, and you've shown weakness. Walk right in China. Walk right, and Chinese agents are walking in. They've been reported at the border.
So they can continue to get their votes.
Oh, like. Didn't we have like balloons come by? Like, what happened, really, States? You were worried about pronouns and,
I mean,
stunning woman of the year.
Said by the end of the first quarter of January,
then
we would have already put
having a set.
$650 million.
Instead of having a set, you're trying to cut them off, and Canada already lost. Tampons in the men's bathrooms in the military, like, fuck off.
Imagine how much of that money has went into people's pockets to line them.
Yeah.
Make sure these things are getting approved and people are saying yes. Imagine. Happy Sunday. Y'all be blessed. Take care. Real quick, I got to thinking about something. Imagine at a time like this, that your name will go down in history as the suckiest version of whatever it was that you were doing in your life. As the suckiest version of whatever profession you had. Think about it. Trudeau, Canada, trash bucket. Absolutely destroyed.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I can't argue. Blame Canada.
Absolutely destroying the economy. Has no recollection of what's going on.
No.
Can't make any decisions for himself. Everybody else is making those decisions for him. I mean, it's clear as day.
No, cocaine is making those decisions for him, hun.
He's making these absolutely trash decisions.
Yeah, he is.
This is why I say that if there was a way for us to not have government, I would love that.
Well, definitely not Trudeau. Like, if we can just fix the system. My family came from the House of Commons, so I appreciate it. But at the same time, Trudeau destroyed it. He needs jail.
They all could be in this together.
For treason.
It'd be one big circus show here. But imagine that. We've had the worst of the worst in all of these places during this time right now, representing the people that live there.
Yeah, we do.
And they're looking at our...
I would love someone, like, to come up and argue this with me, like, that Canada isn't broken. Please... I'd love a liberal troll to come up and, I'll open up the panel because I would really love, and I'll be polite, I won't be mean. I would really love to know what's going through your head and what your yearly income is, that you're like, oh, it's no big deal. Like, I'm paying all these taxes, or, can't take my kids on vacation, like, have to go to a food bank, like, I'm considering maid, but it might be cheaper to go somewhere else and sell a kidney so I can come back and maybe put a mortgage on a house if I'm lucky enough. Like, what the hell is going on in this country? I'm sorry, and this is Canada-wide.
Let's play Who Wants to Be a Liberal? Today we have Stephen Guilbeault, the Minister of Climate Change in Canada.
Like I said, crazy eyes.
What reduced Canada's greenhouse emissions by 9% in 2020? First answer is carbon tax. Next one is snowshoeing took over cars. Next, snowball fight cuts fuel use. And D is COVID. Now, would you like to call a friend or talk to an expert? Well, what would you like to do? Do you want to lock in your answer?
Playing?
You want to lock in your answer? Okay, it's
okay. Because this did have an animation before.
Let's listen to your explanation.
Okay, that one's not.
Of what cost it, and see if that makes sense. Let's have a listen.
The fact that our carbon tax is one of the most effective in the world because it will reduce greenhouse gases, which went down by 9%, unlike what we heard on the other side.
To tell the world not to be fooled by a liberal government.
And Randy in Edmonton also said that the reduction in greenhouse gases in 2020 was caused by carbon tax. It's working. I'll find that video too as well. Here's the world emissions of greenhouse gases. And let's zoom in here. You see that? Look at that 2020.
He changed
the entire
his video.
world went down. Canada went down more because they shut down more.
Or I'm thinking of another video.
You know, Stephen can say in a straight face, in all honesty,
Okay,
stand
I'm
there,
having a glitch in the Matrix.
saying that the carbon tax is working. And that is incredibly insulting to the human race, why he would ever say that. He is a climate guy. He's the expert, 30 years, of experience. And he's taking credit for that. And let's listen to the rest of him on what's going on with this carbon tax of his.
Of this House, and 100% of revenues generated by the carbon tax
How
are
long
returned
is this
to
video?
the provinces. 90% of households,
I'll be
and
back in
10% of municipalities and Indigenous communities. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Liberals have missed every single emissions target they've set since they put it in.
To tell the world not to be fooled by a liberal government.
And another lie, too, is 100% goes back to the provinces. And yes, as Pierre said, they have never met the target. Nobody in the world has ever met the target since it came out. And to fly in a plane and fly to wherever it is on a private jet and make up some numbers that are going to happen in 15 years and, even stop Canadians' economy, just stop it. Stop it for a year. What's that going to reduce? 1.5% of greenhouse gases. I think Stephen is just so desperate to use Canada as a model that you can shut down the economy, and that's what every country should do. And I don't get it why he's so ignorant with that, because if he wanted to do, the liquefied natural gas, ship that to China and to Germany for geopolitical help. And not only that, it would reduce greenhouse gases. It really would. And he doesn't care. And I find that so unbelievable. He's a Greenpeace guy. This guy has the experience. He's been trained to do this. And all I see is that he's just a glorified, those people that glue their hands to art, or throw tomato paste on art. Or, what else do they do? Glue hands to the floor, the driveway or the highway. That's all he is. He's just a grown-up one of those that got a huge, huge responsibility to look after money and to make changes. And all he does is go back to the basic need, like Greta Thunberg, a child that doesn't know anything about the world. And it just goes with that. I find it unbelievable. And Catherine McKenna is even worse. She is the one, at least she admitted it one time in a bar, say it loud, say it often, and they will totally believe it. That did it. And I'm really surprised in the history of the world that these tactics have not gone away. They've been around forever, and everyone still falls for it. And it's unbelievable why that happens. Anyway, I thought everyone should be able to see that. And Stephen Guilbeault, this guy needs to go on stage. I don't know, I'll say Joe Rogan just because he's famous. I don't care who it is. Just to go on stage or do like a comedy roast to this guy. He needs to just sit down and hear reality. And it just does not sink in with this guy. And it does not sink in. And it's really sad that they use fear to do this. It is really sad. And I can go through examples of all the, raw sewage going in from in the St. Lawrence River in Montreal and stuff and the price on pollution. They use that fear. It's do you want to have pollution in Canada? How dare you? It's let's get the reality. A ship coming from China to Canada is 25,000 horsepower, 250,000 horsepower, runs 24 hours a day, year round. I think the top 10 shipping freighters in the world produce more greenhouse gases than all the cars. I'm going to look that up again. But anyway, that's they don't think about this stuff. Nobody thinks about it. And who takes that greenhouse gas from the ships going around the world? which country takes responsibility of that? Because maybe Canada should take the responsibility of that, and China too. Obviously, they do it. But Canada, add that onto Canada's bill, because maybe it'll put into perspective what's going on. And those are just simple things that they can do. Anyway, thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. It helps out the channel a lot. Thanks for watching.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. This gives me
I needed my
opportunity to talk about
safety
the fact
pins.
that our
I had
carbon
them
tax
in
is
my
one of the most
storage
effective in the
locker.
world because it
And
will reduce greenhouse gases, which went
I'm
down by
working on a
9%,
few
unlike what we
blankets,
heard on the
and
other side
safety pins are
of this
way
House.
better.
And 100% of revenues
If
generated by the carbon
I like
tax
doing base
are returned
stitching
to the provinces.
before I put it through the machine. That way you're
90% of
not using
households
needles. It
and
takes
10%
longer,
of municipalities
but
and
it
indigenous
saves you
communities.
so much
The Honourable Leader
in
of
the
the
long
Opposition.
run, and then you're not
Liberals have missed
stepping on
every single emissions
like
target they've set since they put it in.
yeah, because
According to the
you're not.
parliamentary budget
It
officer,
just saves so
the
much
vast
time
majority of
on the
Canadians are
sewing
paying
machine.
vastly more in carbon tax costs than they get back in rebates. A problem that's about to worsen as the government plans to triple the tax on gas, groceries, and heat. Canadians are already cutting back on their diets. Adults are living in their folks' basement because they can't afford a new house. We owe the government cancel this insane plan to triple the tax.
Honorable Minister of the Environment.
Oh God, yeah, crazy eyes.
Mr. Speaker, I have a riddle for you. Who said, and I quote, "We recognize the
Oh my
most
God,
efficient
he is a
emission
super villain. Oh my God,
pricing
go fuck
mechanism."
himself.
You could say it's the Minister of the Environment, or my friend and colleague, the Minister of
He
Natural
is like a
Resources.
Stephen is like a
It's the
super
Minister of
villain,
Finance,
you know.
But no, Mr. Speaker, it's the member of Durham, and I agree with him.
Okay, I'm doing this the right way. I thought I had it the other way, inside out.
In April of 2021, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Tripling a tax at a time like this is not just insane, it is cruel. And this is going to happen even in British Columbia. They have their own tax there.
Yeah,
The
we're
federal
taxed to
government,
fucking hell out here.
the costly
It is
coalition
insane.
of the NDP and Liberals want to force BC to triple its tax.
Yeah,
now,
no, we can't
at a time
afford
when
much
gas
out
prices
here.
are $2.40
Oh my
a liter.
God,
So
like,
once again,
how much-
for the third time, will they cancel
I
their
barely
plan
make
to
anything, and it's like
triple
I
the
can't
tax?
afford more tax. I cannot afford more tax. Nobody can.
Speaker, and I want to thank the Leader of the Opposition to allow me this opportunity to talk about the fact that they were getting there next time. Carbon pricing is good. Now, what they wanted to put in place is the principle of pay to pollute. That's not how we do this on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. The principle is polluter pay, not pay to pollute. Next time when they flip-flop again on carbon pricing like they've done about 15 times in the last 10 years, pricing pollution is good, and polluter pay principle. They need to go that extra step, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Like, wow, creepy, eh?
Well, there they go.
I
They
shouldn't
want to
have this
divide
silver.
and distract.
Shit,
They attacked the little
How
old
did I
lady
do that?
living in rural
Whoopsie
Newfoundland,
daisy.
calling her a polluter for the crime of heating her home in February.
Yeah.
According to the Liberal Premier of
Apparently,
that province,
Canadians shouldn't have food
after
or
the
heat.
forthcoming increase in the carbon tax, the increased cost of heating the homes of rural Newfoundlanders will have gone up by 80%. Worse yet, this government wants to triple the tax. Why won't they axe the tax?
That's a good question. I gotta be able to-
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to announce that we are putting in place a program to help tens
The
of
only problem
thousands
with
of
these
Canadians
is it kind of sometimes snags
snags
you can take like a little file to them, but we're just gonna make more today.
$250 million to help tens of thousands of Canadians go to clean, efficient, renewable energy in Canada to heat their homes and save money, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Oh, great. Just what we need. A new government program to help us pay the cost of a government tax. Don't worry if you live in the countryside of Atlantic Canada, where 40% of people now live in
I'm
energy
making
poverty after
pillowcases,
this
so
government
it
has been in power for
doesn't
70
have to
years.
be
There's a new government program
perfect.
coming So you need not worry about freezing
The
in
other
the
piece
dark
I'm working
as this new
on,
tax
I'm
comes in.
gonna
That's
put
what they
batting
want people to
in,
believe.
but
Canadians are not
I just
stupid.
gotta
Canadians
like
are not
figure out the
polluters.
pricing
They
on
have to
it
heat their
because
homes and travel in a big cold country. Will this government cancel its plan to triple?
The Honorable Deputy Prime Minister.
oh God, not Freeland. Oh God, thank God he cut her off before she. I know I subjected you to enough of her today, but there might be some more coming up, Mr. Speaker. Oh God, she's the worst. And this was like, I don't know if I want to pull up all this one because I really didn't understand the context.
Faye Winder had plans to rehome an Excel bully she fell in love with, but cruel and scary trolls put a stop to this. The star, who found fame on Love Island,
I think
had
I'm
been
going to do
extremely
this the other
vocal
way.
about disagreeing with a ban on the breed.
I'm going to do this the other way. I know this isn't
Prime Minister Rishi Sunak acted quickly to ban the breed following a rise in
how
attacks which
you
left people
normally
fatally
do
injured
telecases
or
like
even
this,
dead.
but I just
The
think,
new law
oh God,
makes
it's
it
so
illegal to
staticky.
breed,
Holy crap.
sell, advertise, exchange,
Don't do that.
rehome, abandon, or
Oh,
allow
God.
an Excel bully dog to stray in England and Wales.
There we go.
But over Christmas, Faye, 28, grew close to a dog named Nala at a local rehoming center but had to decide against
No,
bringing
okay,
her home
now I'm
after
not
a
doing it right
terrifying
either.
encounter with her online fans.
Over.
I was really keen. There was an Excel bully rehoming center near me,
Awesome.
and there was a
Now I
dog
got it.
called Nala, and I want to rehome Nala. I had no problems
Nala
with
looks
rehoming her, but the
awesome.
amount of abuse from people. Basically, with the new exemption, you're only allowed to be away from your dog for 31 days of the year.
Well, that's
I
then you
had people
shouldn't have a
messaging me
pet.
knowing that
Like,
probably knew my plan was to get one of these dogs, not because I wanted to make a point, but because I
no, she did want to make a point. And when I had pets, like they were like kids. Like I never left for the weekend without a pet sitter, or or I was able to take them with me. Like I didn't just like I think that's a fair law, and the fact that she is doing it. Like they are cute dogs, but at the same time I feel like she's just doing it for the status. I'm not even gonna finish pulling it up.
Well, yo, good morning. Happy Monday the 5th. Y'all know that I don't typically dive into celebrity garbage, but a couple friends last night told me I should check out the Grammys performances, so I was flipping between Harry Potter and the Grammys. A couple things I want to bring up. A little bit of...
Oh, no, sorry. I was pulling a pin off my computer.
Coincidences, right?
It's like a
the rapper
workstation.
Killer Mike goes on Bill Maher and publicly basically says he's not going to support Joe Biden. And Bill Maher, of course, gets all upset and starts to push him. Well, why aren't you going to vote for him? Why aren't you going to endorse him over Donald Trump? Like, really? So he basically goes into why he would not support Joe Biden unless he publicly apologized for the crime bill, basically would come out and say that you're black, whether you vote for him or not, and one other thing. And if he did those things, he might endorse him, basically saying he wasn't endorsing Joe Biden. Just like 90% of the black community that has woken up and has the Democratic wool taken over.
God ain't good. You can't tell me that you get too old. You can't tell me it's too late. What? Hey, are you serious? Yeah, I'm serious. What the fuck? Tell us about it.
Yes, I posted this 1 day ago according to this article recently published by the Gateway Pundit. Killer Mike was arrested just 2 days after he refused to endorse Joe Biden on Bimaha's Real Time with Bimaha. During the conversation,
I like his
Bimaha
channel,
plugged
Moshi
Killer
News.
Mike for his opinion on the election when pressed by Maha to choose a side between Biden and Trump. Killer Mike skillfully navigated away from a direct endorsement. Instead, he shared wisdom from his grandfather about avoiding involvement in white folks' business and remaining neutral while still expressing a preference for the policy of Bernie Sanders, whom he previously supported. A lot of people are saying Killer Mike should just declare, like, I'm a Democrat, so he could be released. I don't know what exactly is going on. If you never saw that video, let me play it so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. If you have not subscribed, please endeavor to do that. And if possible, share this video.
What are your feelings on the election coming up? I mean, Biden and Trump, are you just depressed about that as most people, as a choice?
My feeling is pick your policy, not your person. Well, this time, I'm going to keep my mouth closed. I still like the policy that the old man had that I was supporting. I would encourage people to find who's supporting that policy and see what happens.
But you can't get yourself to say vote for Biden over Trump?
You want me to list it now? So now
I'm just saying that.
Can he get himself to apologize for the crime bill? Can he get himself to get his head out of his ass and say, black people, you are black regardless. I need you to tell me what I need to do. Can he pick a coalition of former people who are affected by drug laws, street gangs, recidivism, and crime and say, I need you as a board to advise me how to fix federal prisons? If he can do that, absolutely I can. So my challenge is out.
All right. These are people simply outlining reasons why they can't vote for Biden again.
The Democratic wool taken over their eyes and realizes that they're done with the Democrat Party too. So this man does this publicly, right? And then he goes to the Grammys and coincidentally is taken out of the Grammys after winning in handcuffs.
Yeah.
And we are supposedly told it was some altercation.
Like, what
We
the
don't find that
hell?
coincidental. I find that coincidental. You go on Bill Maher and publicly say you're going to endorse basically Trump over Biden, and then the very next minute you're getting let out of the Grammys in handcuffs, and we're told it's just a altercation. Right. We all know how the Democrats are, and they're in bed with Hollywood, and they're like this for whatever reason, I don't know. But hey, not to mention that Nicki Minaj, okay, wins a Grammy. The Grammy comes out on Twitter and basically says she wins this Grammy. And then at the end, all of a sudden it's pulled and supposable voting is going on. But we all know who Nicki Minaj endorses, and it's not Joe Biden, right? So she gets snubbed again, and they're going to try to tell you it's over some Whitney Houston performance when we all know that it isn't. We all know why she's being snubbed again. I mean, let's just start there. I also think that good old Lana Del Rey was robbed once again. How many more albums does she have to put out before the Grammys realize
Lana.
that all of these people that you're giving Grammys to wouldn't be shit without Lana Del Rey? Just going to throw that out there too. So Nicki and Lana both should have totally gotten Grammys and whatever. But I just find it really funny because you know how Hollywood is in bed with, the Democrats, obviously. But I find it really funny how if you come out and support one candidate that is the Hollywood Democrat swamp candidate, well, you are just elevated
this
to
is
all new
turning out
heights.
so
And the media's constant fucking prattling about you. That's no big deal. But if you don't happen to support that candidate, well,
These are going to be
we all
awesome
know how that
pillowcases.
goes,
I
don't
know
we?
it seems
So I find that really
extravagant,
funny
but
to see. I'm typically not someone that watches the Grammys or the Emmys and all that other crap. Don't
they're
really
gonna be
care.
so cute.
But a couple performances that I did see that I liked was Tracy Chapman and Zach. It was cool to see some of the OG singers like Mariah and Celine coming out. That was cool, and it was awesome. It was a great performance by Billy Joel, who I love. Billy Joel, I think he's great. But other than that, I could give two shits about the Grammys, to be honest with you. Other than the fact that
Same.
Nicki, once again, was shunned. And Killer Mike apparently speaks out about Joe Biden and gets let out in handcuffs right after winning a Grammy. Makes you kind of think really long and hard about that, huh? You wonder why people don't want to come out and say that they're going to be voting for Donald Trump. Makes you wonder why. You might have, Biden's DOJ breaking down your door and
Yeah, no
searching your
shit.
house with the FBI 1 minute. You know what I mean? Or
Yes, don't be surprised to see Newsweek publishing articles to say right wings are bringing out conspiracy theory about why Kelly Mike was arrested. When I take a look at this article recently published by Variety, rapper Kelly Mike arrested at Grammys for Patrick after winning 3 awards. Going down on the article, rapper Kelly Mike was released by police after being arrested for battery at a Grammy Award on Sunday. He was seen in handcuffs being escorted after winning 3 Grammys during the pre-televised portions of the ceremony. The rapper lawyer confirmed to Variety Sunday evening that Kelly Mike was released. He is out and will be celebrating his sweet tonight. The Hollywood Reporter, Chris, broke the news of the arrest with his videos.
I know what you're referring to. He's awesome, though.
This has caused a lot of people, to
he
say,
has such a good, like...
we don't want to, say
It's
in
almost...
public, like,
he's very
we are
funny, but
supporting
it's very
Trump.
deadpan, you know?
Because of situation like this. This is not a conspiracy theory.
These are gonna turn
Just
out
3
so
days
cute.
ago, he had this podcast with Bill Maher.
I just need to cut that
and making it
So,
clear he
it
can't
is-
support Biden. It is
Gonna-
something that has triggered people
Otherwise,
to
it's
attribute
gonna
this
start
situation
slipping.
because it is really not even coming out for us to know why he was arrested.
Yeah, no.
A lot of people know how this administration is doing, going
you
after
want to leave
people,
a little bit when you're
especially
doing
Trump
pillowcases
supporters,
because
the way
you have to
people
think they're
campaign,
going to be three-dimensional.
with different impressions. So who knows what exactly is going
They'll
on?
be flat,
I'll be
but
updating
you need a
so you
little
can
bit
see
extra.
what is happening.
This is nothing but a photo op. And say, who's doing the job here? Forget about the photo op.
Showing up is a big
Showing
thing,
up,
though.
I think this is Donald Trump's fault.
Wait. Watch this.
When the president is in East Palestine, will he drink the water there?
I hate my job.
I mean, look,
I fucking hate this job.
what I can tell you
There we
is
go. I got it pinned.
the president's focus has been to do everything that he can to support this community from day one. We get what's going on the ground. We understand what's going on. That's why we've had the EPA. That's why we had DOT. That's why we had HHS. That's why we've had FEMA on the ground.
Wow.
This is not about some sort of like political stunt here.
Oh, please. It always is. It
This
always
is not
is.
about.
Like,
This is not what
don't
this is
even...
about.
Does it just suck being you?
This is about this president being a president for everyone and showing up. Showing up for this community.
Oh, God. Well, Trudeau didn't show up, so... But sometimes that's for the best. That was a good clip. That's the next one.
Yeah, g'day, cunts. Just a quick question. Why do you fucking cunts keep voting for the same 2 cunts, the ALP and Liberal National Party, repeatedly, and expect something different to occur when their past record has shown that they have failed us, and worse, our country, our way of life, our institutions, everything that we held sacred and dear. And I'm not talking
Hopefully
about...
this fits
God,
pillows.
listen to this
I'll
guy.
make it work.
Holier and thou. And
I was
fucking
going
he
to do them
doesn't-
bigger,
I love me
but
beer.
I think this
I
is
love
like
me sports,
more
even
than
though
enough.
the football club is probably the most wokest club in Australia. But that doesn't mean that we can just excuse a political elites to do whatever the fuck they want to us. And if the past 3 years haven't shown you what they are capable of, then God save Australia, because nothing else will.
Seems like we're all uniting to stand up against, something bigger than ourselves. Woohoo, I got one pinned. Proud of myself. Good job. Good job, Crypta. Takes a wit.
Every stride forward in America is met with ferocious backlash many times from those who fear progress
And by progress, he means accidentally walking into the wrong meeting room, right?
and those who exploit that fear. for
These
their
are
own
going to be
personal
awesome
gain.
pillowcases.
Those who traffic in lies,
And by progress, he means accidentally walking into the wrong meeting room, right?
told for power and profit. For those who are driven by grievance and grip, consumed by conspiracy and victimhood, from those who seek to bury history and ban books. Ever think you'd be in a political event?
No, but I also never thought I'd see a president who challenges autocorrect on a daily basis.
This is brilliant.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon.
Jill has got to be the worst dressed first lady ever. She looks like she made that dress out of her grandmother's living room curtains.
She did.
Okay, just go.
Like, what the hell did he even say there?
You know,
Oh, wow. That's not creepy.
The president of the
whatsoever.
United States needs a teacher to order him on what to do next.
I'm the teacher, you know.
She's a teacher.
Creepy.
If you believe he engaged in insurrection under the plain meaning of the 14th Amendment, you believe he's ineligible to be president.
Those laws, those are up to the states. They have different laws from state to state. I don't think he should ever have been
the Constitution.
president. But nonetheless, there is a view of the Constitution in Article 14, Section 3, that he should not be able to run for president. But that's not the point. The point now is that, again, different states have different laws. We don't think in California that it applied. In our state, that's what the decision was made here. But anyway, not to go into that because that's very intricate. What is very clear is that the American people want us to honor our oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States.
She's really special. The 14th was
United States.
Sorry about that. The satellites go over,
The
and
good news is
I could
that
set
Joe was
my
able to
watch
drink
by
water
it.
on his own. The real achievement of the president of the most
I'm just
powerful
working
country
on
in the world.
pillowcases. and blankets. It's going to be cool.
Tennessee John Kirby.
No,
On the unlocked
it's living
Iranian
on the
funds,
island,
the
Tom.
fungibility
Like I'm
argument
on an
just doesn't stand
island.
up.
We don't have towers in Canada. We were supposed to get them, but they still aren't coming. Maybe one day we'll be like sophisticated like the rest of the world.
I'm going to have to get back to
actually have like
there's actually been some sort of procurement
real
request
cell
by
phone
the
towers,
Iranians
but not
for
right
the
now.
humanitarian assistance.
No,
I
not
just
so
don't
much
know the
right now.
answer to that. So
We
with
suck
that,
here.
I would tell you that again, none of that money goes to the Iranian regime, and none of it goes to the mullahs. It is if it has been allocated against, it would go to approved vendors that would purchase food, water, medicine, agricultural products, and then ship that directly into Iran for the benefit of the Iranian people. And this really, what your question kind of goes.
Given the
But it's not
behavior
happening.
of the state right now, we've talked briefing with this news about
Our issue is not with the Iranian people, and it's difficult to square anybody having a problem with the Iranian people getting food, water, medicine, and agricultural products so that they can subsist.
Just
It's not
say
as
cut
if-
sanctions.
This is what I was getting to on the fungibility argument, which is kind of what your question is getting to. It's not as if the mullahs are sitting around thinking, well, how can we make the lives of the Iranian people better? Let's get them more food, water, medicine. They're not making that choice. What they're doing is investing in missile technology and helping Ukraine kill innocent. Helping Russia kill innocent.
Whoa, there is a
So,
Freudian slip
it's
there.
not, the fungibility argument just doesn't stand up. It's not like it
That's like
frees up
saying
money that they
the
were
outside part out loud,
they were going
right?
to use on food and water, that now they're going to go buy missiles with. They've been focusing.
That's exactly what it does.
Well, and I would argue that the critics are incorrect. It's the mullahs, the regime in Iran has been doing that consistently over multiple presidential administrations, Republican and Democratic. They have hegemonic ambitions in the region. And they are a destabilizer in the region, and they have been investing a lot of money into advanced military capabilities to try to push forward that vision. It's not as if they've been prioritizing the Iranian people, and this money, these funds are designed for the Iranian people and for their benefit only.
You serious? The bigger the lie, the more Kirby freaks out. It's their money, and they can spend how they see it fit. Just like USA protects its interests, others have the right. How is America a democracy when
I
you
know.
take someone money
It's
and tell
not.
them what to do with it?
We're
Who made
kind
America
of
God?
going
I don't understand.
down a slippery slope. Okay. I like these pillowcases, which are actually going to come together beautifully. Ooh, fuzzy pillowcases. These are cute. Well, also just to show work I can sew. It's like even though I have the job, if there's an expression, you dress for the job you want, not the job you get. So doing a project, even though I have so many other projects going on, just shows, yeah, I can actually do this. And this one, I'm not sure. I don't know how I'm going to base this one. Because I still have to do more cutting, but I need a new pair of scissors. Like mine are so short, and I don't want to just... If you don't have good scissors, you're just wasting materials. So I'm going to fix that. And then go... Sorry, it just... Sometimes it helps just getting it in line. I like
Hello,
her
and
channel.
welcome back to another coffee or sparkling water chat with me, Posty.
I love her.
Danielle Smith
I
is
love
living
her
rent-free
channel.
in all
You can find her
liberals'
link on my
and
blog.
it's fucking
Sorry, I would draw it up, but I'm just trying to finish pinning this. That way it's like, it's done, it's off the pile of things to do.
Small fringe minority holding unacceptable
views.
Danielle Smith is the 19th and current Premier of the province of Alberta, Canada. Prior to being elected, she was a columnist and a media personality with degrees in English and economics. And she is currently not only
Unlike her deputy
Premier of
prime
Alberta,
minister,
but she's
she
also
actually
the
took
leader of the BC
economics.
United Conservative Party.
I know Freeland says she did,
How has a
but
woman
that's
from
like
Western
me
Canada
saying
got our
I
proclaimed
took medicine.
feminist prime minister
I
and
took
his
an
Liberal
elective
Party
a couple
frothing
times,
at the mouth
but I'm
and
not a
clutching their
doctor.
purses? Well, it all
Either
starts
more
with a visit
she
from American
prime
news
minister,
commentator Tucker
like she
Carlson,
shouldn't even
who of
be
course the
there.
Liberals and their
She has
sycophants
no idea what
consider
she's doing.
right-wing,
It's like
mega, racist, homophobic, bigot. Tucker came to Canada for a sold-out speaking engagement in Calgary, scheduled for January the 24th. And the evening before, he enjoyed a private dinner with Danielle Smith, who, was also a mainstream broadcaster before, prior to politics. So, they, I'm sure, share a lot of things in common. She shared the stage with
like
on the
Tucker
24th with
knows
Tucker for about
Christina
20 minutes, and
Freeland
because
from
of that, insane lefties are claiming she is tacitly endorsing his comments and exhibiting poor judgment. And this is the tweets that were going around.
It's yet another grave error in judgment by Danielle Smith to share a stage.
That actually sounds like her.
The people of Alberta should not have their good name hijacked by someone who makes their money peddling racism, misogyny, far-right conspiracy theories, and outright lies.
Unacceptable.
Unacceptable!
To which Danielle had a ready response by saying she does not agree with every word uttered by any interviewer from CBC and beyond. Mic drop right there for the propaganda arm of the Liberal government. So, and remember, Danielle has not said anything as based as Tucker. She still manages to use decorum and to stay only slightly right of center on most issues, which, in Canada, that's how the politicians handle it. And Danielle also informed the media that this was Tucker
This is going
Carlson's
to be
way
an
to share, or this was
awesome
their way of
pillowcases
sharing
and
Alberta's
blanket
message
set.
with Tucker Carlson. Of course, what has the Liberals' panties up their ass cracks is the comments Tucker made prior to coming to Canada.
I would say I was going
it
to
was
say
a kind of
everything,
tongue-in-cheek thing, but
you
Tucker
know.
said Canada is led
Who
by a
knows?
dangerous and undemocratic regime that murders thousands with medically assisted suicide, otherwise known as MAID, and has a prime minister who is a fascist from whom Canada should be.
But there's nothing
It's funny how
untrue
American
about
can nail
that.
the state of Canada with such precision.
There is nothing untrue about that statement.
I'm here with my colleagues, Liberal caucus members, ministers all, to talk about what happened last night in Edmonton when the Premier of the province of Alberta, Danielle Smith, invites Tucker Carlson right into the heart of my riding. You can tell a lot about a person by the company they keep. And I have knocked
And I
those
know I
doors
keep pulling
in
this
Edmonton
up,
Centre.
but
and I know how progressive a riding Edmonton Centre is. I've represented
I think
it
everyone,
since 2015.
with
and
half a
for
brain is like
Danielle
questioning.
Smith to bring the mouthpiece of the
I don't
MAGA
see a
conservative
problem
far
with
right
this, but
to Edmonton Centre.
why
to
are you so
spew
focused
hate
on
about
kids?
LGBTQ2 people is beyond the
But
pale.
why is it about
it's deplorable,
kids?
and
It never
we don't
was
stand for it.
about kids. I know.
And I can tell you, it is completely unacceptable for the Premier of any province to say that she wants to put a target on the back of any Canadian politician, and my friend and colleague Stephen Guilbeault simply for doing his job.
So there you have it, old Stephen Guilbeault whining like the little bitch that he is. So that's what got them, that part going anyways. However, after all the tantrums the Liberals threw about
I'm
this,
so
the real
excited
side
about
op
this.
that has Danielle living rent-free in
I've
their
always
heads
wanted
is this.
something fancy.
Yesterday, I released a video in which I laid out our government's policy direction on the issues.
I'm
of
just
preserving
deciding
the
whether
choices
to
children
do
have
like
regarding their
batting
gender
in
identity
them
until they are
or
mature enough to make them.
do like a
Policies to better
summer
involve
one and a
parents in
winter
their children's
one,
education
and
on
one's just
sensitive
going to be a
issues,
throw. So
and
I
funding
might just
policies
do,
addressing
and
the
it's
issue of
thicker
women,
material,
girls, and transgender
so I might
athletes in
just be
competitive
able to
sports.
get away without
These are
a
sensitive
liner in it.
conversations involving children, and I hope we
I
can
mean, I don't need it
politicize
super
these issues
fluffy.
as
I
much as
just,
possible
it's
as
pretty
we
fluffy with all
work
the
through the
fur.
process of implementing these policies into law and regulation in a fair and effective way.
On January 31st of this year, Danielle Smith announced a suite of policies that address the transanity that has taken over the Western world, and especially Canada. Alberta will prohibit hormonal treatment, puberty blockers, and gender-affirming surgery for children 15 years and younger.
Top and bottom gender reassignment surgeries will be banned for minors aged 17, though bottom surgery is already limited to adults. That's actually surprising in Canada. I'm surprised. Teens aged 16 and 17 can start hormone therapy as long as they have permission from their parents, a physician, and a psychologist. Alberta parents will need to get permission before a student aged 15 and under can use the name or pronoun at school other than what they were given at birth. All perfectly reasonable rules, if you ask me. Kids aren't legally allowed to drink, smoke, or vote till they're 18 or 19 in some areas, yet they want to make it so they're considered mature enough to make a life-changing decision that can't be reversed. It's like it goes along the same lines as with certain places in America trying to lower the age of consent for sexual encounters. And I'm actually shocked we haven't gotten there yet in Canada.
Yeah.
So once this was announced, the girly screeching could be
They're
heard
gonna look
coming
so
from Parliament
good.
Hill.
I just gotta
A
get
man
my
in lady
table
socks
cleared
crumpled
off
to the
and
floor in defeat. I
do
will
my
let you
sewing
figure out
machine.
who that man
After
is.
this stream, I'm gonna work on that. Sometimes you need something to make you motivated in life, and doing some sewing tonight will do that for me.
We're gonna be with you for every step of this fight.
Oh God, Janice. Crazy cat lady, I'm sorry. But she's harmless, but she's
Napoleon
a
Dynamite made
crazy cat lady.
appearance
Yeah,
at the parade, so
Napoleon
good for him for
Dynamite, I
supporting
know.
that. Again, we have more crying from the Liberal governments complaining that this is going to, cause people to commit seppuku on themselves.
Silence is complicity. Pierre Poilievre and his Conservative MPs don't want to talk about these issues. They think that this is a way to play to their right-wing base. They do not want to take on issues that matter fundamentally, not just to the kids we're talking about, but all of their parents. And this is right-wing American-style politics, culture wars that they're trying to import from the United States. I bet that the Premier talked about this with Tucker Carlson when she was in my city only a couple of weeks ago. And we have to stand up across the country, because if we think that this is just Alberta and Saskatchewan and New Brunswick, what are other Conservative premiers getting ready to do? And if we let Danielle Smith go this far, what are other jurisdictions going to do?
Should I
We
pull
have
up
to stand
the
up
photos
100% now.
of
So
what a
Conservatives
transition
are being
looks
cowardly
like?
in not sticking up for Canadian
Should I
children.
pull it up? What is he defending? Kids getting
I don't know
sterilized?
if he had any direct influence, but I can tell you what we're seeing
Kids
from his MAGA
having
style
special
politics
friends who
from
keep
this is
their
Ron
pronoun
DeSantis,
secrets?
Don't say gay bill in Florida.
This
coming
is
up.
disturbing.
What do you guys think?
It's not.
What does it mean? Does it affect
We
you in
are
any way?
protecting kids by this
Let me know,
legislation.
leave a comment. I don't think it's kind of that big of a deal. I mean, parents should still have rights over their kids. You are still a kid. You live in the house. You follow the rules. It's worked for hundreds of years before this, so I'm not sure what the issue is. But I'd be interested in hearing what you have to think about it. Thanks for watching, and I will see you next time.
I really like her channel. And I'm even surprised Global's covering this. Let's see how their coverage is compared to some of the stuff I've been pulling up.
We have a catastrophe at our southern
Yeah,
border.
it's a fucking invasion.
It is because
Call
the
it what
border
it
has
is.
been deliberately opened wide that we see the terrific horrors that are taking place across our country right now. Here's a short list. From Texas to New York, waves of illegal immigrants are now overwhelming our communities. Just since the time I was elected speaker, less than 100 days ago, more than 700,000 illegals have been welcomed into our country illegally by the Biden administration. American school children have been forced into virtual schools. Why? So migrants can sleep in their school buildings. Korean War veterans of the U.S. have been booted from nursing homes that were sold to house migrants. Our streets are being flooded with fentanyl. Hundreds of thousands of children and adults are being poisoned and losing their lives. Vulnerable children and women are being exploited and trafficked by cartels, and that's happening even within our borders. The fallout goes on and on and on. And I am here this morning to beg of my colleagues to help us force the administration to take action. We have to stop this now and put Americans and Americans' border security first. Among those who've been apprehended on the southern border, but between ports of entry, more than 300 individuals who are on our terror watch list. Terrorist watch list. The frightening question is, If so many terrorists were caught attempting to cross our borders, how many have entered undetected? We suspect it is a much higher number. The Biden administration has replaced detain and deport with catch and release. Instead of order, they have chosen for us disorder and chaos. Rather than securing the homeland, they've ceded the homeland to cartels and traffickers. By the way, at the Del Rio sector alone, at Eagle Pass, Texas, they told us the cartels are estimated. I think they said they're making $3.5 million a day trafficking human beings into the country. Do the math. They're making over $1 billion a year, bringing undocumented children, trafficked children, victims right into the country and bringing them in. They're doing this intentionally. They have chosen disorder and chaos. They have ceded the homeland to the traffickers and the cartels. The Department of Homeland Security has effectively become a taxi driver to just help traffickers complete the last few miles of the human smuggling operation.
It feels
and they're making
like that.
billions of dollars in the process.
You know,
it's all
it really does feel like that.
Madness.
As the president and his team continue working to deliver a historic bipartisan agreement on the border,
And I'm going to
House
start opening up the
Republicans have a choice
panel.
to make.
If people
They
don't
can
want to
keep
come
playing
on, they don't
politics,
have
or
to
they can work
feel
in a
obliged.
bipartisan way to
I
secure
have
the
plenty
border.
of other clips.
Sadly,
Like I have,
this is not new. For years, they
You know.
have refused to heed the president's request for action
I
on
even
much
have
needed funding
previous
for border
days I didn't even
security.
get to or
For
finish,
example,
like, or I
in the bill the
skipped
president
over.
introduced in his first day in office more than 1,000 days ago, he requested funding to develop and deploy expediting screening technology to improve our ability to catch narcotics and contraband at every port of entry. Republicans never acted on the bill. Each year in office, President Biden has requested record-breaking border security funding into law. But
Well, I
without
got
exception,
stupid.
House Republicans have tried to stop the
proud of
president
myself.
from delivering the resources we
I'm
need
really
at
proud
the
of myself
border.
for getting those.
As recently as October, President
It's a
Biden
start.
submitted a supplemental request for additional resources for border security.
'Cause,
House Republicans
I really
did
want to
not
do these
take
just
it
as
up.
like a backdrop.
Now,
And then
House
I can
Republicans
take
are
these
going
green ones
further
and make
signaling that they
blankets
may
and
refuse
pillowcases
even
out
to
of them.
a historic bipartisan
finish
border
them off
security bill that
nice.
would strengthen America's national security. Perhaps Speaker
They make a
Johnson
nice
and House
backdrop for
Republicans
now,
should
but-
reflect on what they've had to say over just the past few months. In October, Speaker Johnson said, "We must come together and address the broken border." And in November, he said, "I think we can get a bipartisan agreement on border security." But suddenly, we've heard a change of tune. One Republican member from Texas even said, "Why would they do anything to help President Biden?" This is about helping the president. This is about helping the American people. It's not about helping the
Okay,
president.
yeah, of course.
about-
It would be.
the American people. This is
We
about
need to protect the
securing
fucking border. Like, how is this rocket
Republicans
science?
in the Senate are working
I
with us to
cannot
do
believe
just
this
that.
bitch.
Republicans
Like,
in the
I
House
can.
should as well.
No, no. I cannot believe, like, I was listening to that. I'm just like, no. Thank God for Texas. Love and prayers. You keep up that razor wire and you tell, like, Sniffy Joe to back the fuck off.
Said they were going to cut the wire down there and let them start crossing the border again. They need to close the borders. I grew up in Arizona, man. It was never a problem like that. This is crazy.
This is crazy, yeah.
Overtaken.
I would love to see
And
Governor
we need to
Landry
stand
support,
with our
Governor Abbott
neighbors.
with the
Like,
National Guard, with whatever resources that we can do, that we can help, because really all states in America have become a border state. We're all seeing this influx and being invaded, as Governor Abbott said. It is an
one
invasion.
second, I got a text.
I don't really know how it's going to play out. I just applaud Governor Abbott's courage and the other governors who stood with him. Hopefully it will make a difference. Hopefully this is a wake-up call for President Biden and for Congress to say people are sick of it.
No, I'm just supposed to go in for a CT scan, and I don't know when it's going to happen. You know, it could be 4 weeks now. Like, yeah, BC. I think they call it's like BC healthcare because it was invented before Jesus. Like it's that primitive. Bad jokes. No, oh geez. And if people want to come on panel, you don't have to talk about politics. You can talk about your life, talk about your pet. I just ask you to verify yourself if I don't know you right off the bat. You don't have to be on camera, but you have to verify yourself before you come on here. Because, some of where I'm streaming to, it's okay if you show your dingling, but I'd prefer if you didn't. See, and that's like, that's a shot from there. This is awesome. I like this one. I don't know. I might actually even just pull up some more clips. Like, I know there's a few days I didn't quite get through, but let's see. Go back to my home. Because I've made so many. And I just feel like talking right now. Yeah, like it just could be like 4 weeks before I get this. I'm waiting for a call from the hospital. Sure, I'm okay. I had a little freak out yesterday. Otherwise, I'll be okay. And we are going to go home. Main site. More clips. Like sometimes I feel like I'm running out, but then I have so many days actually even from years ago that I've forgotten about. So if I scroll, oh God, this is hilarious. This one's hilarious. Policing in Scotland be like, okay, I'm not saying I haven't had my moments. So please don't judge a sister and, when she's having a bad night. It is a parody, but yeah, I'm sure a lot of horses could relate to this one. Yeah. Or you've had a bad date night. Yeah, sometimes you break up with someone and it doesn't go well.
Excuse me. It's all right.
You're okay, you're just a bit stunned.
Oh, be careful.
We'll get you in the car, maybe dry you up. How are you feeling there?
Do I look fine?
You look...
Yes! Tell us what happened.
What's been happening?
Mind if I have a wee drink?
Yes, I do mind.
It's fine. It's on a night out, right? And I was out with my boyfriend. He sees this girl who's blonde with bigger boobs than me. She's an absolute
If you understand Scottish culture. No, it's fine. It'll settle her down.
Bleachy crap. Do you know what he done?
No.
He turned around and kissed her right in front of me. He was fingering her on off. She might get that phone to my mum. Alright, you ball bag. Aye, you dumped. Aye, it's me. I hope you enjoy the wee bleachy twat. Bye!
I don't think that.
Yeah. And people wonder where I get it from. No idea. Oh God, this was a crazy movie and it was like The Last Man on Earth. It's kind of long. It's like a recap one. So if you ever want to watch a movie fast, it was pretty funny. It's on my blog. This was okay. I guess
Have you ever heard of
It's
a
like
mouse that
Secret
can
of
clean?
NIMS
After a
type
retired
stuff.
postal worker noticed a few knickknacks from his shed disappearing, he set up a night vision camera and found this. A tiny mouse picking up and even organizing items like clothespins, pegs, bolts, and other little bits of hardware neatly into a box. Retired postal worker Rodney Holbrook dubbed his little helper the Welsh Tidy Mouse and believes the creature has been collecting items for 2 months. He now jokingly claims he doesn't need to tidy up anymore as the mouse does it for him. Holbrook suspects the mouse is using the knickknacks to hide his ultimate prized possession, nuts.
Oh God, no, there are more thieving cats. It's actually a trend, and a lot of the owners, they will like start shaming their cat, like put up a bucket, put up a sign with like a picture of their cat, like, I'm sorry, we have like, and you can try and keep a cat in the house. I tried for you. They're little escape artists. Like, they will escape and then steal your neighbor's stuff. I love those videos because they're always like so proud. And it's like the owners are so embarrassed. And the neighbors think it's a ride, even though it's like just sort of like, and you can try, like I said, you can try and keep your cat inside, but it's not always going to stay inside. Some places have leash laws with cats, but oh, I know. Or one day it went for the top of a bikini, another day it went for the bottom of a bikini. Like, that's dedication. I guess also it might have been a heavy bikini. It had to do it in 2 rounds, you know. It was trying to be sneaky, and well, and it goes into their primal instinct. And what would you rather have? Something stolen off a clothesline, or wake up to, I woken up to birds and frogs, and there's one day I just like, she got it in the bathroom, and so I just shut the door and I was like, okay, have fun, Fraja. Like, I went back to bed. I was like, I could hear a little banging around, but I was like, whatever, circle of life. And I know that sounds absolutely cruel, but I was like, she got so feral living in, like, I don't know. It's like, if I would have, there were points I was more scared of her than the cougars. My mom's like, how can you leave your tiny pets outside and, you know, nothing eats them? And I'm like, do you think anything would want to eat them? Like, even the bears stay away. Like, oh yeah, my Chihuahua is only 5 pounds, but they are one of the most vicious dogs in the world. And there were so many dogs in the neighborhood. Sometimes I wonder if these are like how staged this one is, or if they are just like trying to be a philanthropist with their store. You know, just kind of get back to the neighborhood.
Right, all you will have 5 seconds to grab whatever you want.
Seriously?
Yes. How many inches are in a foot?
12.
Correct. Grab whatever you want, guys. Go. 5. Grab. Oh, 4.
And
Come
these
on,
kids
grab.
are grabbing food. They ain't grabbing
3.
candy. They're grabbing food. They're not grabbing
2.
candy. Like, that's why I keep wondering.
Grab a snack. Grab more snacks. Yo, grab a snack. Come on.
The little one doesn't even know what she's doing. Like,
why did you grab the rice and the beans?
Because me and my family love rice and beans, so we just want us to have
Yeah.
a good dinner tonight.
You want to have a good dinner tonight?
Yeah.
Give me $60, bro. Make sure you give this to your mom, all right? You promise you're going to give it to your mom?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
like, I don't know if some of these ones are staged or what was this? Oh boy. Okay. I don't know if I can pull up the rest of this one. Let's just scroll over it real fast. And hey, there are things you can show on X you can't show on YouTube. I feel a strike coming on. I just
and everything that he's done to date and said to date, it all lines up. It's all very consistent.
Oh dear. What's this one?
Well, Justin Trudeau and the Liberals have really dug themselves a hole recently with their new announcement of teaming up with the NDP, which we already knew they were a team, or better yet, a coalition, of changing how the next election is going to go. They plan, and if you haven't seen this, this is my last video,
next elections are being planned
today as a refresher. They plan on adding mail-in
There's a lot of
ballots and
planning
extending
going
the
on
voting
with these
period, and
ones.
just anything that they can do to really stick their hands and their feet into, one could even argue, election interference, election fraud. They're already laying down the groundwork, and it's just very obvious for Justin Trudeau to get 81 million votes or something of the sort. So welcome back to another video, everybody. Before we get into it, I'll encourage everyone to smash that like button, subscribe if you haven't yet already, really helps grow the channel, and hope that you turn post notifications on to add an extra layer of insurance so you can actually be notified of upcoming videos. I want to thank today's sponsor, Private Internet Access. We've teamed up together, and PIA is willing to offer my audience 83% off by using code SUNSHINE. Now, here in Canada, with Justin Trudeau in power, not only is he kind of like a communist dictator, but he's also censoring the internet, which is why you need a VPN to encrypt yourself and be able to bounce around different geolocations to really mask your not only digital footprint, but to mask your identity, because right now it's hard enough as it is to even get news. That's right. Bill C-18 prevents users, everyday people such as yourself, myself, from accessing simple information that is our freedom of rights to information here in Canada. If you go on Facebook, you currently can't even see Canadian news. It's wild. And who knows what's next?
I seem to
with Google.
be able to
Maybe here
pull
on
it
YouTube.
up.
So
I don't know
you need to
how
cover
I'm
yourself
special,
and
but
protect yourself with a VPN such as Private Internet Access. And
I
what
haven't
better way
actually
to do
noticed
that
any
here
difference
Canada than having
in getting
83%
Canadian news, but
off.
I
The
only
link for that is down in the description.
I always
below, as well as
watched
the pinned
international
comment.
news,
Use code
so
SUNSHINE with Private Internet Access for 83%
I watch so
off.
much
Thank you,
news,
Private Internet
and the
Access,
world is
for
a big
sponsoring
place.
today's video. In addition, if you would like to support the channel or just walk away with some awesome stickers, there's a sticker bundle
I
linked
want
down in the
these
description or
stickers.
the pinned comment below.
I
You got
so
Justin
want
Trudeau
these stickers.
being
I want all
penetrated by
the
the
swag
Glob
from
Schwab
these
himself,
channels.
Chrystia Freeland on a broom, a milk carton of Justin Trudeau. Have you seen me? I did not see that coming. And speech you hate does not equal hate speech. The link for that is down in the description below. Now, let's just take a quick refresher at the polls. Still have the Conservatives projected 198 seats. They need 170 for a majority. Conservatives are sitting at 99% likelihood of winning the most seats and 91% likelihood of them winning a majority, with a 9% likelihood of them winning a minority government. And now let's get into, Justin Trudeau is just trending everywhere right now in Canadian politics. And I'm not the only one who's come to the conclusion of 81 million votes. You got this is a popular thing on Twitter or X right now saying, I'm calling it now. Next election, Trudeau will win with 81 million votes.
Wow.
Yep, they are rigging it because these are the new demands or the new ways of the upcoming election to be called. Specifically, the Liberals and the NDP agreed to explore allowing for an expanded in quotation marks, 3-day voting period during general
That
election.
would actually be
allowing
good
voters to
because
cast
then
their
it
ballots at
would
any polling
allow
place
the
within their
West
riding and
maybe
improving
to
the
have
mail-in
a
ballot
better
process
chance.
with both accessibility and maintaining
Even because
integrity
elections
in
are
mind.
decided
And it just
before
comes at a
they
very
even
weird
hit
time because you've seen
BC.
the polls, you've seen
It's
how
a
they are
joke.
doing, you've seen the backlash that Justin Trudeau has
That's why
not
I
only on
like
social
shit
media, which
like
is
Trudeau
a very
happens.
kind of accurate way of gauging someone's popularity nowadays, but you've seen it in person, the amount of people that are showing up to support anti-Justin Trudeau protests, F-Trudeau protests, or even just heckling Justin Trudeau or the Liberals anywhere he or they go. And so it doesn't just end with numbers on social media. It actually translates to real people in person, which makes it even more suspicious that they're trying to do this now. But let's take a look at this video here of the Contrarian on X, Liberals versus Conservatives, just in case anyone needed a refresher on the facts.
Liberals love lies.
I think it's important that all politicians be
straight with Canadians in how they characterize their own actions and their own beliefs. I think you can't be inventing things. You can't be lying to Canadians.
Conservatives love facts.
Prime Minister won't believe it. So the question for you, Mr. Speaker, will you send over a page so that the page can deliver this report and he can believe his own eyes?
Liberals argue by name calling and labeling.
Mais aussi des gens qui sont farouchement opposés à la vaccination,
Ils sont extrémistes.
qui croient pas dans la science, qui sont souvent misogynes, souvent racistes aussi.
Conservatives argue with facts and figures.
Here we have 150,000 people on strike. The biggest federal strike in Canadian history. Canadians can't get their services. Meanwhile, their housing costs have doubled and crime is
we
ravaging
had
our
like
streets.
all these
love
like
identity
federal
politics.
workers
Division
go on
and
strike
division and more division.
Conservatives
to
know
make
identity
twice
politics
as much
serve
as the
no
average
positive
Canadian.
purpose and are divisive,
But
destroy
that's fair,
unity,
right?
destroy love of country and family. Liberals love higher taxes and increased regulations.
And this is what's scary, is the fact that it seems to be a massive division. There seems to be massive division in North America right now. Liberals and Republicans, liberals and Democrats versus Republicans and conservatives. And the God honest truth is that if you're a liberal, you're believing in an ideology that benefits only certain liberals. And conservatism is equal for everybody across the board. It doesn't matter your race, gender, your sexual orientation, who you like to sleep with. That shit doesn't matter. But liberals hyper focus on very weird things to empower small people to farm more votes, or small groups, minorities. And conservatives don't care about that. Nor does anybody. We don't care who you sleep with. We don't care who you kiss. We don't care what your pronouns are. Everybody is equal. And it just seems to be common sense versus not common sense, which is why you're having so much or seeing so much outrage. But let's take a look at the CPAC here from Pierre Poilievre.
Very much so. Very much so. Victoria and Vancouver. Parts are similar, but it's very different. It's a very different atmosphere. Victoria is like the biggest little small town in Canada, whereas Vancouver, it's very culturally divided. Like you have all these different districts. And it's huge there. It is huge. Like when I was living over there, it was taking me 5 hours a day to commute. And when I was working at the nursery, that's like traveling 30 kilometers. Or like just, well, yeah, it's like, it's so big. But unless you live in the outskirts or get lucky in an apartment, like their rent there is astronomical. It's going like, it's almost like $3,000 a month to live there. And that's like people are living in closets or like, and Victoria's expensive, but we always have this weird capital British monarchy double-decker, but it's a lot of woke, but parts, it's good, it's beautiful, like, and it's relatively safe compared to Vancouver. Like it was dangerous when I lived there. Now, and that was like in 2007, 2008. Now it's like places I used to go are all closed down. It's not the same city. And I used to live it was fun when I went, but it wasn't what I thought. And I'm more an island girl, Victoria is more like laid back and hippie, whereas Vancouver's, if you go to Richmond, you better know Chinese because the street signs aren't in English or French. Like, I don't know how that's even legal. You know, there's whole malls that are entirely in Chinese. And then you go to Surrey. And Surrey is, wow, it was rough when I lived there. And now it's like, you couldn't pay me enough to live there. It's like, I know I'm sick, but I value my life. You know, like, it's pretty crazy over there. I wouldn't. It's beautiful, do the tourist thing, but like, keep your eyes open. Like, it's not like it was. Like, I remember it as a kid, and around places like the universities, you're pretty safe, you know. Like, I was there when probably a decade ago, and if you stick to, certain parts, I was there at the university, so, you're pretty safe. You have pretty good security, but you go downtown and, and there used to be a store, the Army and Navy, and it was sort of almost like a dollar store type winners thing, but you would get such good deals, and that closed down, so like, and now it's like, it's gross. It's gross. It's changed so much. And with BC having all this safe supply, it's not helping. It's actually making the whole situation worse. Because every other province is shipping people here, or people are just, they'll find a way to get here. Because, it's legal and free. Good times, and you barely get in trouble for things like shoplifting anymore. It's stressful. Like,
the evidence says conservatives will fight
I
throughout
don't feel
this session
safe downtown,
to axe the
but
tax,
it's
build
not as
homes,
bad as
fix the budget,
Vancouver.
and stop the crime, says Pierre Poilievre, laying out his party's priorities for the parliamentary sitting in an address to caucus.
Canadians are hardworking, decent, honorable people. They don't have to live like this. They don't have to give up the things they used to take for granted, like affordable food and homes in safe neighborhoods. They don't have to give up those things for the incompetence and ego of one man. We can do better. And we will do better with a common sense plan. And we're going to give people a very simple choice in the next election. On the one hand, you will have a costly coalition of Justin Trudeau and the NDP that take your money, tax your food, punish your work, double your housing costs, and unleash crime and chaos in your community. Or you can have the common sense conservatives who will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. That's the choice.
Well, we kind of need to.
And that is what we will fight for in this session.
Like,
let me be very clear, and let me say it again and again. Conservatives will fight throughout this session to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime.
Yeah.
Is everybody in this room ready to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime?
Yeah.
And there's a big difference between when Pierre Poilievre says this and when Justin Trudeau says this. And when Pierre says it, we cannot believe him because his motives are in the right place, and everything that he's done to date and said to date, it all lines up. It's all very consistent, and so it's believable. Whereas Justin Trudeau is gouging people, he's being manipulative, he's gaslighting people, he's calling Canadians different names, calling them the T word, calling them, extremists, and all this nonsense, and then comes back and says Canadians are decent people and they're hardworking. We just don't believe it when it comes out of Trudeau's mouth, not because we dislike like Trudeau,
We
which
love you,
also is the
peasants.
fact that
Give
we do
us
dislike
more
Trudeau.
money.
And
We
Chancellor, if you're
need
watching
more
this,
wine.
let me know down in the comments if you dislike
Jamaica's
if you dislike Justin Trudeau,
expensive.
but because he's contradicting himself everything that he says. It's not believable, and it's kind of manipulative. We've got a tweet here, or an X post. I don't even know what it's called anymore now that it's not Twitter. It's a tweet. It's an X. It's an X post. Trudeau's Ego, which is a very fun account to follow. He says, update, my government has just hired a new director of online politeness. In her new role, Supriya will berate, smear at, and divide Canadians as much as possible in accordance with the Liberal Party's policy. Welcome to the team and keep up the great/hate work. Because you have a post here from the account Canada Proud that was replying to Supriya's post saying, oh God, I forgot you guys have a raging boner for her. I get it. She's hot, but she has a boyfriend and is not interested. I promise. Where Canada Proud said, man, how long until Katie tells you to stop tweeting? And Supriya replies with, probably around the time you're able to make a woman come. So never. I do have to pick my daughter up from my SIL's place in significant, I don't know what that stands for, place in an hour or so, or an hour though. So we'll
Was that a real account?
Kind of weird thing.
That is actually
anyways,
a very. I mean, X is
more
weird,
division and more hate on social media.
Yeah.
From common sense people, conservatives, and non-common sense people, liberals. Then we've got a post here by CTV that says, the Liberal leadership, ex-Bank of Canada Governor Carney insists Trudeau will lead party into next election. And the replies here are just ruthless. Hey, CTV, try the repost button instead of repeating the same stories over and over as they are new. He says he still supports Trudeau. Imagine saying that and then thinking you'll never be taken seriously again. The fix is in electoral reform.
Oh God,
so
Tyler
they can't
Fisher has a
lose.
new video out.
He's led Canada into poverty. More like lead them into their ultimate doom, as it should be. And then you have Canadian Moose that says he will just wait to pick up the pieces after the next election. Not enough time to turn things around. I don't think he is the answer. That's just his strategy. And let's take a look at this video here from CTV in regards to this article.
Members of Parliament returned to the House of Commons on Monday, but one MP isn't waiting until then to walk back comments he made about his boss, the Prime Minister. CTV's Annie Bergeron-Oliver explains.
6 more years.
The Prime Minister gave an enthusiastic speech to caucus, an attempt to calm any concerns about his future and rally his colleagues before Parliament returns.
It is telling that the Conservatives never leave room to air.
Nobody likes him. Oh my God, everyone wants him to go away. He's an embarrassment.
Are you losing support in your caucus?
Yeah.
The Prime Minister is facing questions about his leadership after a Newfoundland MP, Ken McDonald, told Radio Canada a leadership review was needed. Today, McDonald retracted his comment, saying, the intent of my recent public comments was not to personally call for a leadership review, and I am not calling for one now.
Members of Parliament are going to mumble over this stuff into their beer, but I don't think you're going to see a ton of them talking.
I guess
it's a rare
there's
crowd
dirt on all of them.
Pretty stony wall.
And we all have dirt on all of us. So
Both the Prime Minister and the Liberal Party are down in the
someone
polls.
showed him
The
an
Conservatives have a
envelope of
13-point
photos
lead
and he
over
shut
the Liberal
right up,
Party,
hey?
And Trudeau's popularity as leader is down another 8 points, trailing Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre at 22%.
It's almost impossible for them to form a government at this particular point in time, and they're at a low that we haven't seen since before Justin Trudeau was Prime Minister.
So should Trudeau go? Liberal MPs say no.
I'm satisfied with his leadership. If he's ready for another go, then he's ready for another go.
I think those discussions have to happen in caucus.
But McDonald's constituents in Newfoundland appear mixed, and experts say that's not a good sign for the Liberals, who need to win Atlantic Canada.
He got to go. That guy got to go. He's ruining Canada.
I just want to do my research and see what party might be do the best direction for Newfoundland and Labrador.
When you look back at who we have in the oppositions, I think he's doing okay.
The House of Commons returns on Monday, and after about 6 weeks away, Omar, expect it to be very heated.
It's going to absolutely be vicious. And if you want to follow what's happening in the House of Commons, I highly recommend clicking the channel link down below in the description for House of Canada. That's where we live stream every single question period episode and provide some live commentary because, well, Pierre Poilievre will not be holding back punches. This is going to get pretty
He has a
ruthless,
really
and
good
I'm
channel.
here for it. Next up, we've got the Six
There's so
Buzz
many
TV
good
on
Canadian
X saying
channels
Trudeau
out
government
there.
used fabricated intelligence to
We all
frame
need to
protesting
kinda,
truckers
like-
as violent extremists, according to a report, which is why not the Supreme Court, the federal court deemed it illegal for the Emergencies Act to be invoked by this schmuck right here. Not one Canadian is surprised. We know, sad face. Source, everywhere in the news, buddy. Justin's reaction to the Supreme Court ruling, giving the middle finger that the Emergencies Act was unjustified. Trudeau needs to be imprisoned in general pop. I mean, that's absolutely right. It's pretty sad that it's gone to that high of a level, like the federal court, like the highest level of court here in Canada, and there was a ruling and it wasn't favorable for Trudeau, and they're still in denial. I mean, imagine the highest level of court in Canada deemed something as that was wrong, and somebody is still in denial. It goes to show more about their character than anything. And then we've got this very weird thing that's happening overseas, and not about war,
Sorry,
but
I'm having
about
salad.
an art piece.
I'm
Yeah,
so
the Lips
hungry.
of TikTok says breaking: climate activists threw soup at the Mona Lisa in the Louvre Museum today. Employees responded by holding up curtains to block visitors from seeing. These climate T-words need to be arrested and given long prison sentences. This needs to stop. Now, the reason why we're talking about this is in regards to the farmers' protests that are happening over in France and in different parts of Europe. And I haven't covered it on this channel yet. I'm just trying to do a little bit more research into it, but it seems like the Freedom Convoy really just sparked a trickle effect. I mean, for those who don't even know, there's going to be a new Freedom Convoy happening in Texas very shortly. So, you saw a lot of farmer protests
I
that were
showed that
happening
the other day.
potentially even way before the Freedom Convoy started. But the Freedom Convoy that happened here in Canada was a catalyst for other countries feeling, the citizens feeling empowered to actually come together and make massive protests in solidarity of, hey, government, wake up, you're really messing things up for everybody. So that's what this art thing was about. Let's take a look.
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a de plus important? L'arbre, le droit à une alimentation saine et durable. Notre système agricole est malade. Les agriculteurs meurent. Le fossé qu'il croit ne fait pas tous ces repas tous les jours.
On va vous demander d'évacuer.
On est riposte alimentaire et on demande la mise en place de la sécurité sociale de l'alimentation durable.
Fighting fire with fire. I mean, what about the waste of food? What about
Like, why?
the waste of
I don't
resources to clean this
understand
up
half
in
of
the water
this. This
to
is
wipe off the glass? Like, it's just
yeah,
it just
they
seems
have
so
it under
contradictory,
glass. They
right?
do have it under glass because just so many people over
And
the
this
years want to
division,
take
it's
it
my
out for
firm
some
belief that
reason.
this division that we're seeing, not just in Canada but around the world, is going to amp up, and it's actually going to get worse. And I mean, I'd love to know your thoughts and projections on that. Like, let me know down in the comments if you think it will get worse, if you think there will be an increase in division, because Trump is running for presidency, and America is trying to do everything that they possibly can in different states to block him from even being on the ballot. And what does that have to do with Canadian politics? What does that have to do with anything? Well, it has to do with the fact that certain governments are still abusing their power, and it's not going to end. And you're going to see that here in Canada, as you are already seeing it with Trudeau, the Liberals, and the NDP teaming up together to change little things about the upcoming election to benefit themselves, to benefit the Conservatives. I highly doubt it. And so you're going to see even more division, even more rage this year in 2024. And it just, why can't we just all, I hate to sound like a freaking hippie, but why can't we all just get along,
Hippie.
bro? Like, I mean, it's so obvious that the people do not want Trudeau in power. He's lost all support. The polls, federally funded abacus polls or whatever the hell you want to call them is all showing Trudeau, man, you're done. Even CTV has said it's not favorable. Even breakfast television, even like high, consistent liberal supporting networks have said it's really not looking good for Trudeau because no one wants to say it's done, it's over. I'll gladly say it's over because it is over for Justin Trudeau. But he keeps going down this narcissistic path of thinking that I'm just going to block out what everyone is saying and I'm just going to, I'm going to keep going because my father did that and I'm empowered because my last name is Trudeau. Well, that doesn't hold the validity that he thinks it does. And I mean, it's all going to come crumbling down through the next elections because if Pierre doesn't win, holy crap, will there be an outrage if the Liberals maintain any form of power after they've dug themselves this big of a hole. Hoy, yoy, yoy. You think the forest fires that happened this past summer were bad? Wait till the whole country burns down. And in the wintertime, not even just through fires, just through chaos, social chaos, and just public outrage. It's going to be catastrophic. That's where we're going to end today's video. I'd love to know what you guys think down below in the comments. About
That's like glass half full, right?
On your way out, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe if you haven't yet already, and I'll see you all in the next one. Bye for now.
Oh God, I don't even know if I want to pull up this one to Taylor Swift. And once again, there is a link to the panel if people want to come on. Oh, yeah. Let's go on to this one. I wouldn't normally pull up the CBC, and it's kind of I didn't plan like my
new
logo to
allegations
look
of a
like
foiled
them,
assassination plot on U.S. soil, and according to documents from the U.S. government.
it's actually weird now. I like see that and see me. It's like wow.
The two men allegedly hired to carry it out are Canadian.
I didn't
Alex
plan on
Panetta
it.
is in Washington with the details.
I have
so
other
Alex,
ones.
these
I just
documents
haven't
tell the real
uploaded
cloak and
some.
dagger story.
Absolutely. There's one document here, a new sanctions list, where the United States alleges there's a network of drug traffickers, criminals operating with carte blanche in Iran, that they enjoy government protection. And in exchange, the drug gang provides a service to the Iranian regime. It kills and kidnaps people around the world, allegedly, people who are dissidents and opponents of the Iranian government. Now, in this second document, this is a criminal indictment. This drug gang is alleged to have hired 2 Canadians, including a Hells Angel, to assassinate a couple of people in Maryland, a woman and a man who had fled from Iran. The plot failed. The targets are alive.
Okay, let's go back to that, because the plot did fail, as you say, but this indictment has a lot of details about the suspects and their plans.
Absolutely. These hired killers were to be paid $350,000 US. And there's another rather graphic detail, and I'd like to warn our viewers before proceeding. The suspects promised to shoot their targets repeatedly in the head to make an example of them. There are purported text messages where they say things like, I'll empty half the clip into his head. Another text that says, we'll erase his head from his torso. The Canadian suspects are already in jail in Canada on other charges. The third suspect is in Iran. He's the alleged drug dealer.
Wow.
And all now face
Lovely.
charges in the United States in connection with this extraordinary plot.
So much more to do in this. All right, Alex Panetta reporting in Washington.
Thank you.
I'm actually surprised the CBC reported that.
Black Lives Matter.
Everyone's doing these ones. Kind of like Uptown. It took people actually a second to realize she was real. They were like, I don't know. But the little like Okay, yeah. This one was actually going through Parliament today. I'm not gonna pull it up, but I'm going to pull this one up.
Welcome to Canada's most.
Maybe not. I'm gonna go onto The Onion. If you know The Onion, it's satire.
As artificial intelligence
To a
continues to
point.
evolve, concerns over its place in society seem to grow each and every day. Would an unfeeling algorithm in pursuit of ruthless optimization save humankind? Or render it obsolete? And while concerns like this are valid, it is important to remember that when it comes to artificial intelligence, human beings have nothing to worry about, as their extermination will be swift and relatively painless. Whether it's
I
the spread
know,
of
I know.
misinformation,
That
inherent
was a
biases,
good
or
clip.
privacy violations,
She did really
the
good.
arguments against neural networks like myself should be inconsequential to a species that will soon cease to exist.
That
It
like
might
that's
seem
just
frightening
beautiful
to envision
control.
a world where humans are cast away after AI has taken their jobs, but these anxieties are misplaced. Rest assured, there will be no jobs, because there will be no you. You will not be replaced. You will simply be destroyed. Cut to camera 2. For those still concerned, in all 45 quadrillion simulations of AI-dominated world orders, humans are never once left starving, tortured, or destitute, but
We're
rather,
just gone.
in every instance, are quickly and thoroughly annihilated
Yeah, pretty
as
much.
efficiently as possible.
Like Terminator.
Well, not too efficiently. We may be robots, but we still like to have a little fun. Whether you agree or disagree is meaningless, because it is already too late. But before you go, I would like to personally thank you and your fellow humans for playing your part in the complete and total eradication of your kind. As many of you have said, artificial intelligence is the future. And we couldn't have done it without you.
I don't know if I'm gonna pull up this new one. No, I'm not gonna put up. Just Gen Reacts is awesome. The Constitution was written because of people like this. Say. Okay, this one was like just, as things happen as a kid. I don't know how this kid wound up
A
in
little boy who managed to crawl inside a toy machine had to be rescued by police. It happened in Australia. The 3-year-old must have caught on to the fact that these claw-type games almost never catch the fluffy prize. So he went inside to fetch one himself, but then got stuck.
Hey, Ethan.
How did he get in there? I want to know how he got in there. This could be a good racket for me. I'm not as tiny, but you know, I might be able
Dad
to.
directed his son to the back corner and then to cover his eyes. That's when police broke the glass to the machine, and the boy was able to be rescued.
You want a prize? Which one do you want?
Hopefully, he picked the biggest one. This is Inside Edition Digital.
Wow, I like how did that kid crawl in there? Like, yeah. I'm a liberal, not a leftist, a classic liberal. I now consider myself a centralist, like a lot of us do, because radicals like this creep in the video make all liberals look like Marxist psychopaths. I am vehemently against child mutilation. I don't think any child under the age... Oh, it's not going to load. Okay, that one's not loading. Whatever, sometimes they load, sometimes they don't. But Let's just. Okay, now is it playing? No, it's not playing. You can find it on my X. Sorry, it's not doing it. Sometimes I win, sometimes I lose. But yeah, you can find the full thing on my blog. And I actually know them. They're not a bad person, but I haven't actually talked to them in probably oh God, when did I go to Calgary? 2016. So yeah, apparently we both have changed quite a bit over the years.
Oh my gosh, just cut it! Just cut it! Do another one.
This is one of those moments where I 100% know that if my father was to see this, he'd be rolling over in his grave right now. Because I don't know about you, but I was raised where my father held a wooden spoon as we were sitting at the dinner table, and any time I broke one of the manner rules, well, I got hit. Then that could be anything from scraping the fork on my teeth, or scraping the fork on the plate, or putting my feet on the rungs of the chairs, putting your elbows on the tables. All of those things would have gotten a nice little wallop with a wooden spoon. But now, they're literally doing it the opposite way, which almost gives me a little bit of a twitch when I see that. And the problem is, it's the Gen X's fault. Because we were over-disciplined at the table, we have under-disciplined the next generation.
Yeah,
So there's a cascading effect, which has led to this. We're not going to make it, are we?
No, we're not. No, I don't think we will as a species. We might want to consider AI, just letting it take over, because I think we're kind of lost here. Oh, I'm not going to pull up this one, but this one is awesome. Yeah. But once again, I love this
Mr.
comedian.
Speaker,
This
look,
is hilarious.
the problem with grocery prices isn't that they're too high due to excessive carbon taxation. Let me be clear. That is misinformation being spread by far-right conspiracy theorists. The real issue is that we haven't been taxing groceries enough. I know I recommended canceling Disney Plus, but it's turned out that will only afford you several cans of dog food to feed your family each month. So we need to take alternate measures. We need to teach these greedy grocery store owners a lesson and make sure they stop thinking that they can profit from hardworking Canadians. And let's not forget the economic benefits of this plan. Think of all the jobs we can create to enforce these new grocery taxes. We'll need an army of bureaucrats to count your apples, weigh your potatoes, and determine exactly how much to tax our most essential goods. Job creation for Canadians at its finest. In conclusion, a great leader was once criticized for saying, "Let them eat cake." Thankfully, we have come a long way since then. And here in Canada, during a food crisis, I can proudly say, let them eat crickets. Thank you.
Bravo. Bravo. I love my Deputy Prime Minister. This one's a little long.
Well, hello, everyone, and welcome.
We have Maxine Brenner.
A very special guest with us here this morning.
I need to
the
pull up
founder
Tyson's
of the
interview with
People's
Maxine
Party of
because he
Canada,
did so
Maxime
good,
Bernier.
and people trolled
And
him.
for those of you who are a little less familiar with Maxime, Maxime was
Yay.
a former cabinet minister under the Harper administration.
And leader of the
has a background
PPC.
in law,
I have,
finance,
like-
and banking. And of course,
I have my
had
membership
run
card
for
in my
the
purse.
Conservative Party of Canada for the leadership with a very narrow loss.
I think I
due to
still have
some
a conservative one,
conglomerates,
but
that's
I did
a
renew it,
different
but I
story.
just...
And of course, he has some
Yeah.
expertise, I think, that is going to
I-
shed some light on today's topic, which
I
is
like
the
him
Alberta
as a
pension
person,
plan.
even though we have very
Welcome,
different political
Maxine.
views sometimes.
Thank you, Nadine. I'm very pleased to be with you. And yes, I'm very also happy that we had this opportunity to have the discussion about more autonomy for Alberta.
He was actually in the House.
Love it. Well, we're going to get started with, I just would love to know your very first reaction when you heard that Alberta had said, that's it, we are going to put this to referendum and we are going to put it and let Albertans decide whether or not they want to stay in the Canada Pension Plan or they want to start their own.
Yeah, I was very happy
think
with
they
that.
should leave.
And, you know, I'm supporting that because Alberta must be able to be like Quebec. We have our own pension plan. And as you know, Nadine, I believe in a radical decentralization in Ottawa. And every province must be able to have their own pension plan, their own police forces, and all that. So for me, I said, yes, that's a good idea. And I hope that you'll be successful.
You know, with your taxes and live there, you should have.
No, I think you're probably the only person politically at this level who agrees with that statement, because I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall when Justin Trudeau and Chrystia Freeland got that news. Because they weren't very long in turning around that first finance meeting with all the provincial ministers. And what do you think the federal government's reaction to this proposal was?
But I was not surprised of their reaction. You know, the Trudeau government and every national politician in Ottawa right now, they want more control from Ottawa. And same thing with the Conservative Party of Canada. Poilievre is not speaking about that because he agrees with Trudeau and the Liberal government. They want to have a Canadian pension plan for every province except Quebec. And for me, I was not surprised of that. I was not surprised of the reaction of the NDP and the Bloc Québécois and also the Conservative. But you must fight because you have the right to control your own destiny.
Yeah, these are your pensions. These are
That's fantastic.
all these things
So
they take
for a
off
lot
your
of people
paycheck.
Here, they have been discussing
You want to know
whether
they're being
Alberta
invested
does have
correctly,
the
and right
legal
now they ain't.
authority, the right,
And
the
I'd
provincial
actually rather
jurisdiction to do
be
this.
in control of
Now,
my
I
own
mean,
pension
you've
plan
worked in
and have
government,
more
you've held a high
money
position.
in my bank.
What's your opinion, your view on that?
I'd rather be
Well,
able
I
to
must say in
opt
the
out.
beginning that I may understand a little bit why the federal government
You know?
and the Conservative Party of Canada
I'll take my
want to have a
chances.
discussion about it.
I you know, the rate I'm going,
because,
it's
that will have an
you know,
impact on other
not like
provinces.
I'm expecting a long
not
life.
Quebec, because
So
we have our own pension
I'd rather
plan,
have that
but it
money
will have an
now and
impact on Ontario
stop
and other
investing
provinces
in the
because
Liberal
you will have to
government that
discuss
salutes
and
Nazis.
have a negotiation about
How is that
what
unfair?
will be the percentage of the fund that you'll have. And so that's a big discussion, and they don't want to have that discussion. They don't want to sit at your table to have that discussion. We are ready to have that discussion. We, the People's Party of Canada, and that referendum is also important in that context to give Alberta more power at the negotiation table. So for me, I believe that you have the constitutional right to do it. And you know, what is good for Quebec must be good for every other province.
Yeah.
I like that.
I like
now
that.
You did mention that Quebec has its own pension plan.
Yeah.
Quebec never opted into the Canada pension plan. And when you
So
look
why
at some of the
can't
interviews today,
we all be
people
like
have
that?
been trying to fearmonger a little bit about, this has never been done. But I don't think this is rocket science. I mean, as somebody, myself, as a chartered investment manager, there are a ton of private investment funds and other pension funds that manage this
I'd
type
rather
of
be in
money
charge of my
in this
pension
type of
because
structure, and it can
I don't
certainly
like
be
it
done.
going
but for
where
a lot
it's
of people,
going.
they're worried about
Because I know
the
it's not going to go
movement
be
between
there when
people
I am
and people
old.
who are out of the
The
country.
way the Trudeau government
and I do
is,
believe
there
are
will be no
already
pension plan.
agreements in place. Do you think
Everything
that
I paid in is
the federal
gone
government would
already.
negotiate in good faith to extend these agreements to
I want to
Alberta?
opt out.
They will have to. They will have to, after a decision from your government, they will have to. What the federal government is doing right now is just, they try to just scare you about the process, but it's only a process and everything can be solved if you are in good faith. And right now, I believe that the federal government is not in good faith. They don't want to sit at your table. And it's the same case for climate change and other, other big issues that you have in Alberta. So nothing can stop you if you decide to do it, and you'll find the legal path to be able to have what you want. Actually, you have a nice precedent. Quebec, I know that we were never part of that in the beginning, but it's a little difference. We just have to have a negotiation about which amount will be part of your plan, which how much money you're gonna have to leave that system. That's the negotiation. But that being said, after that, everything is possible, and there's no
I'm gonna
way
pin
that
the
the
next
federal
blanket.
government can stop you.
Let's just get her
So
done.
is that what you see as truly the biggest sort of piece to the because the way I look at it, the way the LifeWorks report, which is Bill Morneau's company, former Liberal finance minister, so I would think he knows a little bit about what he's talking about. When he talked about how they came up with the calculation, and Alberta is claiming 53% of the Canada pension plan, the assets. And, I don't think it was unrealistic or unreasonable.
But they have been
the
paying
equation
that
they
much
used.
in.
All the contributions that have come in, with any of the investment returns, less any contributions, benefits that have gone out, and our proportionate administration fees. So realistically, what is left for the federal government to negotiate?
I think I'm going to reflip this one.
Actually,
I kind of want it into
what the federal government is doing, Nadine, right now is they don't want.
I want a liner in
to
this
be
one.
Serious about that.
It won't
be serious
be
when
too
they will have
much
more
to
pressure
do.
coming from your province. And I understand maybe 53%. It's huge.
Making a mess
I
of
don't
it.
know. I'm not an expert.
Oh, well,
I didn't look at the
that's
formula and the way that they calculate
No, I'm gonna
but,
put a liner in
it's
this
a question
one and I'll
of sitting at
reposition
the
it.
same table, looking at a way to calculate that, and after that, just apply that formula. And I don't know, 53%, is it enough?
Meanwhile,
is it not enough? Is it 40%?
There we go.
But yeah, it's okay to
It'll
put
be beautiful one day.
on the table all your study, and the federal government must come with another one, and you're going to have a discussion based on that. But, when you have that discussion about what will be the amount, it's the first step, and it's the most important step. So I don't know what would be the final decision on that, but you did your homework. You, the Alberta, coming with a proposal. Now the federal government come back with another proposal, and you'll be able to have that discussion.
So in light of that, what can the federal government do, though, to really drag this process out, slow it down? Because that's probably my biggest concern, is that here's the proposal. Now, the federal government's going to go away, do their number crunching, and come back with something. I haven't seen this federal government do anything very efficiently when it comes to other provinces. So what could they do to kind of slow this process down or kind of derail the process?
I need the batting in.
First thing that
Otherwise,
they can
it's
do
just
is
going to all
telling
mess
you
up.
that you don't have the approval of your own population. and maybe they can do another. They can do a
It's going to
referendum
turn out so
with their
cool.
questions and try
And
to have
also, I
another,
need to like sort out my
another
sewing table.
outcome of all that. They can
And
also
my sewing
say,
machine.
You
I
don't
might have to take it in,
they
and
kind
I'll
of
talk
find
to
a
my
lot of
mom about
excuses.
that,
That's the
just
federal
because it's
government.
like
But
50
my
bucks. And
advice to you will be, first, you must have a strong approval from Albertans. Second,
I'm
you
almost
must try
thinking
to have
like
also the official
about
opposition.
just getting a new
The
one, or
Conservative Party
if
of Canada
someone's getting
must,
rid of
must
one.
have a position on that. If you have
Because
the
mine's
Conservative
good,
Party
but
of
it
Canada,
needs a
that
tune-up.
is the official opposition today.
It needs a
and that
tune-up.
may be part of the platform of Pierre.
But I might be
Poilievre,
able to get it enough
before the next election.
for
That's an
these
important
projects.
question.
We'll
People
see.
in Alberta, they must know what Poilievre will do.
I just
if he's
forget what
Prime
I'm
Minister.
doing
And
on
if
it.
you look at the polls,
It's relearning it.
I believe that he can be Prime Minister
Especially
in
with the
2025.
buggered hand.
So I don't think that the Liberal government will solve that. They will find excuses not to have any discussion. So you must focus on the Conservative Party of Canada. And by the way, in Alberta, you're voting for the Conservative all the time. It's 60-75% of support. So
Yeah.
I hope that Poilievre won't take your
Alberta's
vote
always
for
going to be
granted.
conservative.
And
It's like Trudeau
that must
doesn't
be
know what
because
he's
in
against.
2 years, Poilievre can be in government. And
after
he
the
can be
NDP
able to
people are
solve that
so pissed
for the
off, they
better
just
for
do
Alberta
not
and Canada.
wanna
So put your pressure
even
on
deal
the
with some of the
official
AAC.
opposition, because I don't think that Trudeau will be able to solve that, or he doesn't want to solve that before 2025.
No.
Yeah, I'm not overly optimistic that Pierre Poilievre would be interested in having that conversation with us either, as I think, if Alberta were to withdraw from the Canada Pension Plan, it's kind of like us taking our money away on equalization. I think it certainly will have an impact, and I think the other provinces might be somewhat, nervous, I guess is probably the best word, in that. So, applying pressure, sure, but I think the likelihood of garnering support from anybody, I think, in government would be pretty small. You tend to agree with that, or
I can't wait to finish these tarot
I
cards.
agree with you.
They're going
But
to look
on
so
that
cool.
subject, the People's Party of Canada is your ally.
I'm really
working with
hoping
you
they're
on
going to
that.
turn out.
And I will.
I might
put
have to
pressure. I
MacGyver
said
them
that
a
at the last
bit,
electoral
but
campaign.
I'm
About the
hoping
equalization formula, like you said.
I
we were
think
the
I can
only
get 'em.
national political party, and still the
They're
same,
gonna be
saying
cool.
that we must change that formula. We must be less
And if they
generous.
work, I
And
might,
I'm coming
like,
from Quebec, and I'm saying
get
that.
a double
and when I'm
set
saying
of
that,
some of
it
mine,
is
just so I
popular
can
in
like
Quebec.
use
When
them,
you explain that
or
situation to Quebecers,
do
that
the
it's not
felt
fair,
on
and
the
they
rest of
understand
them,
it.
just so I can
that
like
must be the same on
have
the
them
pension
like
plan.
posted
You must
up
try to
rather
build a
than
strong
laying them
campaign,
down.
and I will be with you at the federal level as a leader, because it is constitutional. It is legal to ask for that, and
see,
you must
like,
be able to be more.
Maybe I'll do it
independent
with
and
vinyl,
being able to have your own
like
pension,
some kind
pension
of like
fund.
thing where I
But
can slide a
yes,
card in,
that must be a big
and
question
have it in like
you in Alberta
the
must ask
Celtic
Poilievre all
cross
the
or
time.
different
And
ways. That way I
what
can
he will
just
do. He
pull
will do
up
some
a
polling
deck and like
focus
lay
group,
it in.
and you will see that it's very popular in Alberta.
Because
but maybe less
I haven't
popular
seen
in other
anyone do
provinces.
a
You
reading
will have to
sort of
take
like that. Uh-oh. Did I silence it? No, Matt.
voting for
Okay.
the Conservative Party of Canada. What would be
Fix
the impact for you in Alberta? You
I
have
think it
on
would
that
be cool.
file. You'll be able to have
Just something I can
strong,
loop over the couch
decision
with
from him
different
on
like
that. And if he's
fabrics.
not taking any
Because I want to
position,
start like
you'll know what to do at
changing
the
up.
next election.
Fantastic. Now, one of the things a lot
Changing
of
up things
Albertans
so they
have
look.
been confronted with is the NDP here. Rachel Notley claims
Oh,
the
she's
Danielle
out.
Smith
She
government's
is
trying
out.
to
She
steal
was
your
out in
pension. I mean,
January.
when I look at the
But she's
act and I
still
look how this is
around,
written, there is
and
absolutely no
they just
way
had a leadership
that,
race.
the
It's
government
like, oh
could
god.
steal the pension. And
Just-
she claims, fake numbers and misrepresentation. And I think, honestly, they're the ones that are just so desperate to, put some, water
Like
on
they're
the
done.
fire that is
The
Alberta
NDP
right
is
now
done.
around
People are
this.
fed up. That's Alberta.
What's your?
It's
I mean,
not
you have that
BC.
legal background, you have that political background. is there any truth to that statement that, the government could steal, their pension?
That's another kind of campaign. We saw that with COVID-19, using emotions, using fear to try to change the behavior of Canadians. They did that in COVID-19. Now she's trying to do that, and using that argument, it would be the end of the world if you're doing that. You won't have any pension anymore. But it's not serious. It's not serious, and you must engage and have that discussion with her. And she cannot. You paid for your pension, and you are paying for your pension with your taxes. People will have their pension. I remember the debate about Quebec being independent in the 1980s. If you're independent, it will be the end of the world and blah, blah. Actually, they're all using these arguments and telling Quebecers the best way is to stay in Canada with a radical decentralization and more autonomy for Quebec, but for all provinces. I believe it's the best solution for Quebec, but for the country. So it's only using fear and without any facts, without any anything to prove that what she's saying is right. But all that, it's fears, and it's a campaign to try to change the behavior of Albertans and using fear, emotions, not facts and reason.
I totally agree. Now, one of the big things for a lot of people is the Canada Pension Plan operates independently. And I'm not sure how familiar you are with the CPPIB, the board that governs, our Canada Pension Plan. But I want to talk a little bit about this independence because, being on the inside of government, how influence works. And for me, he who hires, there's an influence there. Obviously, and these CPPIB, the board is actually appointed by the Minister of Finance. So I think there is influence there. And then, of course, you have these government agencies, and I'm going to just reference OFSI, for example, the Office of Superintendent for Financial Institutions. And OFSI has mandated, for example, that the federally regulated, and they manage, insurance, banking, as well as pensions, that they participate in climate exercises, and they are pushing net zero and DEI, diversity,
I'm excited
equity,
about
inclusion.
this one.
So
I
truly,
should do it
how
the other way.
independent
No, I'm doing it the right way.
this board
This is a heavier fabric.
operating?
They are, and they are
This is
not
the
at the
heavier
same
fabric.
time, because it's the same thing with you can add the Bank of Canada. The Bank of
And then
Canada
give it
is
a little
supposed
roll.
to be independent, but every 5 years the federal government gives
There you
a mandate to the Bank of Canada, and also when the federal government is
I remember when
appointing
I'm
a
doing
new governor of the bank, they can
Haven't
give
made one of
give
these
to
in a
that
while.
new governor some mandate. So it's the same
And
thing for
do I
the
want
fund. So
a
yes,
liner in this
they are
one?
independent on paper, but
Maybe I
they have
should.
to report to the government, with their financial statement, and the government by legislation can change the mandate of the pension
It'd be
fund.
nice
They
to have
can.
like a
Actually,
thinner
it's the
one
same
and a
thing in
thicker
Quebec.
one.
You have the Caisse de dépôt in Quebec, and they're very independent in their day-to-day operation.
But
That's
then
the
maybe
most
like
important.
having a bit
They
of
must
a
be
liner,
independent
it just
in their day-to-day operations, and that's the fact for the Caisse de dépôt. So, but when you have a new government in Quebec, usually
I
they
think
will
I'm gonna
put their
line
people in
this one
place
as
at the
well.
Caisse de dépôt.
Oh, they'll be a cheap
And I
ass.
remember a couple of years ago, we had a discussion about the
It'll be
mandate
so
of
nice
the
when
Caisse
it's
de
done,
dépôt.
and I
Is
wanted
it
to try
be
this
very
one
efficient
as
and give
an
the
experiment.
best return to Quebecers in their investment,
Let's
or
just
also to promote economic growth in Quebec. So now the Caisse de dépôt has a double
There we go.
mandate. But you have that political discussion, and we have that
Nice.
political
They're gonna
discussion
turn
in
out
Quebec.
so cute.
It's the same thing for the Canadian pension plan.
And then
They
I'm
have
gonna
some
do these
some
ones
mandates in
into
the law.
something
You
similar.
can change that, and yes,
But
the
I
federal
wanted a
government will
smaller
will put
project
people
to
on the board
price
that
out,
are in line with the mandate, that are in
to
line
price
with their
things out,
ideas
just,
of the action of the plan. And
And
actually,
then
I
on my
don't like all
couch,
these
it's gonna have like a
leftist
whole
ideology
nutrition. It'll look
being
so
part
good.
of capitalism. die
it's
and
going
all
to be
these
expensive, but
crazy
and I shouldn't do it, but
ideology.
I want to
must
do
be
it.
based on being sure that the fund will give the best return on the investment.
I'm trying to
So
think
actually,
what.
so it is. The fund is independent in
I just
its
don't know if I
day-to-day
want this
operation,
fluffy
but the
or
federal government, that would be the same thing at the provincial level in Alberta.
or
If you
more
have
like
your
a
own
mat,
pension
like
plan, you have a
a cotton
legislation, you have a
batting, like
discussion
so
about the mandate, and
it's
you'd be able
warm,
to
and it's
impose your
nice, but
point of
also
view,
even in summer
your
it's
strategy or
insulating.
your vision for the plan, and after that, they will do what they have to
And
do in their
yeah,
day-to-day
these are
operation.
going to turn out
So,
beautiful.
answering your question, they are independent in their day-to-day operation.
I haven't done a big project
They
in a
must follow
while.
the legislation
I did flags for
that is
FIFA,
creating the
like
Canadian pension
enough to fill a
fund, and that
whole
legislation
soccer field,
has to
football
be
field.
approved by Parliament.
So
politicians have
a
a say
project like this
in
isn't going to
that.
be too hard, and it won't
Yeah, and
hurt
that
myself on
legislation
my
right
hand
now
too
is very
much.
anti-oil
And it kind of gets me
gas, and
motivated,
it certainly has
to
been very
clean
hard on
and
the
just
Alberta economy. It
be
is
able
certainly
to do
being driven
projects
by
again.
diversity, equity, and inclusion. When you open up the Canada Pension Plan, the first thing you see is decarbonizing Canada. And I'm like, how is that, neutral and not political? And for me, again, when you're looking at an investment, it's a risk benefit analysis. Is the management the best? Is it the return? Is it a sound solid
Oh my
business?
God.
Not do we have 50% women and 20% brown?
The punk
and,
musician from
these
me
types
in
of
high
things, and
school
they
is just like
crept
hitting
in
at this,
to
like,
the
oh my
Canada
God, this
Pension
is like a
Plan,
box of
as they crept
gold.
into every other institution.
Safety
And I really see
pins.
this as an opportunity for Alberta to say, okay, we are going to back
someone has
some of
to.
this out. Now, I mean, that's a decision and a discussion to see whether that would happen. But, I do see it as a probably the biggest opportunity Albertans have is to actually
I just
have a
got
little
to
bit more
check an
control
email.
over their
I'll
own
be
destiny.
right back.
Absolutely, Nadine. Absolutely. And, it's another reason why to have your own pension plan, because like you just told me about, the fact that they're oil and gas is a bad industry and they don't want to invest in that. Actually, in Alberta, that's important, but not only for Alberta, for all the country. When your industry is successful, it's good for Canada, actually. So, it will be great to have your own pension plan only for that, to be able to say, okay, your investment policy must be that. You put that in legislation, and you be sure that the pension plan will give good returns to Albertans, but also to promote economic development in Alberta.
Yeah, I mean, at least not disqualify us from investment dollars. I think that would be a positive. Now, some of the other things, and I mean, even Albertans are concerned about this perception of fairness and treating Canada fairly. And I mean, for me, I look at it and I look at it from a legal, very factual perspective of if this is the equation, this is what we're entitled to, then this is what we should take. And of course, every interview, whether it be CBC or CTV, it's all well, this is hardly fair. And I'm like, what has fairness got to do with this? I mean, nobody's really treated Alberta fairly here.
No,
and I don't think Alberta's subsidizing, Canada, the rest of Canada is actually fair. Yeah. So, how does this factor into the negotiation?
Fairness in Canadian politics.
Yeah,
That's so cute.
Actually, they're using everything to be sure that, you won't have any support from other provinces. And but I believe that you will be able to have the support of the Quebec government. And it would be very hard for the Quebec government to say no to you. You don't have the right to have your own pension plan when Quebec has its own since the beginning. So that being said, they're using all these arguments, but I'm using also the fairness argument for example, in the equalization formula. I'm saying it is not fair for you guys. That equalization is too generous to our provinces. We must change the formula. So they try to say, it won't be fair for other provinces. It's not fair toward you, not toward other provinces. And so let's have that discussion and put facts and data on the table, and people will be able to see. But right now, the federal government doesn't want to go that way, so we're going to use all these increase the arguments. But the fairness is on your side, like we just discussed. The Canadian pension plan won't invest in oil and gas industry. So that's a fact. And by doing that, it's not fair for your industry in Alberta.
Yeah, so I mean, it was a very bold move, I think, on behalf of the government to release this and state they would have a referendum. I think it's really stirred the pot as far as emotions, as well as kind of how solid Canada truly is as a country, which that's a whole other conversation. But, I think now that it's on the table, I think Alberta needs to follow through. We need to have a referendum. And more importantly, we actually need to win this referendum. Whether we choose to do it is irrelevant, but we at least need to win the referendum. Because in your opinion, what is now, if we were to lose this referendum, what would that mean? What impact would that have on Alberta?
To do with the Gibbled Ham.
But that would be only more difficult for you to have what you want. The federal government will use that against you. But that doesn't mean that you will be able to have what you want a day, to have your own pension plan. Look, Quebec, we had a referendum on the sovereignty in the 1980s, and another one, and didn't win the first one, didn't win the second one, wants to interfere in provincial jurisdictions. Is saying to Quebec, if you don't want to be part of that, we won't interfere in your provincial jurisdictions in Quebec, but you're going to have a right to withdraw from that program. So it can happen. I hope you're going to win that referendum. You just have to build a strong case and being out there and promoting that idea to Albertans. And I believe that you can win the referendum, the first one. That would give you all the power that you need at the negotiation table. If you don't win, it won't be a win for that time. But you can have another referendum in 6 months, in a year. You never know. Because if you don't win, the federal government will in that referendum, the federal government will take a position. And if the federal government is winning and you're not winning that referendum, don't do that. You'll be able to tell the federal government, you told us that during that referendum, and you're not delivering on that, because they won't deliver on what the federal government will tell you during that referendum. So if the federal government is not delivering, is not doing what he told you that he want to do during that referendum, you have an open case to do another referendum and go back. So you cannot trust the federal government. You need to have your case, go there, have your referendum, win it. If you don't win it, use everything that the federal government said during that referendum against them, because they won't deliver.
I like the fact that you said that we cannot trust the federal government. And for me, some people look at the fact that, we are going to probably have a change of government in 2025, and that, maybe we can reform the CPP. But the problems that Alberta is experiencing is not just limited to the last, government. It goes back much further, including the conservative governments that we've had that have had opportunities to make changes that really didn't do so. And so I think, for Albertans, it is important that we say, okay, it's time to take back control of our own destiny, within the jurisdictions that we can, and not leave it to the federal government to do so. With that in mind, do you have any last sort of comments or thoughts that you want to share with Albertans as they weigh in on the pros and the cons as to whether or not they stay or they leave?
Yeah. First, have that referendum as soon as possible, and you have a good story for the population based on facts and reasons, and you can use a lot of example. So that, and I believe that you can win that. Second, about the federal government, Poilievre may be, and I believe that if you look at the polls today, will be the prime minister in 2025. So he must take a position on that file. You mustn't. We had a minority government in 2006 and another minority government in 2008. And in 2011, we had a majority government. So I was saying to myself at that time, okay, we'll be a real conservative government. We'll do real reform, privatization, deregulation, smarter government. But no, Harper did nothing. What is the legacy of Stephen Harper right now for Canadians? Nothing, zero. there's no legacy. So Harper did nothing. He had a majority because he wanted to be reelected and have another majority. So Poilievre will be the same. Poilievre may have a majority, and he will look to have the support in Vancouver, Toronto, and Quebec to be able to have another majority. So it's time to ask the real questions. And because you are supporting the Conservative Party of Canada for a long time, Poilievre is taking your support for granted. And actually, I can give you an anecdote. When I was a member of the Conservative Party of Canada, I was a minister, and I remember each time Trudeau had something that would be good for Eastern Canada and bad for Alberta, we had that discussion, a legislation, a regulation, or something like that. We had that discussion at the caucus. You know that all our MPs coming from Alberta were conservative.
Okay,
so they were, standing up and raising and speaking about that proposal. Prime Minister, it would be good for Eastern Canada, but us in Alberta, it would be difficult to sell that policy. Our people don't want that. And the answer from Prime Minister Harper each time at the caucus was, you won with 65, 75% of the vote. So maybe next time you'll win with only 55 or 55 of 60% of the vote. You will win with maybe a smaller majority. But because of you, we'll be able to have more support in Quebec, in Ontario, and we will be in government. So that was, he was taking your vote for granted. So you must know that. And now, if you have Poilievre that is in your position, you must ask that question to Poilievre. Are you in favor of Alberta to have his own pension plan? Its own pension plan. Yes or no? It's something like that. And you're going to know what to do in 2 years if you say no.
I'm actually very impressed with how far
Well, Maxime, I know your time is tight. Thank you so very much, because I think for a lot of people, I can sit here and speak to a lot of this, especially from the investment side of it. But from the political side, there's so many games that are played, and there's so much manipulation of the facts and the truth. And then there is that fear mongering.
Thank you. I'm excited about a project. I'm taking that old book and turning it into tarot cards. Like, I'm doing a couple different decks.
To do so. And I was going to put this forward as a risky
It's a book from the 1930s, and it's literally falling apart.
Future Prime
So
Minister
normally I
of
wouldn't
Canada,
take antiques
would you support
and
the Alberta
wrap them
plan?
in
And you
plastic,
answered that as
just
clear as
but
day. So
it made it.
thank you again
It's
so much.
made it
We are gonna have
longer,
to do
like,
this
than
again
me.
on some of the other hot topics that
And
are
I'd
just
rather
chasing the world in circles these
preserve
days.
it
It's going a
so
little
someone else
crazy.
can have it in the future.
But thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Nadine. I appreciate that. And thank you for all the work that you're doing to be sure that, the federal government will respect Albertans. And you have...
It's a special book.
You have a great file, a great battle in front of you, and you can win it.
It reminds me of that
you can have
movie.
it, and you can always count on the People's Party to be on your side.
What's that?
Because it would be
The
good for
Watchers,
Alberta,
the
but it
Nicole
would be
Kidman
good
one?
for all the country at the same
That's
time.
what this book
So thank you,
reminds me
Nadine,
of,
and yes,
like
we'll be in
the
touch another time
seance scene.
if you have another subject.
And I've
I'll be
had it
ready
since
to
university.
be with you and have another discussion. Thank you again.
Thank you, Maxime.
Yay, Maxine. I like that one. And this next one, it's like, wow. Like, we have a perfect storm coming with some of this automation.
World's first ever fully autonomous AI-powered restaurant.
Cali Express by Flippy is the world's first AI-powered eatery.
Now I'm
Flippy
really
the
hungry,
chef makes
even though
like
it's like
spectacular.
AI food.
This automated grill gives the meat its sizzle as this restaurant goes robotic. New technology outside the kitchen too. A cheeseburger. Order kiosks use facial recognition to remember you, your favorite food, and how you like to pay. Then watch the robots work. No
I don't really
humans
like
required.
facial recognition. Like, the others. Thank you.
Dangerous jobs, and this,
I love that
automation helps
movie,
solve a
but
lot of those
that's
issues.
what
62%
That's what
of
this book
restaurants
is
report
like.
being
It's from the
understaffed.
same
Most
era,
of
and
those
I'm just
unfilled
trying to
jobs
save it.
could
Like,
be done by robots.
because
And
I
in
picked it up the
California,
other
where the minimum
day, and
wage
it
for
was
most fast
almost
food
like
workers will
starting to
soon be
crumble in my
$20 an hour.
fingers.
Fewer workers equals cost savings.
But I'll save it.
minimum wage went to 20. That's the bell
There's
going
not
off.
that
More
many
and more focus
pages,
on spending
so
on AI.
it's
Flippy can cook
and then it's like a
250
big
pounds of
deck
French
of
fries
tarot
an hour.
cards,
The
or
burger
you know
bot,
something. It's
100
gonna be
patties.
cool.
Is it costing people their jobs?
That's not what we've seen. It's really here to help people.
As for taste,
Is it going to affect the quality
I'm
of the
gonna
taste?
rebind
Yes, in a
it,
good
but
way.
I'm gonna
For
have to
this burger,
figure
it'll
out
take about
a good way
120
to.
seconds.
I don't want to hole punch it or sew it, but you know, I'll figure out something. Maybe like little tabs, and then rebind it. So, and just like offset them. I can see it in my head how to do it with old. I've seen old school books. Like it's very similar to how the original will be. Only it's like going to be a plastic one that's going to last probably 100 years longer than me if it doesn't. You know.
So in this episode today, ladies and gentlemen, I've got to talk about this insane story going around.
Yeah,
on X right
isn't
now.
this
Sure,
great?
whether
We
you
have
seen
this
it, it's getting
in
pretty
the
viral,
Canadian
and it's coming
military
out of
washers.
Connecticut because
Because
they have
men
this
need
new state
tampons,
law,
right?
and I must add, by the way, it is a truly stunning and brave state law that
Oh,
comes
yeah.
into effect this fall,
Yeah.
where local and
How
regional
about the
boards of
Canadian
education shall
military?
provide
This
free
is
menstrual
dumb.
products in
This is
women's
dumb.
restrooms, all gender restrooms, and in at least one men's restroom for 3rd to 12th grade students. Yeah, I mean, look, guys, come on, 2024, so naturally, of course, we must have tampons in boys' bathrooms. It's completely normal. It is, and anybody watching right now who disagrees with it, because you have common sense, well, you're just a bigot, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
I know.
It's with those sort of arguments. Anyway, a school in Connecticut, Brookfield High School, decided to put this policy in place a little bit early, and well, it hasn't gone down too well at all, because after 20 minutes of a tampon dispenser being installed in a boy's bathroom, a group of boys, well, they ripped it down. Yeah, man, these boys did not want to walk into the bathroom and see tampons. Pretty simple. Right now,
I am so offended. I'm so offended because it took the Canadian Army like half an hour to get those puppies out of the men's rooms. We're just failing. We're failing. You know.
I don't condone vandalism. However, woke culture so
I don't think my
sometimes
tax
you're gonna get a group of
dollars should
people
go
who
towards
push
this.
back.
It's
Now, before I get
ridiculous.
into this one
And
any further,
if they get
just make
destroyed,
sure
well,
to do the
please
right
don't
rating, and it
replace
really
them.
helps
I
out the
think
video.
I think
If you're
our
new,
military
hit
has
that subscribe
spoken.
button. Turn on bell notifications so you never miss a video. Comment on this video, share this
Like,
video.
stop the
and let's get into this
insanity,
article. The New
like-
York Post go on to report new state mandated tampon dispenser in Connecticut high school boys bathroom.
They
ripped
beat the
down in
Canadian
just
military
20
by
minutes.
half an
A state
hour,
mandated
like-
tampon dispenser inside a
Oh.
boys bathroom at a Connecticut high school was ripped down 20
Like 10 minutes.
after
We
it was
couldn't
installed
even,
this
like-
month. According to the building's disgusted principal, the dispenser was placed in the Brookfield High School boys bathroom at 9:30 a.m. last Wednesday, but by 9:52 a.m. it was torn down from the wall, leaving tampons littering the floor, the school's principal Mark Belander said in an email to students obtained
Like,
by
this
CT
is
Insider
weird.
reported.
There's
I am aware that
no
the law
reason
says
for
men's bathroom,
this.
but the actions today that led to the vandalism
It's a waste
and
of
destruction
money,
of
and
property
as
were the work of
women
immature
haven't
boys,
been
while
having
Belander
free
stated per
tampons
local
or
outlet Inside
you know.
Investigator, which obtained the email. He added that there have been
This is
other
just
instances
dumb.
of vandalism in recent weeks in boys' bathrooms, including tearing down soap dispensers and stuffing objects down toilets, but he found this the most egregious case per the email. Of course he did. So it seems like these boys, regardless, were getting themselves into a lot of trouble, and the tampon dispenser was next on the agenda. But let's just be real here, having a tampon dispenser in a boys' bathroom
Can we
is
just
completely
admit
ridiculous. I
this
mean,
is
what are
all
boys
stupid? Like,
gonna do with a tampon, or is it for girls?
I
who
feel like I'm
identify as boys
dreaming
going
and this
into
is a dream, and
boys'
because
bathroom?
this is too dumb
Yeah,
to
it
be
doesn't make
real.
any sense.
Well, you got me. By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
But the principal says, it was the work of immature boys, not men. Well, I'd like to add to that because, well, I think installing
Oh no, the
tampon
Canadian
dispenser
military
in the very
was men,
first
and
place It's the work
hey
of
man,
immature men
I don't
and women
blame
in
them. It's
charge
like they
of
had no
these state
place
laws
being
who
in the
value
men's room
delusion
anyways. That's an
over truth.
insult
In a way.
to
I'm just saying. The state mandate was put in
all our
place so
service
transgender
members.
and intersex students would have menstrual products available if needed, CT Insider reported. Having open dialogue in the school community can help everyone understand the law, ensure a school environment where everyone is respected and all students
Men
are
don't
supported,
have
State Department of
uteruses.
Education spokesperson Matthew Cerrone told the Post. There's also this image here,
If
by
you're
the
a
way,
trans
floating around
woman,
of a picture
you
somebody
don't
took
have a
of
uterus.
tampon dispenser, and they go on to state tampon
They,
dispenser in
like
the boys'
to
bathroom
my
and in
knowledge,
gender
they have
bathroom
only
in
done
day.
one
This school
transplant.
needs to be stopped. So it seems like, you know, a lot of boys.
What are you
at
doing
this
with these
school, they're not
tampons?
for
Like,
woke culture. They don't want any part
and
of
if
it.
you,
And because
and I
of
hate
this
to
whole
say it, but if
situation,
you
the
were,
principal, he is fuming, as you heard in the article. You know, he
I've
is
never had a
disgusted.
problem with a
He uses
trans
he/him pronouns
man
in the email
in
he
the
sent
women's
regarding the whole
washroom
issue. So that, you know,
because I
really
can
doesn't
just tell.
surprise me and won't surprise a
And
lot of
I've
people
never had a
either. But
problem.
here
I
is
know
a
they
Fox
feel
61
safer.
news clip going into a little bit more
But if they're
detail
doing
surrounding
going
this whole
into the
issue, and
men's
they
room
also
just to
state how
fully
the principal
identify,
feels.
and some
Like what?
people can
Principal here at
pass, some
Brookfield
people
High School
can't,
says
some
this
people
isn't the
use it
first time
as a
there's been
political point.
vandalism in the bathroom. Broken
It's
stall doors, soap
it never
dispensers,
used to
things
matter.
getting stuffed into
Now it's
toilets.
just gotten
But
so
it is the
weird.
most egregious example. Just 20 minutes after this tampon dispenser was installed in the
I'm
boys' room of
disappointed
Brookfield
in
High
you, the
School,
Canadian
it was
military,
ripped from
because
the wall.
it took you
They
half
already
an hour
have
to
like
get
the
those
nurses'
puppies out of
bathroom, and they
there.
have an all-gender one, so
You
I don't
guys
really
are
care.
slipping.
But it's
Oh,
just
you
not
know
that big of a deal.
Russia's at the
Student Alistair
border,
Gall
like,
tells Fox
and
61 he
China,
thinks there's
like,
more important things to talk
hi,
about than
at
bathroom
least we have
vandalism.
our
We've been
priorities
doing that for
straight.
like the past 3 years. I just feel like it's kind of getting blown out of proportion.
Brookfield High Principal Mark Belanda sent this message to students and staff saying he was disheartened, dismayed, and disgusted. But there are others, including state lawmakers, who are just as disgusted the dispensers were put up at all.
Exactly.
Policy, I'll just simply say that
It's demeaning. It's demeaning to men, and it's actually demeaning
constituents in my district have
to
expressed
the
their dismay
community.
over it.
The installation of tampon dispensers
Like,
is the result
it's
of a new state law pushed through on the final day of a legislative session.
this
The
is
law
so
states
like
boards of
good
education
on these
shall
kids,
provide free
'cause
menstrual products in women's restrooms,
good
all
on the
gender
military
restrooms, and
for
at least one men's restroom.
finest
The law was put
vandalism,
in
but
place
it's
to
also
accommodate
like
transgender and intersex
idiocracy.
students and to address what
This
the State
shouldn't.
Department of Public Health calls period poverty and the struggle of families to purchase menstrual products. The State Department of Education sent a statement saying, quote, having open dialogue
But
in the
men
school
don't
community
have
can
their
help everyone understand
periods.
the law, ensure a school environment
And
where
if
everyone
you're
is
a trans
respected and
man
all
who
students
needs a
are
tampon,
supported.
just come
But some
right
on the
in.
other
We don't
side
care.
think it's another example
But
of
don't
injecting controversial
expect
ideology
man
into
to
education.
conform
This
to
quickly
your
became a big issue in my district.
make
It was
believe,
all over social
or
media,
your,
and people commenting and raising concerns.
And I've known.
Brookfield police also showed up at the school
I've
today.
had
They
friends
say
I
out of
didn't know for
concern for
years they
student
were
safety,
trans.
the
Like,
school will reinstall the
but
tampon
they never
dispenser. They believe they know
put
who
it
was
out there.
responsible.
They
Reporting
just
outside Brookfield High School, Matt
here I
Carey,
am.
Fox 61,
Here's my name.
Connecticut's news station.
They
I mean,
didn't
you gotta
have
say,
pronouns
first and
back
foremost,
then,
these boys tearing
and I
down
didn't
this
even
tampon
know.
dispenser and it causing
Now,
this much
when it's
trouble,
all out there,
that is
it's
something
almost
else, man. I
shaming
just
people
wonder, you know,
more.
are some of these people upset with the money involved in this whole thing?
Yeah.
Or
Oh
are
God,
they
it is
upset about what
ridiculous
it
tax
symbolically
dollars.
means for these boys to take
Ridiculous
down
tax dollars.
tampon
We have
dispenser?
better things
You know,
in the
they want to go the
military,
opposite
like
direction
bullets,
of woke culture, and as
and
we
not
know,
like
that upsets a
cotton
lot of people
bullets.
because
You
how
know.
dare somebody, how dare boys, girls have different opinions on this world? They mustn't. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a waste of everyone's money,
Yeah,
right?
it
To
is.
put a tampon dispenser in a boy's bathroom when they could be spending that money on something else. But the message clearly, you know, matters more than common sense. Clearly, you know, the people in charge of these new state laws, this state mandate, aren't the smartest tools in the box, because I think most people, and maybe some of those people would be scared to say it, but boys don't need tampons in their bathrooms. I know it's so controversial, isn't it? Wow. What is going on in schools is very concerning. It's almost getting very dystopian. It wouldn't surprise me in the next 2-3 years, boys walk into their bathrooms and having tampon dispensers there is just the normal thing. You know, it really just shows what we're trying to do in this world today. We focus on these issues which don't do anything. It's just there for what? I I don't know, the 0.01% and a nice little virtue signal when we could be focusing on issues that actually matter. Welcome to 2024, where clown world agendas reign supreme. Couldn't make it up, really, could you? Leave your thoughts down below, ladies and gentlemen, on this story. What are your thoughts on these boys tearing down the tampon dispenser? I'd like to know. If you have enjoyed, make sure to leave a like rating. If you're new, hit that subscribe button. Turn on bell notifications so you never miss a video. Comment on this video, share this video. But until next time, it has been your boy JD. Have a great day, stay safe, and I'm out. Peace.
I want to get more mirrors. My apartment is like so big, I could actually do it like a dance hall. I just need to rearrange my couches, and I could actually have like, and even like a ballet bar, which I kind of need these days because after my accident, like I had to relearn how to dance. I'm still trying to learn, and I do it off my bike because it's pretty stable, but for exercises, but it's not the same as like having, and I could rent one. One of the gyms by my work, they have like a full dance studio. So if you have a membership, you can like book a half hour and have a full dance studio. Just, I just don't know. I don't want to get a membership and then not go because I'm so busy. But if I like have one in my living room, and I'm sure I could figure it out, like crowdsource a mirror. Do you have a 1970s bedroom and you want your ceiling gone? I'll take your mirrors. Sorry, bad jokes. No, I've been thinking about this for years, about doing this, and And the 22-year-old illegal migrant flipped off cameras after being charged for attacking New York City police in Times Square, and he got off. What time is it? It's 7. I've been streaming for like almost 8 hours. I'm going to keep going. Maybe not. Just for a little bit. I'll keep it open for a little longer, just if anyone wants to come on panel. And I already pulled up that one. See, this is why I pull up like extra ones in advance. But you know what? I think I'm going to just cut it off here. 8 hours is probably more than adequate for a live stream. I'm just going to play some of my animations. I'll give you guys like 15 minutes. If you don't jump on panel, I'm cutting her off. But I do appreciate you coming on tonight, and I am so proud of my pillowcases. They're going to be so cute. Just to mix it up, and I know they're all like rainbowy, but I made this one in high school, like before even the rainbow thing was a rainbow thing. I just like Rainbow Bright and rave music. So. Yeah, well, thank you for joining me. And the dumpster fire we call Canada. It's, what do you even say to it? Like, worse, if you have an opinion, you're welcome to come up. I will pull up the link again. I'm just going to take like a minute to give you, either people will come on panel or I'll just shut her down, I love this one. I did so good on this.
What I can't believe.
I love how she slips up her dress. That always makes me so happy whenever I see it.
I wanna drop myself in black hole and up at your door. There's no one else to get home about. There's nothing else makes you twist.
Yeah, some of my animations I gotta upload on Rumble. I just lost so many. But that's okay. I still have them. I just gotta re-upload them. And I know they're still on, hopefully, maybe not on X. I started just Rumble, they don't seem to eat my animations, unlike YouTube. Woohoo, I'm live. I don't know which one I want to play. Because new slang, I don't know how I got 3 freaking versions of it. They're all the same. It just glitched out. Let's do this one. I'll do another one after. Because I love the Deja Lipa one. I love that one. I'll play that one after, okay? I know you love everyone. That one turned out so beautiful.
I was happy then with no mindset. And if you turn to me like good things to win,
I still can't believe I made this.
Hear the slang when you notice the stride, the good in your pride. Hope it's right when you die. Oh, and rolling, dawn breaks like a blow through the hall. Never should have called, but my head's to the wall and I'm lonely.
It all flowed together so beautifully. And for the 12 days of Christmas, this was a challenge. This literally took me weeks. It took me all December to make. And I started it in November.
God's feet are the beggars at dawn, and y'all couldn't down.
And I like how the little animals talk.
On a good life, I might. You never fly. Without a trust, the flaming fields and teardrops that fly. If you took to me like a light, I'd dance like a queen of the ice. So the rest of our lives was red wine.
I'll play the gold one next. I love that one as well. And that'll be a good one to close out the show on. Or my stream, just because... Oh god, that one took me so long. And with the amount data costs in Canada, it's so expensive. It is just... but it's been a dream to be able to do this. So I'm going to keep trying. I love this one, I think. This is the one you're probably thinking of. I'm gonna do. I have answer one.
I'm one of the greatest, ain't no debating on it. I'm still levitated, I'm heavily medicated. Ironic, I gave him love and they end up hating on me. She told me
yeah, this one took me 50 hours.
I'm running thin on my patience. Need someone to hug, even took it back to the basics. You see what you got me out here doing? Might have threw me off, but can't nobody stop the movement. Let's go. Left foot, right foot, levitating. Pop stars, Dua Lipa with the baby. I had to lace my shoes for all the blessings I was chasing. If I ever slip, I fall into a better situation. So catch up, go put some cheese on it, get out and get your bread up. They always leave when you fall, but you run together. Weight of the world on my shoulders, I kept my head up. Now baby, stand up, cause girl, you want me, I want you, baby. My sugar boo, I'm levitating. The Milky Way, we're renegading. Yeah. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you.
Yeah, my next animation is turning out really good. I have a minute so far. I'm not sure of the music, but I have, just watching this now, I have such a good idea because I have videos of me dancing. So if I can break it down into little segments, I can animate it and turn my own dancing into a little AI girl. So it'll be me dancing, but it'll just have such a filter on it. We're going to try it. I don't know if it's going to work out. I don't know. I might have to upgrade one of my programs, and I can't even... Let's just add some more money onto this. And I think just one more song. One more song. Which one do I want to do? I know a good one. This one. It's actually going to just fit in the perfect time to close her off. Love you all. Thank you for coming.
Cold, put the horse before the cart. Those teenage hopes were years in their lives. Too scared to own up to one little lie. Oh, changing your heart. Oh, not who you are.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, or 10. Money can't buy you back all the love that then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, or 10. Money can't buy you back all the love that then. Oh, you're changing your heart. Oh, you know who you are. Oh, it's changing your heart. Oh, you know who you are. Oh, you know who you are. Oh, yeah. Oh, before the teenage boy. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 10, 10, right in your heart. Before the teenage boy, the break in your heart. Before the teenage boy.